आदिवासी भाइयों बहनों के पास भागते छुपते फिरी।
So, we see there the AIMIM chief coming down heavily on the government with respect to releasing of Bilkis Banu's rape convicts. So, that's a remark coming in from Asaduddin Owaisi. A very short break. World this morning coming up on the other side. Al-Qaeda linked terror group storm hotel in Somalia capital. At least 20 killed in this attack. And UN chief in Istanbul calls Ukraine's grain deal victory for diplomacy.
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lahrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech. Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest here against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter.
National Investigation Agency teams are leaving the house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनीष।
And the headlines from across the world this morning: Al-Qaeda-linked terror group storm hotel in Somalia capital. At least 20 killed in the attack. UN chief Antonio Guterres in Istanbul calls Ukraine grain deal victory for diplomacy. As Ukraine prepares to celebrate Independence Day, President Zelensky warns of ugly Russian attack. At least 16 people killed while several are injured in a road crash in southeast Turkey. Week after author Salman Rushdie is attacked, literary community rallies in solidarity. Welcome to World This Morning on Republic for news from across the globe making headlines. In our top story, Islamic militants have stormed a hotel in Somalia, engaging in hours-long exchange of fire. 20 people are feared dead. A report.
Islamic militants have stormed a hotel in Somalia's capital, engaging in an hours-long exchange of fire with the security forces. The incident was reported from Somalia's Hyatt Hotel. According to sources, the horrific incident has left at least 20 people dead. They further added that at least 40 people were wounded in the attack and security forces rescued many others. The attack started with explosions outside the hotel before the gunmen entered the building. Meanwhile, gunfire could still be heard till Saturday evening. Somali forces were still trying to end the siege of the hotel almost 24 hours after the attack started. Following the incident, In a Twitter post, Minister of External Affairs said India strongly condemns the act. Meanwhile, the Islamic extremist group, which has ties with Al-Qaeda, claimed responsibility for the attack. Agency report, Republic TV.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres praised the Ukraine grain deal, calling it remarkable and inspiring.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres praises the Ukraine grain deal. Guterres calls it remarkable and inspiring and appreciated the work being carried out by the inspection team.
I just came back from the Marmara Sea, where Ukrainian, Russian, Turkish and United Nations teams are conducting joint inspections of the vessels passing through the Black Sea on their way in or out of the Ukrainian ports. What a remarkable and inspiring operation.
Guterres was accompanied by Turkish Defense Minister from the Joint Coordination Center established in Istanbul to administer the export of agricultural products across the Black Sea.
It was the loading of hope for so many around the world.
He expressed how he was moved to see the entire process.
I just saw a World Food Programme chartered vessel, Brave Commander, which is waiting to sail to the Horn of Africa to bring urgently needed relief to those suffering from acute hunger. Just yesterday, I was in Odessa port and saw the first-hand loading on a cargo of wheat onto a ship. I was so moved watching the wheat fill up the hold of the ship.
He further stated that this brings hope in many parts of the world.
We are at the beginning of a much longer process, but you have already shown the potential of this critical agreement for the world. And so I'm here with a message of congratulations for all those in the Joint Coordination Center and with a plea for your vital life-saving work to continue.
Remember, before the agreement, exports from Ukraine has been halted by a Russian naval blockade and the Ukrainian mining of the ports. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in a massive update coming in from Mexico, the federal prosecutors have arrested Jesús Murillo Caram, Attorney General from the previous administration. A report.
In a massive update coming in from Mexico, the federal prosecutors have arrested Jesús Murillo Caram, Attorney General from the previous administration. Reportedly, the Attorney General was facing charges of abuses in the investigations of disappearance of 43 students in 2014. The prosecutors informed that they had issued arrest warrants against 20 army soldiers, 5 local officials, 33 police officers, 11 state police and 14 gang members.
La desaparición de los 43 estudiantes de la Normal Isidro Burgos de Ayotzinapa la noche del 26 al 27 de septiembre de 2014 constituyó un crimen de Estado en el que concurrieron integrantes del grupo delictivo Guerreros Unidos y agentes de diversas instituciones del Estado mexicano.
Jesús Caram served as Attorney General from 2012 to 2015 under then President. In 2020, Caram was accused of being implicated in orchestrating a massive media trick and leading a generalized cover-up in the case. The commission said that the soldier has infiltrated the student group involved and the army didn't stop the abduction even though it knew what was happening. Following which, he announced in 2014 that the students have been killed and their bodies burned at the garbage dump by members of a drug gang. However, the investigation brought up evidence of torture, improper arrest and mishandling of evidence that implicated gang members to walk free. Agency report, Republic TV.
Apple has released 2 security reports stating a security flaw warning for iPhones and its devices, which could potentially allow attackers to take complete control of devices. Here's a detailed report.
Apple disclosed serious security flaw for its product in a report. Apple released 2 security reports stating security flaws in iPhones, iPads and Macs that could potentially allow attackers to take complete control of these devices.
Well, I'd say that this vulnerability should be taken really seriously because it does give somebody full admin access without you even realizing that it's happening, without you clicking on anything, without you having to, click on something that lets the bad guys in. And so it is really, really important that you run the update as soon as possible.
Apple's explanation of the vulnerability means a hacker could get full administration access to the device.
That is always a risk when a new vulnerability is exposed, particularly a 0-day, that not only are you telling the good people of the world that they need to patch, but you're also making it very public to people with malicious intent that this could be exploited. So that's why speed is of the essence. That's why I've been nagging my kids since yesterday to patch their phones.
Meanwhile, security experts advise users to update their affected devices. However, Apple did not clarify in the reports the details about how the vulnerabilities were discovered. Security experts are also warning users of the flaw, urging them to install the update instantly. This will help in protecting users' personal information many people store on their devices that's become like another appendage for many. Without the latest update, a hacker could wrest total control of Apple devices, allowing the intruder to impersonate the true owner and run any software in their name. However, security experts believe the security flaws can be solved. Agency report, Republic TV.
The former Mexican general attorney taken to a court hearing facing charges of torture, official misconduct and forced disappearance in the case of the mass disappearance of 43 students in 2014. The former attorney's arrest, who served as the Attorney General from 2012 to 2015, came a day after a government-led Truth Commission said the army bore at least partial responsibility in the case. Peru President Pedro Castillo is rallying the support of indigenous groups, farmers and local leaders as he faces 6 corruption probes. In the past month, Castillo has dismissed the accusations, recalling his government is the first from a rural movement since the foundation of Peru. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was in Istanbul to monitor the inspection of a Ukrainian grain shipment aboard the World Food Programme ship Brave Commander. Guterres said this ship is going to load more than 50,000 tons of grain in Ukraine, the largest cargo ever coming out of the Ukraine after the war started. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky looked ahead to the country's upcoming Independence Day, saying that Russia's occupation of captured territories was temporary. Ukraine celebrates Independence Day on August 24th, which also coincides with 6 months since the Russian invasion. Hundreds of firemen battled overnight to bring a wildfire in Spain's autonomous region of Valencia under control. Small outbreaks of fires was rapidly controlled by land and air on Saturday. The fire had become one of the country's biggest fires this year, scorching more than 47,000 acres along a 137-kilometer perimeter. And breaking news coming in from Pakistan. Pakistan's Media Regulatory Authority has banned the broadcasting of live speeches of Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf That's PTI chief Imran Khan for threatening an Islamabad police official and a female magistrate during an address in Islamabad. So the live broadcast of PTI chief and former Prime Minister of Pakistan Imran Khan's speeches put a stop to, in fact banned by the Pakistani Media Regulatory Authority. And this comes after Imran Khan at a speech had made threatening speeches regarding an Islamabad police official and a female magistrate while he was addressing an audience in Islamabad. Social organizations and unions protested in favor of a normal living wage for workers in Buenos Aires. Take a look.
Social organizations and unions protested in favor of a normal living wage for workers in Argentina. The demonstration was stylized as a funeral. Participants were seen carrying a coffin as well as wreaths and a banner reading "Salary is dead."
Murió los sueños, murió la esperanza. Muchas familias no pueden mandar a sus hijos a las escuelas, a las universidades, y estos proyectos han quedado velados en este cajón, donde parte de la culpa tiene el gobierno, donde el gobierno ha velado mucho el salario vital y móvil y muchos sueños de las familias.
Left-wing groups gathered around the front of organizations in struggle which opposes the national government. Social organizations and unions marched as they demanded an increase in the minimum salary by the soaring inflation in South America, which has exceeded 70%. Agency report, Republic TV.
At least 16 people are killed and several are injured in a road crash in southeast Turkey. All the details coming up here on Republic and World this morning. Stay tuned. Also coming up after a very short break, week after author Salman Rushdie is attacked, literary community rallies in solidarity.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूँ कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
कश्मीर घाटी में आम नागरिकों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और
celebrations happening right in front of the OPS's house.
Now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway.
Staging protest against Pakistan over the civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley. On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech. Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest here against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter.
National Investigation Agency teams are leaving the house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी।
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
And in World This Morning, we bring you breaking news now from Turkey, where a fatal accident has taken place. 16 people were killed as vehicles collided. Over 24 people have been injured. In fact, the fatalities could increase. It's a fatal accident when a bus crashed into an accident site. On first responders were already at the spot when another bus comes and crashes and leaving 16 people dead, some of whom were in the bus, others were first responders. And this incident, that's the accident site where it was already an accident site before, and a bus comes and collides with first responders who were on the spot. And some of those killed were inside the bus, others were outside responding to an earlier accident. So tragic accident in Turkey leaves at least 16 dead, many injured. Exactly 1 week after an attack left author Salman Rushdie with severe injuries, the New York literary community rallied in solidarity with the acclaimed British writer. Take a look.
Exactly 1 week after an attack left author Salman Rushdie with severe injuries, the New York literary community rallied in solidarity with the acclaimed British author. New York literary community held an outdoor event of readings from his work on the steps of the New York Public Library on 5th Avenue. Kiran Desai and Tina Brown were some of the notable figures who attended the solidarity event 1 week after Rushdie was attacked as he was about to speak at a literary event in New York. Rushdie's attacker has now been indicted by a grand jury in New York and subsequently denied bail. Agency report, Republic TV.
High temperatures and drought continue to affect large areas of southern China in the country's driest summer in 6 decades. According to sources in the know, drought conditions have, and I quote, significantly increased, and it forecasts that high temperatures and no rain will still continue for at least the next 3 more days. While trucks have been sent to deliver water to residents and livestock, local authorities were ordered to use all available water sources. Chief of the World Food Programme on a visit to Kenya said there was a high probability that famine may be declared for some communities in the Horn of Africa. This comes as a drought-prone area struggles to cope amid high prices of food and fuel driven partly by the war in Ukraine and the inflation stalking many parts of the world.
Well, I think there's a high probability you could have a declaration of famine because it's not just a perfect storm. It's almost a perfect storm on top of a perfect storm. It's like a tsunami on top of a tsunami.
Nearly 1 lakh hectares of wetlands in the Parana Delta have burned due to the intentional fires that have ravaged this nature reserve in northeastern Argentina. Satellite monitoring of the fires by the National Commission of Space Activities determined that the flames devastated 95,000 hectares in the provinces of Entre Rios and Santa Fe. The Montenegro government fell in a no-confidence vote that followed a rift over relations with the powerful Serbian Orthodox Church. Lawmakers voted 50-1 to oust the government of Prime Minister Dritan, just weeks after he signed an agreement regulating the position of the Serbian Church in Montenegro. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres expressed his hope that the coordinated work between countries to move grain and products out of Ukraine and Russia may also contribute to peace being struck between both parties. During his trip to Istanbul's Joint Coordination Center, Guterres praised teams for their work on the operation.
You can imagine, I was deeply moved when I saw the World Food Programme ship that is heading to the Horn of Africa. I was deeply moved when I saw another ship, the largest until now involved in this operation, being prepared to cross the Bosphorus. And I felt that this is a work of enormous importance for humanity.
And Antonio Guterres also praised the Ukraine grain operation, calling it remarkable and inspiring, further appreciating the amount of work being carried out by inspection teams, helping to move grain and products from Ukraine.
650,000 metric tons of grain and other food are already on their way to markets around the world. I just came back from the Marmara Sea, where Ukrainian, Russian, Turkish and United Nations teams are conducting joint inspections of the vessels passing through the Black Sea on their way in or out of the Ukrainian ports. What a remarkable and inspiring operation.
Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky extended his support for the deployment of an international atomic energy agency mission to the site of the Russia-controlled plant in Ukraine. He said that with this mission, they will be able to restore security at the nuclear plant. Barcelona entered the second week of the Spanish football season, looking to restart their stalled campaign. We bring you all the details in our next report.
Barcelona enters the second week of the Spanish football season looking to restart their stalled campaign. Their opening match was a goalless draw with Rayo Vallecano that also saw Sergio Busquets sent off in the final minute. Now they face a tough visit to Real on Sunday, which could leave the club in an unfamiliar position at the bottom of the La Liga table early in the campaign. Part of the reason for the club's struggle was its inability to register all of its new signing ahead of the opener at home. Only Robert and Raphinha were added to the squad ahead of the match at the camp. It is also unclear if newly signed defender Jules Koundé has been able to register in time for the second match. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And we now bring for you updates from Somalia. In the storming of a hotel there, the toll has risen, where terrorists stormed and attacked a hotel. 40 people are now reported dead. 70 have been injured in the attack by terrorists in a high-end hotel in Somalia. So the latest casualty count is 40 dead and 70 injured. And breaking news coming in from Somalia, where we had earlier reported to you that terrorists had stormed a high-end hotel there. Latest report suggests that 40 people are now dead. The casualty count, the death count is 40, 70 have been injured. And these are Al-Shabaab terrorists attacking, as you can hear the shots of gunfire as they attacked, storming a high-end hotel in Somalia. And latest casualty figures say that 40 were killed in the gunfire in the attack on the Somali hotel and 70 are injured. Nepalese mountaineer Sanu Sherpa has set the record, climbing all 14 of the highest peaks in the world, called 8,000ers twice. He climbed all 8 peaks in Nepal above the height of 8,000 feet. Celebrations in lieu as he returns to his country. So this is the man who has climbed all the highest peaks in the world, which measure above 8,000 feet, not once but twice. The Nepalese mountaineer returns home to a warm welcome from friends and acquaintances as well as family. He is the Nepalese mountaineer who has climbed the highest peaks in the world, not once but twice. And that's all in World this morning. But coming up next in the Morning Express, CBI questions 5 accused for 12 hours in liquor scam. More CBI summons likely to happen. Following the resignation of sitting Congress legislator K. Rajagopal Reddy, Union Home Minister Amit Shah set to participate in a public rally in Telangana today. All the updates on this and more coming up in the Morning Express. Stay tuned.
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be arrested.
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
कश्मीर घाटी में आम नागरिकों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और
Celebrations happening right in front of the OPS's house.
Now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway.
Staging protest against Pakistan over the civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley.
On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Headlines at 8 a.m. Liquor scam accused questioned for 12 hours. More summons likely today. Following the resignation of sitting Congress legislator K. Rajagopal Reddy, Union Home Minister Amit Shah set to participate in a public rally in Telangana. Amid Meghalaya-Assam border dispute, Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad K. Sangma and Assam Chief Minister to hold meet in Guwahati today. Incessant rainfall wreaks havoc in Himachal Pradesh. IMD issues orange alert in the state. Islamic militants storm hotel in Somalia, engaging in hours-long exchange of fire. 40 dead in the attack. for tuning in this Sunday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. And getting in inside details of the investigation into the liquor scam case, we are told that 3 accused were called to the CBI headquarters where the statements were recorded and when they were confronted with some documents pertaining to the financial transactions that were recovered by the CBI in connection with the case. We are told that the accused were questioned for nearly 12 hours. In fact, some more accused will be called in again for another round of questioning. So more CBI summons are likely in relation to relation to the liquor case. Remember a massive face-off that has also erupted between the BJP and the AAP over the excise policy case with Manish Sisodia in the latest holding a press conference and pitching Kejriwal as the PM candidate for 2024 polls. So a lot of updates coming in. The latest what we understand is that more CBI summons are likely in this case. We'll go across to our reporters as well to get us more information, but that is the latest coming in. We are told that the accused were questioned for nearly 12 hours in the case. Remember, in the briefing that was held by Manish Sisodia, after the CBI raided his residence, Manish Sisodia said that the BJP's allegations are mere hogwash and that there is no scam in the liquor policy. Well, we have a fresh tweet that has been put out by Manish Sisodia as well. That's the tweet on your screens as well that has been put out by Manish Sisodia in relation to the case. In fact, the tweet reads, for every moment spent with children in Delhi school gives me courage and strength. For the future of the children, Arvind Kejriwal, the life of every leader is present. No conspiracy in the world will stop us from working for them. We have Madhurima who's reporting live. Madhurima, good morning. That's again a fresh tweet that has been put out by Manish Sisodia. Again, indirectly referring to that NYT article, and this of course comes in the backdrop of more CBI summons which are likely in this case.
Well, yes, absolutely. This is something that Manish Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal and the entire Aam Aadmi Party has been harping on. That how the education policy has given a new perspective to the national capital, and all this they are pressing upon the time when the entire CBI investigation and Manish Sisodia being under the light of it. And once again, Manish Sisodia has tweeted that the love of the children that he's been spending within the last year is his light and is going to save him. However, what we are learning is that the Central Bureau of Investigation is at it again, and they are trying to dig in very diligently. And what we have learned is the Delhi excise policy interrogation is taking another turn right now. 3 accused were called into CBI headquarters. 3 more of them. Their statements have been recorded. It has been taken into account by the Central Investigative Agency that what is their role, and also they are being confronted by all the evidence that has been collected from the residence of Manish Sisodia and otherwise as well. All this is coming just in consecutive days ever since Manish Sisodia's residence was raided by the CBI, and we're getting to learn that the CBI is only aggravating the entire interrogation, and they are bringing in more people, and more people will be brought in the coming days as well. We'll have to wait and watch as to how Aam Aadmi Party will really react to this entire situation, because where there have been pressing upon that they are only being targeted because of the good work that they are doing, and that the BJP government is afraid of the Kejriwal government and the popularity of the Kejriwal government. The BJP government has made it abundantly clear that how it is the excise policy, and they are even questioning the time of the withdrawal of the excise policy as well, that as and when a CBI investigation was launched into the entire matter, it is only then
the Aam Aadmi Party government in the Union Territory of the National Capital withdrew its excise policy. They're questioning the timing. That if it was correct, if it was the best, why withdraw it? So we'll have to wait and watch as to how this entire thing snowballs, because the CBI is doing its job. They are unearthing all the evidence that they need. More summons are being made to different people.
Absolutely. And Madhurima, that important remark that was made by Manish Sisodia in his press briefing, which he addressed, where he stated that he could be arrested in 2 to 3 days' time, which speaks volumes of the kind of, fear probably that is in his mind in relation to this case that the CBI is investigating.
Well, yes, absolutely, because Manish Sisodia is at the epicenter of this entire interrogation. What needs to be seen here is if Mr. Sisodia is making such comments, it could also hint that sufficient evidence has been collected by the CBI, because the raid, remember, it was around 14 hours of raid. There were multiple members of the Central Bureau of Investigation that came and scrounged through the residence of Mr. Manoj Sisodia for good 14 hours. And after that, we saw how the entire political mudslinging ensued. And after that, Mr. Manoj Sisodia is coming forward, where the BJP is entirely dubbing it as hysteria, and is saying that if he is arrested at all, it would be because of the kind of evidence that CBI will be producing in front of the court, and the court will justify his arrest as an FIR and charge sheet. Everything needs to be properly presented in front of the law, and after that only an arrest will happen. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how the courts really see through when they give the custody of the Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital. So that all has to be seen, that if whether Mr. Manish Sisodia is arrested, if he is arrested, is there enough evidence against him or not? So all these needs to be seen before Mr. Manish Sisodia making this comment, because this is what the BJP has been claiming, that whatever will happen, it's an autonomous body. It will be following the law of the land, and if any course of action is taken, it will be taken by following it.
Yes. Well, Madhurima, stay with us. Let's take a look at this report as well. A war of words and allegations that has also broken out between the AAP and the BJP as the parties hold press conferences back-to-back over Delhi's excise policy. The BJP, remember, has pointed out that the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal remains silent on the issue.
On Saturday, it was a fierce political face-off on the liquor scam.
ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
बेवड़ों की पूरी फौज खड़ी करते हो और दिल्ली की सरकार को बदनाम करते हो। सारे भाजपा शासित राज्यों में दारू पिला पिला के 22%, 20%, 19% रेवेन्यू इकट्ठा कर रहे हो और बता रहे हो कि ये बेवड़ी है।
The Congress was out on the streets burning effigies of Kejriwal's deputy.
This issue of corruption in the AAP government is something we've been raising for a very long time. Unfortunately, because they are a popular government, we were not getting resonance either from people or from media. But that never stopped us from raising every time we found that there was very, very clear indications of massive corruption in almost a large number of cases.
But briefing after briefing, the Aam Aadmi Party only obsessed over the New York Times article.
अमेरिका के सबसे बड़े अखबार न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में फ्रंट पेज पे पहले पन्ने पे भारत देश के दिल्ली शहर के शिक्षा मॉडल की चर्चा हुई है। पूरी दुनिया के भारतीयों के अंदर इतनी अच्छी फीलिंग है कि आज देश का नाम अमेरिका के अंदर रोशन हो रहा है। और देश में क्या हो रहा है? प्रधानमंत्री जी उसी शिक्षा मंत्री जिसकी शिक्षा का डंका पूरे संसार में बज रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उस शिक्षा मंत्री के घर सीबीआई भेज दी है। ये मेरे लिए भी गर्व की बात है, लेकिन मैं बहुत विनम्रता के साथ कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये खबर मेरी उपलब्धि नहीं है। ये खबर मेरी वजह से नहीं छपी कि मैंने कुछ ऐसा कर दिया जिसकी तारीफ हो रही है। ये एक्चुअली दिल्ली के टीचर्स की तारीफ है। तो आज जब न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स के फ्रंट पेज पे दिल्ली के टीचर्स का काम छप रहा है और सारी दुनिया उनकी तारीफ कर रही है, तो मैं दिल्ली के टीचर्स को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं।
न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में कैसे छप गया केजरीवाल के शिक्षा मॉडल का पूरा मामला? न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में कैसे छप गया मनीष सिसोदिया की शिक्षा क्रांति? कैसे ये फोटो छप गई? अरे न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स को तो छापना ही नहीं चाहिए था।
Now we have this vigilance report which makes it clear that at every stage of the excise policy implementation of the new one, bureaucrats, officers of departments ranging from the excise department to the finance department to the planning department to the accounts department objected to some decisions which were overruled by Manish Sisodia. It would be interesting to see how the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister responds to the points that come out of this vigilance report, which obviously would be looked at by the investigative agency CBI as well.
The CBI is likely to issue more summons soon, and the clock is ticking for Arvind Kejriwal, whose deputy says it's the best policy.
एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है। मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है और उस पॉलिसी को हम पूरी ट्रांसपेरेंसी और पूरी ईमानदारी से लागू कर रहे थे और बहुत ईमानदारी से वो पॉलिसी तैयार की गई।
Will Arvind Kejriwal sack Manish Sisodia? Explain why the policy was revoked if nothing was wrong? Or will he silently brazen it out? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, tracking the latest that is coming in with regard to Delhi's liquor policy, what we understand is that amid the excise policy Rao panel has been set up by ex-LG Bejal to file a report on non-conforming areas. In fact, so panel that has now been set up by the Delhi LG to submit a report. That's the latest coming in. Madhurima tracking all the latest on that. Madhurima, what can you tell us with respect to this panel that has been ordered to be set up by ex-LG Bejal?
Well, a report will be submitted by ex-LG Bejal because he has been brought in under the question by the Aam Aadmi Party themselves. They have in their conferences also asserted a lot of time that how Mr. Bejal, at the time when Mr. Bejal was the Lieutenant Governor, there were some discrepancies in the excise policy and it was the Aam Aadmi Party which wanted to bring it into light. So now, to make sure that all the corners are covered, this particular effort has been made where the committee formed by the ex-Lieutenant Governor is going to present a report confirming all the areas so that every nook and corner of the excise policy that was before the new excise policy is also governed, and so that if the lapses that are being questioned and are under the scanner are thoroughly scrutinized, and then an action will be taken whomsoever is responsible, and only after that responsibility will be pinned. And which is why the CBI has also aggravated their entire investigation. Now what needs to be seen is that yesterday there were 3 more people who were summoned by the CBI. They were brought in, they were questioned for over 12 hours, and after which they were let go, after which they were allowed to go. And also this needs to be highlighted that they were presented with all the financial transactions, the digital and the ones in black and white, the documents, everything that has been taken from Mr. Manish Sisodia's house when the CBI conducted searches over there. So all these evidences were presented in front of these 3 people who were called in to be interrogated by the CBI. Also what needs to be highlighted that the CBI could call them again even after 12 hours of investigation, because every nook and corner of this entire policy is being scrutinized thoroughly by the Central Bureau of Investigation so that they can finally find the loopholes that could be presented in front of the court, and the further action could be taken if, as it is being alleged by the BJP, a multiple corruption scam has happened.
Well, all right, Madhurima, we leave it at that. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that big story. And moving on to more news coming in then, Republic spoke to Mumbai top cop on terror threat. Remember, this comes after the Mumbai police traffic control received 2611-like bomb blast threat. The threat message was sent via a Pakistan number. Take a look at this report.
On Saturday, the Mumbai traffic police received multiple threat messages from a Pakistan-based number. The threats were akin to an attack like that of the 2611 Mumbai horror, which claimed at least 166 innocent lives and wounded 300 others.
11:45 पर मुंबई ट्रैफिक पुलिस कंट्रोल रूम के एक मोबाइल नंबर पर कुछ टेरर मैसेजेस हमें प्राप्त हुए। उन्होंने उसमें मुंबई को उड़ाने की धमकी दी है। उस मैसेजेस के तहत उन्होंने ही जो कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन दी है उसमें कुछ नंबर्स हमें दिख रहे हैं जो कि भारत के हैं।
The Mumbai police is on high alert following the security threat to India's financial capital. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, the Mumbai Police Commissioner assured swift action.
We are investigating thoroughly, and I would like to assure you and our citizens that we will take all necessary steps.
Further, the police have also ensured high vigil at the sea routes with the launch of Operation Sagar Kavach.
मैं मुंबई वासियों को, मुंबई शहर के सभी वासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि मुंबई पुलिस इस तरह का इस मैसेज को खासकर गंभीरतापूर्वक ले रहे हैं और इसमें अन्वेषण का इसमें कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
Moreover, the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister has assured a thorough investigation is on.
मुंबई को जो थ्रेट आई है उसको हमने गंभीरता से लिया है। उसकी तफ्तीश चल रही है, अलग अलग एजेंसी से और राज्यों से भी बात चल रही है। मैंने मुंबई पुलिस कमिश्नर को ये कहा है कि उसमें आवश्यक जो जानकारी है वो आपको और आपके माध्यम से जनता को मुहैया कराए। मुंबई के पुलिस कमिश्नर इस बारे में सारी जानकारी आप तक पहुंचाएंगे।
So far, an FIR has been filed against an unidentified person at the Worli police station regarding the threat messages. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And trouble seems shows no signs of receding for Mamta's main man, Anubrata Mondal, who's now been sent to CBI custody till 24th of August in relation to the cattle smuggling case.
In a big setback to the TMC, a special court rejected Anubrata Mondal's bail plea and extended his custody till the 24th of August. Anubrata was arrested on the 11th of August for his alleged involvement in the cattle smuggling scam and has remained in the custody of the agency ever since. In the bail hearing, the CBI lawyer claimed Anubrata has been non-cooperative from the very beginning, despite being summoned 10 times. Remember, Anubrata had skipped all summonses issued to him, citing health reasons. The CBI asserted Anubrata was highly influential and could influence witnesses in the case and also attempt to tamper evidence. The counsel also claimed that Mondal had pressurized a doctor to prescribe complete rest. Coming closely on the heels of the ED investigation into the teacher recruitment scam that led to the arrest of former Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, the TMC continues to claim central agencies are targeting TMC leaders.
ये पूरा कोर्ट का मामला है। अभी ये जो चल रहा है ये लीगल प्रोसेस है, लीगल बैटल है, तो उसके ऊपर हमारा कोई टिप्पणी नहीं है। ये बॉर्डर किसके अंडर में है रिगार्डिंग दैट पर्टिकुलर पर्सन, पार्टी ने जो कंसिडर करना था और जो स्टैंड लेना था ले लिया, पब्लिकली बता दिया, वही पार्टी का स्टैंड है। जिस इलाका में पॉलिटिकली भाजपा बैकफुट में है, तो वहाँ पर वो सेंट्रल जो फोर्सेस है उसको मिसयूज कर रहा है।
With Partha Chatterjee in jail and Anubrata Mondal in CBI custody, trouble is only mounting for the TMC.
Troubles are almost every day growing for the arrested TMC leader and the party's Birbhum district president Anubrata Mondal. Not only this, now the contractors in Birbhum district are openly claiming that Anubrata Mondal used to extort huge amount of money from every government contract in the district. What is more, on Saturday, that the CBI in the special CBI court of Asansol has claimed that Anubrata Mondal was the omnipotent facilitator of cattle smuggling in West Bengal and he was physically involved into this. So, the court has sent him to the custody of CBI for 4 more days even after the bail plea on health ground.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Kerala, where a big crackdown has been made by the Kerala police. Now, this is in relation to the Kozhikode parallel exchange, telephone exchange case, where the accused has been arrested from Wayanad. We are told the accused is identified as Shabir, who was absconding for almost a year. Now, according to police, he is suspected to be one of the 2 key accused in this case, which is the Kozhikode parallel exchange, telephone exchange case. We are told that the accused was arrested from Wayanad on Friday night. Meanwhile, the police has intensified search for the remaining 3 accused in the case. We have Ashwin tracking all those details. Ashwin, if you could put this into context for us, the details of this parallel for telephone exchange where the prime accused has been arrested by the Kerala police.
Samiksha, the prime accused known as PP Shabir has been taken into custody from Wayanad by the Kerala police on Friday night and was absconding for almost a year. Now, he has been a key suspect and the police has been on a lookout for more than a year. Police have intensified this search for him and finally he has been in the net. Now, what is this entire parallel telephone exchange? Back in June 21, 2021, a huge parallel telephone exchange was busted in Kozhikode. And when this police started inquiring more about it, they had found that there's a huge nexus of parallel telephone exchange, not just in Kozhikode, but across the state of Kerala, and followed by which the police had found out that in several districts of Kerala, including Palakkad and Ernakulam, there has been several similar parallel telephone exchange which are being operated and which was used to conduct illegal activities, including terrorism charges suspected, also of gold smuggling activities and many other illegal activities as well. Now, with this arrest, it is a huge breakthrough for the Kerala police, who has been investigating this matter of the illegal parallel telephone exchange, and what needs to be seen is like whether this nexus, which is allegedly has exchange of rupees 46 crores for setting up this entire operation, and the kind of work that has come, the illegal activities will also come out with the arrest of the prime accused. Samiksha.
All right, Ashwin, thank you so much. So that is a big breakthrough by the Kerala police in the case in which the prime accused has now been arrested. So that is the latest coming in. Now, this is in relation to the Kozhikode parallel telephone exchange case where the key accused has been arrested. The key accused has been identified as PP Shabir, who was absconding for almost a year. Now, according to the police, the suspected is said to be one of the key accused in the Kozhikode parallel telephone exchange case. Well, a big breaking coming in. This one in relation to the liquor case. We are told that a circular has been issued, a lookout circular has been issued against the Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital. So a lookout circular that has been issued by against 12 people, which also includes the Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital. So in total, a lookout circular that has been issued against 13 people. And in this lookout circular, it's been mentioned that Sisodia cannot leave the country. So that's the breaking update coming in. The lookout circular that has been issued against 13, including the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Now, this is in relation to the liquor policy case. Remember, the CBI has also in recent days conducted searches at Manish Sisodia's residence as well, and a massive face-off that has erupted between the AAP and the BJP over the liquor case. In the latest, what we understand is that a lookout circular that has been issued against 13 people, including the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Well, we have Anuj breaking that story. Anuj, if you could give us the details of this lookout circular that has been issued against Manish Sisodia as well as 12 others. Anuj, if you can hear us, give us details of this case. Latest, we understand the lookout circular that has now been issued against the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister.
Well, that's the next course of action that has been taken. We have seen the CBI raiding Manish Sisodia and raiding the others related to the excise department. And now this is the next initiative that has been taken. Let me tell you, this is the circular notice which has been issued against Manish Sisodia and 13 other, including, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, this is 13 in total, let me clarify, 13 in total, including Manish Sisodia, against whom circular notice has been issued. And if we talk about the circular notice, then let me tell you, circular notice is about that they cannot leave the country, they cannot travel out of the country, or rather they will have to inform the concerned agency, the concerned department if they are doing so. So not to go out of the country, this is called the circular notice. So now the circular notice has been issued, and this is going to be another important step which has been taken by the agencies. As we have seen yesterday, these were several people who were questioned by the agency. This was 5 in total. 5 officials were questioned by the agencies yesterday, by the CBI yesterday, and day before yesterday we have seen how this was the raid which was conducted at 31 premises across the 7 states. Now the latest what we are breaking is that the circular notice has been issued. Circular notice against Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, the Excise Commissioner. We are talking about the excise policy. We have seen how this has been, if we talk about the CBI being in action, and we have seen the CBI raiding the premises, whether being it Manish Sisodia's residence in the national capital, that's AB 17 Mathura Road, residence of Manish Sisodia. Former Excise Commissioner was raided, Deputy Commissioner was raided, and now this is the latest what we are breaking at this point in time. This is circular notice. Circular notice against Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister, the Excise Minister, having another portfolios also in the Delhi government, and 12 other. So in total, this is 13 in number. Let me remind you, if we talk about the FIR has been registered on 16 people, and now the circular notice.
Yes. Anuj, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you for just a moment. Stay with us. We'll have to take a very short break. But Anuj, they're breaking that big story for us, a lookout circular that has been issued against 13 people, including the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Well, we have Madhurima as well tracking the latest. Madhurima, what is the latest that you are picking up? We understand trouble only mounting there for the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister.
Well, yes, absolutely. It seems like the entire interrogation has taken a much more serious turn. We are reporting right outside Manish Sisodia's residence, and tension prevails all around, as we know that the entire investigation has been aggravated. Just before me, my colleague Anuj deciphered the details of the lookout notice that has been issued against 13 more people, including that Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital as well. This particular lookout notice has been issued so that to make sure that all the accused, and accused number 1, as asserted by the FIR, is Mr. Manish Sisodia, and so that they do not, do not leave for abroad, do not cross the national borders. And this is the current news that we are getting. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after this very short break, as this entire investigation against Manish Sisodia and all the other 12 accused only aggravates. We'll be bringing the faster updates for our viewers. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today. a testimony to Amity's world-class education, whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
इस पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए हैं। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be arrested.
One places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार
And breaking news coming in now in the Delhi excise policy case. A lookout circular has been issued against Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, and including 12 others. So lookout circular issued by the CBI. Total 13 people come under the purview of this lookout circular, and the circular comes after the CBI raids that were conducted for 2 days, and let's find out what it means as far as those who have been named in it are concerned. Madhurima joining us with this major breaking news. Madhurima, what do we understand from this lookout circular? What is basically the CBI trying to tell those those included in it? We believe there are around 12 or 13 names in it.
Well, yes, absolutely. There are 13 names in it. One, that of the Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital, Mr. Manish Sisodia, was under the scanner. And by issuing a lookout notice in this entire case, only asserts that the CBI is taking this case very seriously, and those who have been named as accused will not be allowed to travel abroad. They cannot leave the borders. They cannot cross the borders of India, so as to make sure that this entire investigation is done without any hampering, and so that any evidence in sort of a person cannot cross the borders of the country. All this is to make sure that all these accused could be called time and again for interrogation. They have the ability to hamper any evidence. If they travel abroad, if they move out of the country, they might take it along with them, and this could really put a break to the investigation, which is otherwise going in a very aggressive pace, as we see one after another. First day, Mr. Manish Sisodia's residence was raided, and the raid went on for 14 hours. After that, 3 more accused were called in by the Central Bureau of Investigation. interrogation, and there were 3 people, those who were called in for interrogation. The interrogation took place for 12 hours and plus, after which they were allowed to go. Also, they have been alarmed that they could be called in again. They were presented with all the documents that were seized from Mr. Manish Sisodia's residence, documents in black and white and in digital as well. All of them were presented in front of them. They were confronted with the information. The monetary transactions were also kept in front of them. They were interrogated in connection with that as well. So all in all corners are being covered by the Central Bureau of Investigation amidst the massive political mudslinging that is happening between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party, where the Aam Aadmi Party is asserting that all this CBI investigation is only happening because of the accolades that are being enthralled by the Aam Aadmi Party because of their exquisite education policy. However, the Bharatiya Janata Party is counterclaiming that. They are saying that there is nothing to be applauded in the policy, and the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to change the page of the story just so as to make sure to divert the attention. And what we see also here, that Aam Aadmi Party has also made Arvind Kejriwal as a contender for 2024 against Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. All they are saying that the Bharatiya Janata Party and the central government, as they are alleging, is behind this entire interrogation, are afraid of Mr. Kejriwal's popularity, and hence this all investigation is being carried out. However, the Bharatiya Janata Party has made it abundantly clear that if Aam Aadmi Party has nothing to hide, or if their excise policy was on point, why withdraw it at all? Because the Aam Aadmi Party withdrew its new excise policy just after the Central Bureau of Investigation started their interrogation, and an inquiry was initiated by the Lieutenant Governor. The excise policy was withdrawn by the Aam Aadmi Party, where Manish Sisodia stands by the fact that it is the number 1 excise policy. The BJP continues to question that if it was number 1, why withdraw it after all? So there's a lot of political drama along with a very serious investigation that has been initiated by the CBI, because it is being said that it was a bureaucrat, it was the Delhi secretary which brought in notice the way the entire excise policy was passed. A lot of questions are being raised. It is under the scanner that why proper number of days were not sought by the Delhi Lieutenant for the Delhi Governor, and at the same time it was also questioned by the secretary and in the interrogation that if at all this particular investigation needed certain amount of scrutinizing, but all in all it happened in haste, which alarmed the officials, and following which we saw that how the entire investigation is unraveling one after another, and especially since the raids were done here at the residence of Manish Sisodia, from where I am reporting. It's a very important case because the Bharatiya Janata Party is asserting that the Aam Aadmi Party has been changing claims. Initially, they said that they were able to earn profits of 3,000 crores due to the excise policy. At the same time, they're saying that once again the Aam Aadmi Party changed their statement, where they were saying 1,300 crores of profit that happened due to the excise policy. And then what is brought under the question is that finally when the entire tally, the balance sheet of the Aam Aadmi Party's government's finances came out, they showed it on the loss side. So this is what the BJP has been questioning, that if your new excise policy was so beneficial, how are you showing losses in the balance sheet of the budget of the Delhi government's finances? So all these questions are being raised by the BJP one after another. We'll have to wait and watch as to how the CBI, after issuing the lookout notice against the 13 accused, with accused number 1 that has been named by the Central Investigation Agency, Mr. Manish Sisodia, what kind of investigation will happen again? Will Manish Sisodia be arrested, like he's been contending that there are just 2-3 days left, and after which he will be arrested? Or will it be, will he be called in for interrogation? More grilling will happen, more raids will happen, because the CBI has been at its fastest action ever since the first raid happened here at Mr. Manish Sisodia's residence. We'll have to wait and watch as to how this entire thing unfolds, because ever since this excise policy has been brought, multiple questions have been raised by the Bharatiya Janata Party and other opposition parties as well, because they have been questioning that it is nothing but a scam. They have been alleging that the Bharatiya Janata Party has been alleging that it is one of the biggest scams of all time. Through these excise policy, Mr. Kejriwal and his government had waived multiple loans of liquor mafia. They are alleging that at the time of COVID-19, when the entire national capital was one of the major producers of COVID-19 cases, Mr. Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party were busy framing this excise policy to benefit the liquor mafia. However, the Aam Aadmi Party is contradicting the same fact by saying that it is the time around March when a liquor policy is framed, and the COVID happened at time.
Right,
it was one of the main
Madhurima,
issues that needs to be addressed.
Madhurima, when we talk about these LOCs, that's the lookout circulars that have been issued, are these the same 13 people against whom FIRs have also been filed?
Well, yes.
Madhurima will be coming back to you. Stay with us. We are talking about the Central Excise Policy and the CBI's investigation. The Central Bureau of Investigation carried out searches at 31 places. Meanwhile, the Congress too has jumped in the fray. But is it really a crusade of the party against corruption? Republic spoke with senior Congress leaders on the ground as they protested outside the Aam Aadmi Party office, and more. Take a look. Well, Alka Lamba joining us now. Ms. Lamba, when we talk about the Congress protests outside the Aam Aadmi Party office, we'd like you to tell us about what your party's stand is, because yesterday we saw that, is it a crusade against corruption as you are presenting it, as your workers told Republic yesterday?
हम 2020 जब कोरोना महामारी के बीच में लोग ऑक्सीजन से दम तोड़ रहे थे और आम आदमी पार्टी अपनी शराब की नीति बनाने में व्यस्त थी, उसके बाद से हमने दिल्ली पुलिस को खुद जाकर भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने सबूत दिए, कार्रवाई की मांग कर रहे थे। आज जो कार्रवाई हो रही है उसका हम स्वागत करते हैं, क्योंकि मुख्य सचिव की रिपोर्ट के आधार पर एलजी साहब ने सीबीआई को जांच को भी, सीबीआई का इंतजार था कि क्यों अभी तक नहीं पहुंची। स्वागत है, पहुंच गई। मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर में सारे कागज जब्त किए हैं और उसके बाद एफआईआर में उनका प्राथमिकता पर नंबर 1 पर नाम भी आया शराब माफियाओं के साथ, जिन्होंने ये सब दिल्ली को बर्बाद किया है। आज बिल्कुल हैरान करने वाला है कि दिल्ली पुलिस को लुकआउट नोटिस जारी करना पड़ रहा है। कहाँ छुप गए मनीष सिसोदिया जी? क्या देश छोड़कर भाग सकते हैं? ऐसी चिंता है कि उनके खिलाफ लुकआउट नोटिस जारी करना पड़ रहा है। ये वो कट्टर ईमानदार पार्टी है जो रामलीला मैदान में जल भ्रष्टाचार, डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह, स्वर्गीय शीला दीक्षित जी पर आरोप लगाते थे, 8 साल में साबित नहीं कर पाई ये दोनों मिलकर भी। ना नैतिकता है, थोड़ी सी भी मोरालिटी है तो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री को सत्येंद्र जैन स्वास्थ्य मंत्री और अपने शिक्षा मंत्री का तुरंत इस्तीफा लेकर उन्हें कानून का सामना करने के लिए चाहिए। लेकिन अभी तक नैतिकता दिख नहीं रही। 2024 पे चले गए हैं कि 2024 का प्रधानमंत्री और चुनाव जीतेंगे। अरे शर्म करिए, भ्रष्टाचार पर आए थे आप और आज भ्रष्ट चेहरों को लेकर आप 24 की लड़ाई लड़ने जा रहे हैं। एक छोटा ठग देश के बड़े ठग को टक्कर देगा 24 में। बात शिक्षा नीति की नहीं, शराब नीति की हो रही है। दिल्ली की महिलाओं से पूछिए तो सही, जब उन्होंने विरोध किया था ना हमारे गली मोहल्लों में शराब की दुकानें खोलकर, आप हमारे बच्चे को बर्बाद कर रहे हो, पिटवाया गया महिला मार्शल से। दिल्ली में गुस्सा भरा हुआ अरविंद केजरीवाल और सरकार के खिलाफ, इसकी इस भ्रष्ट शराब नीति के खिलाफ। लास्ट सवाल, वापस क्यों लेना पड़ा? जब सीबीआई ने जांच शुरू की तब आपने अपनी शराब नीति को वापस लिया है।
Right, Alka ji, many thanks for, we'll have to leave it at that for now. There's more breaking news coming in. Alka ji, many thanks for speaking with Republic and sharing your thoughts. So the Congress view there being presented by Congress leader Alka Lamba, who's speaking with Republic. And there you see on your screens a tweet by beleaguered Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia says must listen to this statement of Modi ji about CBI raids. If you do not listen, then you will be deprived of knowing a very big truth, says Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. And Shehzad Poonawalla on the phone line. Mr. Poonawalla, a very good morning to you. Thank you so much for speaking with Republic. But we're getting a tweet here from Manish Sisodia, the Aam Aadmi Party, coming out with its own explanation. It says here, must listen to this statement of Modi ji about CBI raids. If you do not listen, then you will be deprived of knowing a very big truth. Even as the CBI has issued a lookout circular against Mr. Sisodia, and the investigation continues against him with rapid developments. Here's what Manish Sisodia is tweeting. Your comments.
I feel sad for the desperation of Manish Sisodia and the Aam Aadmi Party, that the 15 questions that Anurag Thakur ji, I, Meenakshi Lekhi ji, Sambit Tatra ji have been asking from day one of this liquor scam have not been answered yet. Sometimes New York Times, sometimes education, sometimes 2024 mein ladai kiski hogi. Now some statement of the past which was meant for Congress to come out and defend Congress perhaps. All of these things are being done to evade 15 questions that we have put out using your channel. But not one of them has been asked. Did corruption take place in the new liquor policy? If no corruption took place, why did you scrap the new liquor policy? Is it true that Mr. Manish Sisodia went beyond the cabinet and took certain decisions? Is it true that 144 crore waiver, 30 crore EMD was given? Is it true that the operational licensing period was increased? Is it true that manufacturing and blacklisted companies were allowed to come in? Is it true that people like Nair and people like Arora were the middlemen collecting cash? What is your relationship with them? Why were they so close to you? Why were you so close to them? So instead of answering these questions, you have these masters of deviation, diversion, evasion, trying to come and do everything under the sun to protect corruption. They don't want investigation and they don't want any kind of thorough, action on corruption. My simple question is that they played all this vindictive vendetta card for Satyendra Jain. Last 2.5 months he's in jail. Court has not given him release. So are the courts also vindictive? Let's answer the questions which have been posed on the new liquor policy scam. Kindly, Mr. Sisodia, answer those 15 questions.
Right, so BJP calls out Manish Sisodia and Shehzad Poonawalla. Many thanks for speaking with Republic and sharing your thoughts.
The news is tightening around the Aam Aadmi Party and Manish Sisodia in the new excise policy row. We'll have to wait and watch as the lookout notices have been issued against 13, including Manish Sisodia. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break with all the latest update in this particular new row, including the new excise policy.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए हैं। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Congress.
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
You're watching the Morning Express on Republic, and the Central Bureau of Investigation carried out searches, as our viewers are aware, at 31 locations, including the residences of Manish Sisodia and former Excise Commissioner Arva Gopi Krishna. The Aam Aadmi Party has condemned the raids, claiming that the agency was asked from above to harass its leaders. Here's more.
Amid the storm over the CBI raids over the excise policy, a 5-member committee is likely to submit a report. The report consists of issues of liquor vends in non-conforming areas of the city. Earlier, the 5-member committee was formed in April by then Lieutenant Governor.
अगर दिल्ली के एलजी साहब ने 48 घंटे पहले उस पॉलिसी को फेल करने की साजिश के तहत अपना फैसला नहीं बदला होता, तो आज दिल्ली सरकार को इस बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी से कम 10,000 करोड़ रुपए हर साल मिल रहे होते।
Sisodia even alleged then Lieutenant Governor Anil Bypoll for creating obstruction in the process of opening of liquor stores in non-conforming areas. Bypoll hits back at Sisodia and calls him desperate and said that Sisodia blames him to save his own skin. Meanwhile, one of the committee members said a file is expected to be in High Court soon. However, the issue persisted and Sisodia has claimed the government suffered revenue losses of thousands crores as shops could not open in non-conforming areas as some zonal licenses whose all wards were conforming had a windfall gain. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Bureau of Investigation is
aggravated. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more updates on this entire.
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lahrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
You're watching the Morning Express, and in other news now, the Met Department has predicted that light to moderate rain is very likely to occur over most places in India for the next 5 days. Special rain alerts have been issued in several districts across the country. Take a look.
Heavy rains and sudden cloudbursts wreaked havoc in Uttarakhand's capital Dehradun. The tragic incident claims life of at least 4 people and left 12 injured. Police informed that 13 people are still missing. The torrential rains left collapsed bridges and submerged houses, leaving residents trapped. One of the houses in the Dhanolti area of Tehri district turned into a rubble, leaving 7 of the family members trapped under the debris. 2 bodies have been recovered so far. Following the heavy floods, SDRF has been deployed in the area. Heavy rainfall triggered landslides, flash flood and cloudburst in Himachal Pradesh. At least 22 people are reported to have lost their life in the tragic incident. According to State Disaster Management Authority, 12 people are injured and 6 are feared trapped under debris or washed away. NDRF conducted a 4-hour-long search operation when a house collapsed due to a landslide caused by the torrential rain. They further recovered 8 bodies under the debris of the collapsed house. Flash floods were also reported from 30 other districts of Himachal Pradesh. While locals and tourists have been advised to avoid going near the rivers and stream in this weather, they urge the government to take proper safety measures in the region. Chief Minister Jairam Thakur and BJP President JP Nadda expressed their grief over the deaths and said the administration is carrying out rescue operations on a war footing in affected districts. On one hand, the Indian Meteorological Department has predicted heavy rainfall in isolated places in Himachal Pradesh, especially in the districts of Chamba, Bilaspur. The Himachal Pradesh's Disaster Management Department has issued a landslide warning due to heavy rains which are predicted in the state till August 25. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And following the resignation of sitting Congress legislator K. Rajagopal Reddy, Union Home Minister Amit Shah set to participate in a public rally in Telangana today. All the details here on Republic. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए हैं। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनीष। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
on the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lahrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative.
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Headlines this Sunday morning, massive development, lookout circular issued against Manish Sisodia and 12 others. News tightens around the liquor scam accused. 13 accused, including Sisodia, cannot leave the country. After raids and questioning of 3 accused, CBI likely to summon more accused in the liquor scam. Named as accused number 1 in the FIR, Sisodia continues to deflect from scam tweets on Delhi schools. Death toll mounts to 40 in Somalia terror attack, more than 70 injured. Thanks for tuning in this Sunday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our big story remains the liquor scam case, in which the latest what we understand is that a lookout circular that has been issued against 13 people, 13 accused, including the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. So this lookout circular that has been issued against 13 people, including Manish Sisodia. In fact, the lookout circular bars Manish Sisodia as well as those against whom the lookout circular has been issued from leaving the country. That's the latest update coming in, tracking the latest on that big story. And Manish Sisodia, of course, remains defiant, tweeting and this, of course, after the lookout circular that has been issued against him and 12 others in relation to the liquor scam. Remember, there have been a lot of developments, a massive face-off that has erupted between the BJP and the AAP in relation to this liquor scam. Latest what we understand is that more summons are also likely in relation to the liquor scam case. Fresh input right now, trouble only mounting for Kejriwal's top aide, Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Madhurima is there on the ground to get us minute-by-minute updates. Madhurima, trouble there only mounting for Manish Sisodia, and of course let's not forget that press conference in which Manish Sisodia clearly said that he could be arrested in 2 to 3 days time. So there is clearly a lot of fear that is lingering in his head.
Well, absolutely. A sword is always hanging on Manish Sisodia's head. This is what he is asserting. He's saying that it could be in just a couple of days in this coming week that he could be arrested as well in the entire investigation. And he is saying that, as we know, that the CBI is tightening the noose around the entire case and specifically around the necks of these 13 accused, with Manish Sisodia being accused number 1. We know that Manish Sisodia is accused number 1 as according to the FIR that has been filed by the investigative agencies. What now needs to be noticed here is that aggravating the entire action, a lookout notice has also been issued against the 13 accused, which will make sure that none of them cross the borders of the country via any means to make sure that anybody who is embroiled in this entire interrogation remains in the country and is being supervised by the authorities, and this is all being done so as to strengthen the entire case. Even after 14 hours of CBI raid at Manish Sisodia's residence, from where we are reporting the number of evidences that have been collected by the CBI, there were 3 more accused, those who were interrogated for 12 hours and plus, and they have been given a warning that they will be called in again for more interrogation and will be presented with much more evidence that has been collected from Sisodia's residence. A political mudslinging is also happening around this entire case, where the Bharatiya Janata Party is asserting that Arvind Kejriwal government that is trying to brush the entire matter of this excise policy under the carpet by showing their education policy. The Aam Aadmi Party is saying that the BJP government and the Prime Minister himself is afraid of the popularity of Mr. Kejriwal, who could be a worthy contender in 2024 general elections. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how this entire thing snowballs, because it is just the tip of the iceberg that the CBI has hit. What all will be found, one, it really dives into the nadar of the entire excise policy, and what really comes out of it, it needs to be, it's all in store, and it needs to be watched on. Back to you.
Well, Madhurima, stay with us. Talking about these allegations and the face-off that has erupted between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, the latter, of course, has asked very specific questions pertaining to its last liquor policy, the excise policy of the Delhi government. If you could help us understand any answers coming from the AAP with regard to these specific questions that have been asked, or are they only crying foul till now?
Well, they're only crying foul. No specific answers have been given by the Aam Aadmi party's cadre, any leadership. They have been asserting is that the BJP and the entire central government is afraid of the popularity of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. This is what they're pressing upon time and again. The multiple questions that have been asked by the Bharatiya Janata Party, like if at all, like Mr. Manish Sisodia is asserting that the new excise policy was number 1, why withdraw it at any given point? Because this was only withdrawn after a CBI investigation was launched into the entire matter, after the Chief Secretary highlighted multiple loopholes in the passage of the new excise policy, and that with the haste it was passed. So that haste is also under question, that why appropriate time was not given to all the parties involved in the passage of the exercise. Why was the due process not followed? Third question that they are asking is that there are people involved in the finances of this entire excise policy. Why are they not coming forward and owning the responsibility? So such questions are being posed by the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is saying that it is nothing but a scam, because they have been stating facts that initially when the new excise policy had come and it prevailed for a substantial amount of time, they were showing around 3,000 crores of profit, and after that, all of a sudden, when the balance sheet of the budget and the finances of the Union Territory of New Delhi came, it was showing losses. So this is what the BJP is questioning, that if your excise policy was that beneficial and you were showing profits of over 3,000 crores, how are you suffering any sort of losses? And they're also questioning the timing of the framing of the excise policy, as to this happened during the COVID pandemic era, that when the entire national capital, which was facing the wrath of COVID-19, why was the Aam Aadmi Party framing such a policy? They are questioning that why where it was initially allowed that people over the age of 21 could buy liquor, it was reduced to 18. So all these questions are being put under question. They are asserting that all this was done just to make sure that they get enough funding. This is what the BJP is alleging, that the Aam Aadmi Party, through this excise policy, was trying to entice the liquor mafia, which would later help in the Punjab elections. So there's a massive web
Well, yes, Madhurima, stay with us. Hold your thoughts for just a moment. We have BJP's Gaurav Bhatia also joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response to the latest information that is coming in, the lookout circular that has been issued against Manish Sisodia as well as those accused in this case. We see that Sisodia remains defined. He's put out a tweet also trying to brazen it out, completely remaining defined. If I can get your response.
It's a process that is followed in law, and it is to ensure that these people are interrogated upon. It also gives out a strong message that nobody is above law, not even Manish Sisodia. And the people of the country have realized that Aam Aadmi Party is a party which is kattar baiman. And when the deputy CM is being probed on corruption charges, Arvind Kejriwal decides not to answer any of the questions posed by the people of the country. He also remains defiant and has not removed Manish Sisodia from the post of the deputy CM. So the Kattar Baiman is trying to brazen it out rather than being accountable to the people of the country.
And also, interestingly, what the AAP maintains is all of this comes in the backdrop of the BJP seeing competition when we talk about a lot of when we talk about the Gujarat polls, which is set to take place in a few months from now, and also the education model which the AAP says is being hailed across the globe.
See, Gujarat elections have nothing to do with the investigation that is going on. And Aam Aadmi Party giving itself certificates that we have given the Kejriwal education model or some other model has no meaning whatsoever. There is one thing which is very clear, and that is that there has been loot and corruption. And when they were supposed to take care of the people of Delhi during the COVID time, they were busy framing an excise policy which looted the people of Delhi.
All right, Gaurav Bhatia, we leave it at that. So for now, we are seeing the AAP only ducking all these specific questions that are being asked by the opposition. And also the latest, what we are tracking is that the lookout circular that has been issued against Manish Sisodia as well as those accused in this case. Madhurima, thank you for the moment. We'll keep going back to Madhurima as well, who's tracking all the latest from outside Manish Sisodia's residence. Well, moving on then, following the resignation of sitting Congress legislator K. Rajagopal Reddy, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to participate in a public rally today in Munugode in Nalgonda district of Telangana. Here's a report.
Following the resignation of sitting Congress legislator K. Rajagopal Reddy, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to participate in a public rally today in Nalgonda district of Telangana. It comes a day after Telangana CM K. Chandrasekhar Rao addressed a public rally on Saturday in the constituency of Munugode, indicating TRS party's preparedness for the by-election. Meanwhile, reacting on CM KCR's public rally, BJP MLA Etala Rajendar called it a trivial move.
एक महीने पहले राजगोपाल जी ने अमित शाह मुनुगोड आ रहा है, उसी पब्लिक मीटिंग में मैं जैन होने वाला हूं बोल के प्रकटित करने के बाद, घोषित करने के बाद 21 में मीटिंग है बोल के मालूम होने के बाद केसीआर जी कैसा आता, कैसा हमारा मीटिंग डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए, प्रजा को डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए वो काम कर रहा है। कॉम्पिटिटिव लगेगा ये मीटिंग? कॉम्पिटिटिव नहीं, वो चिल्लर काम है, वो कॉम्पिटिशन नहीं है।
Amid the tussle between TRS and BJP, CM KCR hits out at the Saffron Party.
ఇది ప్రజాస్వామ్యమా, అహంకారమా, బలుపా, అధికార మదంతో కళ్ళు మూసుకొని పోయినాయా? ఏంది ఇది దేశమా, అరాచకమా? ఎవరిని పడితే వాళ్ళను.
Munugode former Congress MLA Rajagopal Reddy, who resigned from the party earlier, will now join Shah at Munugode Samara Bheri meet. Munugode Assembly by-election comes as a bolt for three political parties: TRS, Congress and BJP. With assembly elections in 2023, ruling party TRS and BJP both are in the race to claim victory. Ahead of the rally, BJP is confident of its victory in the assembly elections.
21st को जो पब्लिक मीटिंग हो रहा है वो बहुत बड़ा पब्लिक मीटिंग होता है। इसके बाद इलेक्शन का जो कैंपेन शुरू होता है, हुजराबाद में हमारा भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ता एंड लीडर्स जो कलेक्टिव काम किया है उसी तरह वहाँ पे भी करेंगे।
All eyes are now on Munugode, one of the key polls in the run-up to the assembly election. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So closely tracking the visit of Amit Shah to Telangana, we are told that Amit Shah will visit the Munugode constituency where the bypolls will be taking place. In fact, in the latest, what we understand is that posters that have now come up in Telangana's district saying bye-bye Modi. In fact, those are the kind of posters that have been put up in Telangana. Remember, Amit Shah will be visiting Telangana today. He will visit the Munugode constituency where the bypolls will take place. Aniri is reporting live from Hyderabad. Aniri, we understand that posters have been put up against the Prime Minister in Telangana as we speak. Take us through the details.
Well, that's right, Samiksha. We have been seeing that a day after Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao held a massive public meeting questioning the central government, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, over various issues and what they have done for the Telangana state. But now we also see that ahead of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Telangana, now there are posters which have come up in the state and specifically in Hyderabad where they say that bye-bye Modi. And this is not the first time we have been seeing such posters coming up. Earlier also, when Union Home Minister Amit Shah or Prime Minister Narendra Modi was to visit Hyderabad or Telangana, then such posters used to come up, and these posters are now being put up across the state of Telangana. This comes just ahead of Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Munugode constituency, where we will be seeing a massive bypolls, and this bypolls are set to be a crucial one just ahead of the 2023 state assembly elections, as Telangana will be seeing assembly elections next year. So this bypolls is a crucial one. Well, all the three parties, let it be the TRS, BJP and the Congress, all three are pretty confident of winning this bypolls, as the sitting Congress MLA, Komatadi Rajgopal Reddy, had resigned from the MLA post and from the Congress party, and now he is also going to join Union Home Minister Amit Shah in BJP in presence of Amit Shah. And so this is going to be a crucial bypolls just ahead of the state assembly elections. And so we are seeing that all the political parties have geared up for this bypolls, where we see that yesterday KCR and also TPCC Chief Rewat Reddy were there at the constituency.
Yes, and Aneri, talking about the past visits by the central government, we've seen how the Prime Minister, just a few months back when he visited Telangana, we saw the kind of resistance that was put up in Telangana, be it Chief Minister KCR himself, who did not even go to receive the Prime Minister when he visited the state.
Well, that's right. That was not the first time where Telangana Chief Minister did not welcome the Prime Minister. Well, earlier also he had done that, and the TRS says that it is not a protocol to welcome the Prime Minister. Well, now we see that Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also set to visit Munugode Bypoll-bound constituency, where we will be seeing a massive public meeting taking place of the Bharatiya Janata Party and a show of strength from the BJP just ahead of the bypolls, which are likely to take place in the month of November or December, is what we are being told. However, the dates are not yet announced, but yes, all the political parties are geared up. Congress says they will retain the seat, but however, now the massive face-off between the TRS and the BJP remains to be seen, as the former Congress leader, Komatadi Rajgopal Reddy, will be joining the BJP. So will the BJP be able to win in this constituency or not remains to be seen.
Yes. Aniri, if you could talk to us more about these bypolls which are all set to happen. We understand it's going to be a pitched battle between the TRS, BJP and the Congress.
That's right, Sameksha. We have been seeing that next year in Telangana, we will be seeing the state assembly elections which will be taking place. Earlier also, there were Huzurabad bypolls which happened, and now that was said to be a crucial bypoll. But now, after Huzurabad, we are seeing that the Munugode constituency bypolls are said to be crucial one, a high battle campaigning from all the political parties. Well, though the dates for the elections are not yet announced, all the political parties have been gearing up for this bypolls, as they say that they are very confident of winning it. But also at the same time, just few days back, we had seen that the BJP state president Bandi Sanjay had also held a Padyatra there, as he is in the third phase of his Padyatra. His Padyatra had passed from the Munugode constituency, which also seems to be a political campaigning for the elections. And now, yesterday, we had seen that the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao had held a massive public meeting when he had taken a road show. There were a massive road show of strength by the TRS leaders. There were massive rallies which were taken up starting from Hyderabad till Munugode, and also TPCC Chief Revanth Reddy was there as a part of campaigning and also as a part of Rajiv Gandhi's anniversary. So we are seeing a massive political battle for Munugode bypolls here.
Yes. Well, Aneri, thank you for taking us through all those details. So all eyes will be on Amit Shah's visit to Telangana today, where he will be addressing a rally, the rally that he will be addressing in Munugode, as the constituency is all set to go for bypolls in a few months' time. And a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will address a public meet in Telangana's Munugode today in conjunction with the Munugode constituency bypolls. The BJP Rajya Sabha MP K. Lakshman said that Telangana politics will shift as a result of the Munugode by-election. The people who are fed up with the TRS party's dominance and want Telangana to change, which can only be accomplished by the BJP. Mumbai Police Crime Branch detained a person from the Virar area in connection with 26/11-like terror attack threat message which was received by the Mumbai Traffic Police. Mumbai Police is investigating a WhatsApp message warning of a 26/11-like terror attack in the city that was received on WhatsApp number of the Mumbai Police from a Pakistan-based number. "70 people were rescued after their boat was washed away near the mouth of the sea during a strong current in Mahanadi area river in Kendrapara district of Odisha. The incident occurred at Mahakalpada on Saturday evening. Fortunately, no casualty was reported in this accident. The movement of pilgrims to Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine in Katra town in Raisi district of J&K will resume today after temporarily being suspended due to inclement weather conditions. The yatra was suspended since Saturday evening. The police and Central Reserve Police Force have already been deployed and situation is being monitored by the board. And more breaking news coming in, this one from Tamil Nadu, where AIMS report has now has made it amply clear that there were no lapses in the treatment that was given to Jai Jayalalitha at the Apollo hospitals. The AIMS medical board has concluded that there was no error in the medical treatment that was given to late former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Jayalalitha. In fact, the Supreme Court had, remembered, in 2021 directed the AIMS to constitute a medical board to assist the retired Justice Commission that is probing her death. Jayalalitha was admitted to Chennai's Apollo hospitals on September 22nd in 2016 and was there for 75 days till she passed away. The latest what we understand is that the AIMS report that is now out, which clearly states that there was no error in the medical treatment that was given to late former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. We have Varshini getting us those details. Varshini, the AIMS report makes it clear that there were no lapses in regard to the treatment that was given to Jayalalitha. Take us through the details.
Hospitals have been fighting from day one in this inquiry commission that was formed under retired Justice Armugas. because there has been several inquiries that took place under the commission, and the Apollo doctors who gave treatment to Jayalalitha during the course of a stay at the hospital in 2016 was again and again probed by the commission, and the doctors had to again and again attend these inquiry sessions so that they will be able to give all the answers that were necessary to probe the death. And finally, Arumugaswamy Commission had appealed in the Supreme Court. They have moved a petition to the Supreme Court. The Apollo hospitals had moved a petition stating that they need help from the AIMS, the Medical Board of AIMS, so that they will be given release from this probe that they have to undergo time and again. And according to the order of the Supreme Court in number 30 last year, that directed the AIMS to constitute a particular board of doctors so that they can look into all the treatment that was given by Apollo hospitals for Jayalalitha, so that they can accredit if that was the correct treatment that was given to her or not. And finally, how the report has been submitted, a 3-page report, there was no errors in any of the treatment that was given to Jayalalitha, and all the treatment methods that was followed by the Apollo hospitals in Chennai was that would have been the same procedures that would have given to her if she were admitted in any other hospital, is what the report says. Therefore, this is a big relief that we can see for the Apollo hospitals, as the Arumugaswamy Commission will be, submitting reports to the Tamil Nadu government and to the Supreme Court anytime now, and the next step of this whole probe will be beginning anytime. Therefore, this can be seen as a big relief to Apollo hospitals, because they were the ones who've been fighting for those.
All right, Varshini, we leave it at that. So, Varshini, they're reporting on the story coming in from Tamil Nadu, where the AIMS report has made it clear that there was no lapse or error in the medical treatment that was given to the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Jayalalitha.
A lookout notice has been issued against 13 accused in the liquor excise policy row, including Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital, Manish Sisodia. This means that he'll not be able to travel abroad under any circumstances. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after this very short break, keeping you ahead of this news.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech. Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest here against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter.
National Investigation Agency teams are leaving the house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया, अब
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
The headlines at this hour: massive development. Lookout circular issued against Manish Sisodia. Total number of lookout circulars against nearly 13 people. And news titans around liquor scam accused. 13 accused, including Sisodia, cannot leave the country. After raids and questioning of 3 accused, CBI likely to summon more accused in liquor scam. Named as accused number 1 in FIR, Sisodia continues to deflect from the scam tweets on Delhi schools. Death toll mounts to 40 in Somalia terror attack, more than 70 injured. And you're watching live and breaking on Republic. I'm Rukman. Breaking news coming in now. Delhi Deputy CM and Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia reacts to the lookout circular, the LOC, issued against him by the CBI. In connection with the Delhi excise policy scam case, Sisodia tweets, and I quote, "All your raids are spread, nothing found. Not found ek paise ki hera feri. Now you have issued a lookout notice that Manish Sisodia is not available. What is this gimmick, Modi ji? I am roaming freely in Delhi. Tell me where to come. I cannot find you." Manish Sisodia reacting to the lookout circular. Madhurima to take us through this latest development. Madhurima, Manish Sisodia, after the lookout circular is issued against him, he questions that tell me, where should I come?
Well, yes, absolutely. Manish Sisodia trying to save his face by time and again asserting over the fact that there is nothing that can be found against him, because he's been highlighting the point over here is that there is nothing corrupt going on in the excise policy. In fact, it is the number 1 policy that could have been issued ever. And now that a lookout notice has been issued against him, including 12 others as well, he comes out and tweets as to that where is anything that has been investigated by the Central Bureau of Investigation, where is any evidence, because after even 14 hours of the raid that underwent here at Manish Sisodia's residence from where we are reporting, there's Manish Sisodia is saying that nothing has been found yet. However, the CBI has aggravated its entire modus operandi. They have called in around 3 more people for questioning. They have questioned them for 12 long hours and have also alerted them that they could be called again. They have been presented with multiple documents that have been seized from Manish Sisodia's residence. There have been multiple digital evidence as well that have been collected by the offices of this Central Bureau of Investigation during the 14-hour raid that happened earlier this week. And what needs to be highlighted here is that multiple financial transactions, the note of that have also been kept in front of these 3 accused who have been grilled by the CBI in detail. So all that has been brought in by the CBI and they are trying to build up the case, while Manish Sisodia keeps his stand firm on the fact that he is not corrupt. The excise policy has no loops whatsoever being highlighted by the BJP or otherwise as well. So he's keeping his ground firm, he's keeping his stand firm and is insisting on the fact that nothing has been found against him. Time and again he continues to highlight his education policy and the accolades the Aam Aadmi Party and Manish Sisodia are enthralling because of that. First the article in the NYT, and of course then there was an entire revolving around his Singapore visit as well, and now because of the lookout notice.
Right, Madhurima, we'll be coming back to you. Going across to Sardar R.P. Singh. Sardar R.P. Singh, we just saw that tweet by Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, and he says, "I'm roaming freely in Delhi. Why the lookout circular against me?" Your reactions?
I thought he's a well-educated person. Lookout notice is for people who should not escape the country. It's not for that he can't go around in the country. It's only that he should not run away from the country. And then there's a notice for various airports and various other agencies to ensure that the man doesn't run away from the country. That's all. And then since the cases are on him and this heat is building on him, so there is a fair chance that he might escape to some other country. That's what happened with earlier such fraudsters.
Right. Sardar RP Singh, and we'll have to leave it at that for now. Many thanks for speaking with Republic. And Saurav Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party now joins us. Saurav, we just saw this the response of Manish Sisodia in that tweet. He says, "I'm roaming freely in Delhi. And you have issued a lookout circular against me." What is the Aam Aadmi stand at this point? Even as they're denying the charges, the CBI continuing on with its investigations, moving forward with new steps every day.
I think the whole nation has seen that CBI was in 31 locations across the country on Janmashtami. They did not find anything anywhere. There was no seizure. There was no cash recovery. There was no gold recovery. There was no recovery of any Benami property anywhere. Because it is a protocol that the agency will then release a press note saying that we have recovered this. So there's basically recovery of nothing. And on the top of that, the deputy CM worked with CBI for like 14 hours at his own residence. And now, the next day, the deputy CM did press conferences, addressed the media. He is in Delhi at his home. He has been tweeting continuously. And the CBI, the premier agency of investigation in my country, is issuing and he is in Delhi. He is being cooperating with CBI. This is such a misuse of our agencies and kind of it is shamelessness on the part of the government that they are doing this. That's why Manish Sisodia has asked the Honorable Prime Minister, if you are not able to locate me, let me know where do I have to come. If the Prime Minister wants to meet him, he can come and join the Prime Minister. This is very strange. You issue lookout notices when somebody is absconding. You don't know where he is. You're afraid that he has fled the country. And secondly, people who
Mr. Bharadwaj, the BJP meanwhile says...
Yeah, BJP can say something.
Right. Mr. Bharadwaj, the BJP says that you're talking about schools, you're talking about education, you're talking about your achievements in that direction, when the questions that are being asked are completely different. It's not a question, the lookout circular is, that's what the BJP says. It's not that you cannot roam freely in Delhi. It's that you cannot leave the country, as others implicated in such scams earlier have done so. That's what the BJP says. Your response?
I was on your channel at 7 p.m. when Shehzad Poonawala of BJP was there. And I gave him a free hand to ask as many questions on excise. I answered all of them. And if you want, you can play that video, 7 p.m. Nav Bharat, which is anchored by Aishwarya Kapoor. He was so embarrassed in the debate that he did not have answers, He was asking stupid things and I answered everything. So it's not about questions on excise and not being answered. The problem is BJP cannot see Aam Aadmi Party rising. They are nervous that Aam Aadmi Party is going to Gujarat. They cannot digest this. And
many thanks, Mr. Bharadwaj, for speaking with Republic once again. Saurav Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party there, and earlier we heard Sardar RP Singh of the BJP. So two contrasting views, even as Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, who is one of the accused in the mega liquor scam that has just exploded. The CBI continuing with its investigations, now issuing a lookout circular. Manish Sisodia tweeted a short while back saying that I'm roaming freely in Delhi. Your raids are spread, but not even a single paisa has been recovered in terms of single paisa of Hera Fairy. That's what his tweet says. even as the BJP continues to maintain that its questions are not being answered and that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to deflect by pointing out its achievements in the field of education. And Madhurima to take us through more of what's happening. Madhurima, well, when we talk about the action that the CBI has taken, there have been FIRs lodged, there's now this lookout circular. Take us through, well, how back-to-back developments have taken place in this, and the Aam Aadmi Party, it's continuing to maintain that the latest tweet says it's all in fact. The Aam Aadmi Party stand that not even a single paisa of Hera Fairy has been discovered.
Well, it all started with the 14-hour-long raid that took place here at Manish Sisodia's residence from where I'm reporting. It all started there when the CBI knocked the doors of the Deputy Chief Minister's residence here in the national capital. What needs to be noticed here, ever since then, the Aam Aadmi Party, including the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, also the Deputy Chief Minister, have been crying foul and asserting over the fact that it is because of the new education policy and the traction, the global traction it is bringing, that the central government is not able to digest it, and hence this political vendetta of sending the CBI to his residence is happening. This is what the Aam Aadmi Party top rung, including the Chief Minister of the national capital, Mr. Kejriwal, has been claiming. But the CBI is doing its job, and after a 14-hour-long raid at multiple locations that were under the scanner, the CBI has collected enough evidence, and now they are summoning people one after another. They have already summoned 3 accused, grilled them for 12 hours, presented all the document in hard paper as well as in digital in front of them. Monetary transaction have also been presented in front of them, and they have been questioned with all the evidence that has been seized, or all has been seized from Mr. Sisodia's residence. However, Mr. Sisodia is standing firm on the ground that there is nothing wrong in the excise policy and is the #1 excise policy that has been brought in ever. We'll have to wait and watch as to how this entire lookout circular notice and the politics around it unfolds. Back to you.
Right. We'll of course wait, and many thanks, Madhurima, for keeping us in tune with all the latest in this regard, and you keep your eyes on that story. Meanwhile, in other top national news, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will address a public meeting in Telangana's Munugode today in conjunction with the Munugode constituency by polls. BJP Rajya Sabha MP K. Lakshman has said that Telangana politics will shift as a result of the Munugode by-election. People are fed up with the TRS's dominance and want Telangana to change, which can only be accomplished by the BJP. Mumbai Police Crime Branch detained a person from the Virar area in connection with a 26/11-like terror attack threat message received by Mumbai Traffic Police. Mumbai Police are investigating a WhatsApp message warning of a 26/11-like terror attack in the city, received on the WhatsApp number of the Mumbai Police Traffic Control from a Pakistan-based number. "70 people rescued after their boat was washed away near the mouth of the sea due to strong currents in the Mahanadi River in Kendrapara district. The incident occurred at Mahakalpada on Saturday evening. Fortunately, no casualties have been reported. The movement of pilgrims to Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine in Katra town in Riyasi of Jammu and Kashmir will resume after a temporary suspension due to inclement weather conditions today. The yatra was suspended since Saturday evening. Police and Central Reserve Police Force have already been deployed, and the situation is being monitored by the board. Congress calls a meeting of senior leaders at party headquarters on the 23rd of August to deliberate on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress plans to embark on Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari on 7 September under leadership of party leader Rahul Gandhi, and the 148-day march will culminate in Kashmir. Video of the landslides triggered by torrential rains. Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur directs deputy commissioners of the state to ensure immediate relief and rescue operations besides deploying men and machinery at strategic points. Thakur says central government would be requested to send additional central teams to undertake relief and rehabilitation work. Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao goes to Munugode Assembly constituency to launch Telangana Rashtra Samiti's campaign for the upcoming Munugode by-elections. KCR lambasted the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Modi government at the centre. And a video coming in from Uttarakhand where SDRF is seen rescuing a family trapped at a resort after the water level increased in the Pauri Garhwal area.
Water words escalate between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP on the issue of CBI raids at the residence of Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as both the parties continue to attack each other. Stay tuned for more updates.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
कश्मीर घाटी में आम नागरिकों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और
celebrations happening right in front of the OPS's house.
Now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway.
Staging protest against Pakistan over the civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley. On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech. Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest here against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter.
National Investigation Agency teams are leaving the house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir.
And breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. The crackdown on terror backers continues as Jammu police raids continue for the second straight day in terror funding cases. Already, the Jammu and Kashmir police has had a major success even as it has cracked down on terror with these raids. It's day 2 of the raids as they continue. And raids had nabbed terror finances side, raids at unknown locations, and teams led by SDPO rank officer is carrying out the raids even as we speak. It's the second day of the raids in the terror funding cases. And Gursimran to take us through what's happening. Gursimran, we believe that the crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir continues, and this time it's the terror funders who are under the scanner as the Jammu and Kashmir undertakes these raids for the second straight day today. Take us through what's happening.
Terror finances are under scanner of the Jammu and Kashmir police, and we are getting to know that the raids are on at undisclosed locations for the second consecutive day. Important to mention that yesterday 4 houses were searched that were linked to the terror financer Amit Mir, who was arrested from the bus stand area of Jammu day before yesterday, and his arrest led to subsequent another arrest of Mohammad Yasin from the Mina Bazaar area of New Delhi. 17 lakh rupees cash were recovered from the possession of these two, and after this now the raids are on to nab another terror financer named Syed, who has been on the run soon after the arrest of 2 terror financing operators were made by Jammu police and Delhi police in the operation that was carried out by the Jammu police. Now we are getting to know that as TPO rank officer is at present in Punch, wherein the raids are being carried out at undisclosed location so as to nab this terror financer Syed. We are getting to know that more than 3 to 4 crore rupees is the amount that has been pushed into terror financing by this module of Lashkar and Al-Badr, and now the searches are on to nab this because some of the key bank accounts and digital evidences that were seized by the Jammu police yesterday during investigation and analysis of these accounts, it has come into being that the transactions are going above 3 to 4 crore rupees, which is a big amount. This all was pushing into the terror financing. We'll be continuing with this story right after this short break.
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be arrested.
Places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
कश्मीर घाटी में आम नागरिकों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और
Celebrations happening right in front of the OPS's house.
Now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway.
Staging protest against Pakistan over the civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley. On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
And you're watching live and breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and in news now coming in from Somalia once again, 40 people are reported dead and over 70 were injured as a result of the attack by Al-Shabaab terrorists in a hotel in the capital Mogadishu. Al-Shabaab spokesperson Adiasis Abu Musab has said the group have repelled more than 15 attacks launched by the government troops. Here's more.
Islamic militants have stormed a hotel in Somalia's capital, engaging in an hours-long exchange of fire with the security forces. This attack has left at least 40 people dead. In addition, at least 70 people were wounded in this attack, and security forces rescued many others, including children, from the scene at Mogadishu's popular Hayat Hotel. The attack started with explosions outside the hotel before gunmen entered the building. Somali forces were still trying to end the siege of the hotel almost 24 hours after the attack started. The Islamic extremist group Al-Shabaab, which has ties with Al-Qaeda, claimed responsibility for the attack. This is the latest of its frequent attempts to strike places visited by government officials. The attack on the hotel is the first major terror incident in Mogadishu since Somalia's new leader Hassan Sheikh Mohamud took over in May. Agency report, Republic TV.
And breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. AIIMS reports say no lapses in treatment given to former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Jayalalitha, at Apollo hospitals. The AIIMS Medical Board has concluded that there were no errors in the treatment that was given to the late former CM of Tamil Nadu. The Supreme Court had in 2021 directed AIIMS to constitute this medical board to assist in this particular probe. But we have with us now Varshini from there to tell us about this latest development. Well, Varshini, we believe that AIIMS has given a clean chit to Apollo hospitals in as far as the treatment of the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Jayalalitha, is concerned.
Absolutely, yes. The Apollo hospitals have been fighting since day one for a relief from the probe that was going on, under the retired Justice R. Mugasamy. And the Apollo hospitals did not have, they did not have a relief because they have been time and again called for the inquiries by the commission. Therefore, the Apollo hospitals did move to the Supreme Court. They did ask about, a relief from this inquiry, and that's when, that's when the Supreme Court in November 30, 2021 ordered the AIIMS Medical Board to constitute a board commission, particularly to follow up with all the procedures that was done to J. Jayalalitha during her period of stay in the Apollo hospitals. And now the Apollo hospitals has been given a clean sheet. The AIIMS Medical Board has given a 3-page report where they have mentioned that all the procedures, all the medical treatments that was given to J. Jayalalitha was under protocol, and that was very necessary, and they have taken the right steps as for treatment. Therefore, this comes as a big relief for the Apollo hospitals in this R. Mugasamy Commission's inquiry. Therefore, the report by R. Mugasamy will also be, submitted very soon now, and now the Apollo hospitals can sit back and see how this inquiry and how the report is being submitted by the, R. Mugasamy Commission.
Well, when we talk about, so it's clean chit given to Apollo hospitals after a long fight in the case of the probe into the death of a former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, J. Jayalalitha. The AIIMS report says no errors in its treatment, and more details coming up. Stay tuned.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be arrested.
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश
Question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question.
Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Headlines at 10 a.m. Massive development. Lookout circular issued against Manish Sisodia and others accused named in the FIR. News titans around the liquor scam accused. 14 accused, including Sisodia, cannot leave the country. Named as accused number 1 in the FIR, Sisodia in Delhi says, I'm in Delhi, then why the lookout circular? After raids and questioning of 3 accused, CBI likely to summon more accused in the liquor scam. Death toll mounts to 40 in Somalia terror attack, more than 70 injured. Thanks for tuning in this Sunday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast as well. Our top focus remains the probe into the excise policy case. Latest what we understand is that a lookout circular that has been issued against 14 people accused in this case, which also includes Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who continues to remain defined. In fact, a fresh tweet that has been put out by Manish Sisodia as well with regard to the lookout circular that has been issued against him. In fact, the tweet says that all your raids are spread, nothing has been found, no money has been recovered. In fact, now you have issued a lookouts notice that Manish Sisodia is not available. What is this gimmick, Modi ji? I'm roaming freely in the national capital. Tell me where to come. I cannot find you, unquote. That's a tweet that has been put out by Manish Sisodia questioning the lookout circular that has been issued against him. In fact, calling it a gimmick by the central agencies. We have our reporters on the ground tracking all the latest on the big story that we are tracking. We have Piyush, Anuj and Harsha as well, and Madhurima as well. Let me first go across to Piyush. Piyush, a lot of developments since early morning. Latest we understand is that Sisodia has now questioned the lookout circular that has been issued against him. Take us through the details.
Well, yes, Samiksha, what we are now learning is that a lookout circular has been issued against the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, and the meaning of the circular is that all the accused, including Manish Sisodia, cannot leave the country. Though CBI has issued this as a precautionary thing because it does not want to take any kind of chance, and that is why this notice has been issued asking all the accused not to leave the country. At the same time, the investigation continues to take place. Remember that yesterday itself, Central Bureau of Investigation had summoned all the alleged accused in this very case, and thorough investigation was done. 5 people who have been named in the list were from Delhi, and they were summoned yesterday. More are likely to be summoned, but on this lookout notice which has been issued by the agency, Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is coming out and hitting at Modi-led government and saying that I am here in Delhi, where to come, tell me, I'm not scared of going to jail. This is what Manish Sisodia is saying. So politics continues to escalate on this issue of CBI raids at Manish Sisodia's residence. But the point is here that did actually corruption took place, or if it took place, then how the investigation is further going to take place. BJP is now asking serious questions from the Aam Aadmi Party as to why the excise policy was rolled back when the recommendations were given by the LG to CBI for probe into this entire matter, if the policy of the Delhi government was so correct. So BJP continues to ask questions from Manish Sisodia. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is saying that this is being done because the BJP-led government in the center is afraid of the growing popularity, is afraid of the good work which is being done by the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi in the sectors of health as well as education. At the same time, we are now seeing new trend which is being pitched by Aam Aadmi Party, and that's Arvind Kejriwal against Narendra Modi in 2024. So Aam Aadmi Party continues to make it a political and continue to yield political points out of this. But on this other side, CBI continues to investigate. Yesterday, 5 people were summoned. Today, what you are now learning is that lookout circular has been issued. Manish Sisodia is now of the view that he could be arrested in 2 to 4 days, and that is why we have also seen as to how he coming out with that tweet and saying that I am not scared at all and will continue to cooperate with the agency.
Yes. Well, Piyush, stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on this big story. So that's the latest coming in. And as Piyush was telling us, AAP continues to remain defined. In fact, ducking all these specific questions that have been asked by the BJP, as well as a massive face-off that has erupted over the liquor case. Latest, what we understand is that the circular that has been, lookout circular that has been issued against 14 accused in connection with the liquor policy case. Sisodia, of course, questioning there the lookout circular that has been issued against him, saying that he's there in the national capital and that he's nothing to hide in connection with the liquor policy of Delhi. Well, more breaking news coming in. This one from JNK, where the PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has been put under the house arrest. That is the latest coming in. Mufti, the PDP chief has been put under house arrest. She was expected to visit Shopian. Latest, what we understand is that Mufti, who's now been put under the house arrest. We'll go across to Gursimran as well to get us more information. We have Zeenat as well tracking those details for us. Zeenat, if you could give us the context of this PDP chief who's now been put under the house arrest.
See, Mehbooba Mufti, who is also the PDP chief, she has been put under house arrest by the administration. As per Miss Mufti, she was supposed to visit the family of Sunil Kumar in Chotigam, Shukran. In the terror attack recently, Sunil Kumar lost his life when the brother was injured, and he was also being treated at the 92-based hospital in based hospital in Srinagar. Now we are also seeing that the Miss Mufti has been making a lot of allegations as far as the towards the government of India, where she says that the government of India wants to push the plight of Kashmiri Pandits under the rug because of the callous policies that have led to the unfortunate target killings in the Kashmir Valley. Projecting the mainstream as their enemy is why she has been put under house arrest. This is what Miss Mufti is stating, as the administration is not allowing her to visit the family of Sunil Kumar and also Pintu Kumar, who is still admitted in the hospital. Although we are picking from the administration that Shopian Chotigam is not a place where such a visit is possible because of the terror incident.
ये देश को नंबर 1 बनाने पे काम करे। अब मनीष सिसोदिया को नंबर 0 बना दो, अरविंद केजरीवाल को नंबर 0 बनाने की सारी साजिशें कर लो, इससे क्या होता है? इससे देश थोड़ी नंबर 1 बनेगा। देश तो नंबर 1 बनेगा जब देश के प्रधानमंत्री बैठ के, सारे मुख्यमंत्री और सब लोग बैठ के 24 घंटे हेल्थ के बारे में सोचें, एजुकेशन के बारे में सोचें, काम करने के बारे में सोचें। ये सोचते हैं कैसे बस विपक्ष की सरकार को गिरा दो, कैसे सीबीआई का मिसयूज कर लो, कैसे ईडी का मिसयूज कर लो, कैसे किसी को नोटिस दिला दो। अब की बार तो देश की जनता लुकआउट नोटिस देगी और 2024 में देगी और पूछेगी कि बड़े बड़े वादे करके कहाँ चले गए। अब देश की जनता लुकआउट करेगी 2024 में।
घंटे की रेड हुई कल, जो एफआईआर में डालने उन लोगों को बुलाया गया, आज लुकआउट नोटिस जारी हुआ, लग रहा है हर दिन इसमें
इनका अब काम यही रह गया है। यही तो कह रहा हूँ, 75 साल से सत्ता में बैठ के यही करते आ रहे हैं ये लोग, और अभी भी यही कर रहे हैं। इनको समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि देश महंगाई का सॉल्यूशन चाह रहा है, इनको समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि देश बेरोजगारी का सॉल्यूशन चाह रहा है। इंडिया को नंबर 1 बनाने की एक तरफ अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बात कर रहे हैं, और ये सुबह से शाम तक बैठ के सीबीआई, ईडी किसके यहाँ भेजना है उसी पे बात करते रहते हैं।
आज आप लोग गुजरात कल जाने वाले हैं, गुजरात दौरा है, महत्वपूर्ण दौरा, पीएम की क्या था, शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य की बात होगी वहाँ पे?
नहीं, गुजरात के चुनाव भी होगा, और गुजरात में भी इस बार चुनाव शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य के बेस पे होगा।
That was Manish Sisodia's response to the lookout circular that has been issued against him. We have Piyush on the ground reporting from outside Manish Sisodia's residence as well. We'll go across to Piyush to get us more details on this case. Latest, what we understand is that the Aam Aadmi Party continues to call it a vendetta, whereas several specific questions that have been asked from the AAP pertaining to its excise policy have not been answered so far. Remember, lookout circular that has been issued against 14, including Manish Sisodia, who has been named as number 1 accused in the FIR that has been registered in the case. Piyush, they're tracking all the latest. Piyush, if you could take us through the details of this case, also the specific questions that have been answered, that beg your pardon, that have been asked from the AAP, for which no answers have been given so far by the AAP pertaining to its liquor policy that has now been rolled back.
Well, Samiksha, we need to understand that so far Manish Sisodia per se has not been interrogated. His house was only raided, and he himself mentioned that his devices, including a mobile phone, his computer, was seized by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The raids went on for more than 14 hours. Each and everything inside his house was thoroughly checked. His vehicle was also checked. Every room was checked, and that was done looking at the serious allegations those were there on Aam Aadmi Party-led government. Remember that the entire thing started only after the report which was submitted by Delhi's Chief Secretary Naresh Kumar to Lieutenant Governor Vijay Saxena, and it happened 2 weeks back, after which Vinay Saxena recommended CBI probe into this because he had found out as to how multiple irregularities had been done by the Aam Aadmi Party's government in its new excise policy, where all rules were violated, approvals were not taken from the competent authority, and after which the Aam Aadmi Party government went on with the new excise policy. In fact, the allegation was also there on Aam Aadmi Party that undue benefits were extended to licensees, liquor vendors, and in lieu of that, the government and the party, beg your pardon, not the government, only the party had received the kickbacks which it used for the campaigning in Punjab elections. So these are the serious allegations those were there on the Aam Aadmi Party government, and specifically on Manish Sisodia, who is handling the excise department. Now Manish Sisodia today has spoken to media. He is now saying that the lookout notice which has been issued against me is being done because the government just wants to do political witch hunt, but in 2024 the people of this nation are going to tell to the Modi-led government about all these things, and then they will be taught a strong lesson. So politics continues to take place on this big statement coming in from Manish Sisodia.
Yes.
We can now expect
Piyush, just hold your thoughts for a moment. Let's just play out that soundbite once again of Manish Sisodia.
मैंने भी मीडिया में देखा कि मोदी जी ने मेरे खिलाफ लुकआउट नोटिस जारी कराया है। ये थोड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री सुबह से शाम तक यही सोचते रहते हैं कि सीबीआई से किसको नोटिस जारी कराऊं, किसके घर रेड कराऊं, किसकी सरकार गिराऊं, किसके यहाँ ईडी भेजूं। देश के प्रधानमंत्री अब यही सोचने के लिए रह गए। आज महंगाई इतनी बढ़ गई है, बेरोजगारी बढ़ गई है। आज सुबह ही महंगाई की रिपोर्ट आई है इतनी सारी। महंगाई के बारे में नहीं सोचते मोदी जी, बेरोजगारी के बारे में नहीं सोचते। आज देश ऐसे नेता को ढूंढ रहा है जो महंगाई का सॉल्यूशन ढूंढे, जो बेरोजगारी का सॉल्यूशन ढूंढे, ये देश को नंबर 1 बनाने पे काम करे। अब मनीष सिसोदिया को नंबर 0 बना दो, अरविंद केजरीवाल को नंबर 0 बनाने की सारी साजिशें कर लो, इससे क्या होता है? इससे देश थोड़ी नंबर 1 बनेगा। देश तो नंबर 1 बनेगा जब देश के प्रधानमंत्री बैठ के, सारे मुख्यमंत्री और सब लोग बैठ के 24 घंटे हेल्थ के बारे में सोचें, एजुकेशन के बारे में सोचें, काम करने के बारे में सोचें। ये सोचते हैं कैसे बस विपक्ष की सरकार को गिरा दो, कैसे सीबीआई का मिसयूज कर लो, कैसे ईडी का मिसयूज कर लो, कैसे किसी को नोटिस दिला दो। अब की बार तो देश की जनता लुकआउट नोटिस देगी और 2024 में देगी और पूछेगी कि बड़े बड़े वादे करके कहाँ चले गए। अब देश की जनता लुकआउट करेगी 2024 में।
की रेड हुई, कल जो एफआईआर में नाम लोगों को बुलाया गया, आज लुकआउट नोटिस जारी हुआ। लग रहा है हर दिन इसमें
इनका अब काम यही रह गया है। यही तो कह रहा हूँ, 75 साल से सत्ता में बैठ के यही करते आ रहे हैं ये लोग और अभी भी यही कर रहे हैं। इनको समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि देश महंगाई का सॉल्यूशन चाह रहा है, इनको समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि देश बेरोजगारी का सॉल्यूशन चाह रहा है। इंडिया को नंबर 1 बनाने की एक तरफ अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बात कर रहे हैं और ये सुबह से शाम तक बैठ के सीबीआई ईडी किसके यहाँ भेजना है उसी पे बात करते रहते हैं।
आज आप लोग गुजरात पर जाने वाले हैं, गुजरात दौरा है, महत्वपूर्ण दौरा। पीएम नारायण की क्या था, शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य की बात होगी वहाँ पे?
नहीं, गुजरात के चुनाव भी होगा और गुजरात में भी इस बार चुनाव शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य के बेस पे होगा।
So let's go across to Piyush again, who's reporting live from outside Manish Sisodia's residence. Piyush, once again, Manish Sisodia there not answering any specific allegations that have been leveled against him, calling it all a vendetta and saying it is all an attempt to divert from the real issues. Well, we have BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa also joining us. Sir, we just heard that soundbite of Sisodia calling it all a vendetta, not answering any of these grave allegations that have been leveled against him, saying that it is an attempt to divert from the real issues. If I can get your response.
No, somehow is right. वो ठीक कह रहे हैं कि रियल इशू से डिवर्ट कर रहे हैं, पर डिवर्ट रियल इशू से मनीष सिसोदिया कर रहे हैं। रियल इशू क्या है? मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा करते थे कि दिल्ली को 9,000 करोड़ रुपया एक्साइज में आएगा, नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी से बहुत अच्छा होगा और दिल्ली के खजाने में 9,000 करोड़ रुपया आएगा। जब लोग उनसे पूछते थे कि इसमें कोई करप्शन हुई है तो बोलते थे ऐसी कौन सी करप्शन है कि स्टेट को लाभ हो रहा है और आप कह रहे हैं कि घपला हुआ है। और जब पकड़े गए तो बोले एक ही दिन अचानक पीसी करके बोले 3500 करोड़ रुपए का लॉस हुआ है, एक्साइज पॉलिसी के खिलाफ सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए और लॉस एलजी के कारण हुआ है। आज वो जो आपने खुद तो कहा जिसमें सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, आपने खुद ही माना कि लॉस हुआ है। और आपके दोनों साथी जिन्होंने पैसे का लेन देन किया, जिनके साथ आपकी फोटो हैं, जिनको आपने डिलीट किया बाद में, जो आपके पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर हैं, विजय नायर और दिनेश अरोड़ा। दिनेश अरोड़ा के आप रेस्टोरेंट में क्या करने जाते थे मनीष सिसोदिया जी? दिल्ली के लोग आपसे पूछ रहे हैं वहां पे कौन सी शिक्षा नीति पे बात होती थी? दिनेश अरोड़ा के रेस्टोरेंट चीका में कौन सी स्वास्थ्य नीति पे बातचीत होती थी? दिल्ली के लोगों को बताएं। विजय नायर के साथ मीटिंगों में जब आप बुलाते थे, वहां से पंजाब के एक्साइज ऑफिसर्स को बुलाते थे, कौन सी मीटिंग में हेल्थ की बात होती थी? बताएं। ये जो लोग आपके साथ थे, अशोक पिल्लाई, उनके साथ आप कौन सी बातें करते थे? चीका में बैठ के लोगों को बताएं। तो अब जब पकड़े गए हैं पैसे के साथ, अब दिनेश अरोड़ा आज देश से भागा हुआ है।
जी, मनजिंदर सिंह सिरसा जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए। अरविंद केजरीवाल has also tweeted, if I can just read out that tweet that has been put out by Arvind Kejriwal, who says at a time when common man is battling with inflation, crores of youth are unemployed, the central government along with the state government should fight unemployment and inflation. Instead, they are fighting with the whole country. Every morning they wake up and start the game of CBI ED. How will such a country progress? That's the tweet that has been put out by Arvind Kejriwal, calling it all a vendetta and saying how the central agencies are being misused by the central government. मनजिंदर सिंह सिरसा जी, अगर आप हमें अपना रिस्पॉन्स दे सकते हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल बोल रहे हैं अटेम्प्ट है रियल इशू से डाइवर्ट करने का और सीबीआई और ईडी को फिर से टारगेट करा है। बोल रहे हैं कि सेंट्रल एजेंसीज आर बीइंग मिसयूज्ड बाय द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट।
देखिए, गाना था कितना बदल गया इंसान, कितना बदल गया है इंसान। कल तक जो कहता था कि करप्शन के ऊपर मैं लड़ूंगा, मैं करप्शन के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूं, मैं करप्शन को बर्दाश्त नहीं करता, देश में से करप्शन खत्म करनी है। आज जब वो ईडी सीबीआई लोगों के घर से जाके 50-50 करोड़ रुपया कैश लूटती है, वो ईडी सीबीआई सिंदर जैन के घर से 2.5 करोड़ रुपए का सोना और जेवरात निकालती है, तो आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कहते हैं हमें ईडी सीबीआई नहीं चाहिए। क्यों नहीं चाहिए? क्योंकि हमारी चोरियां पकड़नी शुरू कर दी ईडी सीबीआई ने। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप ही तो कहते थे कि करप्शन को रोकना है, अब करप्शन रुक रही है। अब 3,000 करोड़ रुपए का जो घपला घोटाला हुआ, 3,500 करोड़ का, वो बाहर आ रहा है।
जो दिल्ली का पैसा लूट कर आप लेके गए उनको पकड़, एक एक को पकड़ कर ला रही है सीबीआई और ईडी। तो अब आप क्यों डर रहे हैं? क्योंकि आपका घपले में नाम आ गया तो आज आप मुद्दे बदल कर कह रहे हैं इन्फ्लेशन पे बात हो, हर चीज पर बात होनी चाहिए, पर करप्शन पे क्यों बात नहीं होनी चाहिए? ये इंसान इतना क्यों बदल गया है, इसका भी तो कोई जवाब देगा।
जी मनजिंदर सिंह सिरसा जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए और अपना रिस्पांस देने के लिए। सो दैट वाज बीजेपी's मनजिंदर सिंह सिरसा responding to the lookout circular that has been issued against Manish Sisodia and 13 others in relation to the excise, the liquor policy case. And in fact, Manish Sisodia also addressing the media and calling it all a vendetta and saying that it is all an attempt to divert from the real issues. In fact, not just Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, has also responded, taking to Twitter and saying that all the central agencies are being misused by the centre. We have Piyush there reporting live. Piyush, if you could get us more leads that you are picking up in connection with this case.
Well, even as there are serious allegations being mounted on Aam Aadmi Party government and the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, Aam Aadmi Party continues to claim witch hunt. And now what we are now seeing is that instead of answering to the specific questions on these allegations, those are there on the government, now Aam Aadmi Party is pitching Arvind Kejriwal against Narendra Modi in 2024. So Aam Aadmi Party is basically making a complete political, and then they are saying that what is happening is nothing but a political witch hunt at the part of BJP. Aam Aadmi Party also is now coming out and saying that instead of targeting opposition leaders, the BJP-led government in the centre must focus on the issues of health and education. So we are seeing as to how series of allegations, those are now coming in by the BJP on Aam Aadmi Party. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party continues to claim political witch hunt. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as both the parties continue to escalate attack on each other. Stay tuned for more updates.
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party.
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट, आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is all set to address a public rally in Telangana's Munugode today in conjunction with the Munugode constituency by polls. BJP Rajya Sabha MP K. Lakshman meanwhile said that Telangana politics will shift as a result of Munugode by-election, where the people are fed up with the TRS party's dominance. Mumbai Police Crime Branch detained a person from the Virar area in Maharashtra with a 26/11-like terror attack threat message that was received by the Mumbai Traffic Police. The Mumbai Police, meanwhile, is investigating a WhatsApp message warning of a 26/11-like terror attack in the city that was received by a WhatsApp number from a Pakistan-based number. In Odisha, 70 people were rescued after their boat was washed away near the mouth of the sea due to strong current in the Mahanadi River in the Kendrapara district. The incident occurred at Mahakalpara on Saturday evening. Fortunately, no casualty was reported in this incident. The movement of pilgrims to Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine in Katra town of J&K will resume today after temporary suspension due to inclement weather conditions. The yatra was suspended since Saturday evening. Police and Central Reserve Police Force have already been deployed and the situation is being monitored by the board. Congress has called for a meet of senior leaders at the party headquarters on 23rd of August to deliberate on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress plans to embark on Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari on 7th of September under the leadership of Gandhi Sain Rahul Gandhi, and 148-day march will culminate in Kashmir. In view of landslides triggered by torrential rains, Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur directed Deputy Commissioners of the state to ensure immediate relief and rescue operations besides deploying men and machinery at strategic points. The Chief Minister also said that central government would be requested to send additional central teams to undertake relief and rehabilitation works. Telangana Chief Minister KCR launched the Telangana Rashtra Samiti campaign for the upcoming Munugode by-elections. KCR, meanwhile, lambasted the BJP and Modi government as well, as politics has now erupted over the Munugode bypolls. Now, a relay long-range patrol, Amrit, is being conducted by the ITBP Jawans. The relay LRP started from the Karakoram Pass in Ladakh on 1st of August and will terminate at the Jechapla in Arunachal Pradesh on 14th of October after completing a 75-day journey covering a distance of approximately 7,575 kilometers. Take a look.
Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan. Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
on the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम की स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए हैं। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आप
Today I was going to record about China's maneuvers and exercises threatening Taiwan. That is the biggest geopolitical and geostrategic news in the world today. But then something happened, and overnight I thought I cannot do this. Moral and ethical responsibilities lie elsewhere. My friends, today we are going to speak about the plight of Kashmiri Pandits and why the government has not been able to stop these killings in Kashmir. Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Let me try and offer my 2 cents as to how we may take this forward. Hi, I'm Major Gauravari and you're watching Checkmate. Friends, again a very unfortunate killing of a Kashmiri Pandit and wounding of another. And this has continued for a very long time. Now why is this happening? Who are the people who are doing the killing? And who are the people who are being killed? So let us start with the killers themselves. So we have this new group in Kashmir called the TRF, the Resistance Front. Sounds very glamorous, doesn't it? Resisting against tyranny, resisting against India's occupation of Kashmir. The truth is a little different. TRF is an extension of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. For long, the world has been telling Pakistan that it has weaponized Islam in Kashmir. You've always had groups like Al-Faran, you had groups like Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Hizbul Mujahideen, and none of these groups had Kashmir or liberation in its name. One group called the JKLF is now a dead duck, defunct long ago. The Pakistani establishment weaponized Islam, created these pan-Islamic jihadi groups to take on terror activities in Jammu and Kashmir. And this is how it rolled. Now suddenly, with a lot of backlash, with Pakistan being continuously in the FATF grey list, they decided to change the branding. Lashkar-e-Taiba in Kashmir Valley became the Resistance Front. Now this is a quote-unquote secular sounding name, and I'll admit it does have a tinge of romance to it. As I said, resisting against tyranny. Now all this is superficial. What does this really mean? Groups like these target 3 kinds of people. It is not just the Pandits who are being killed. As I said, groups like these target 3 kinds of people. Number 1, J&K police. Most of the times, the J&K police personnel who are targeted are unarmed, going to the market, at their homes, going to the masjid to offer namaz. They are selectively targeted, killed, and before that, an exhaustive and detailed recce is carried out, or a reconnaissance if you will. Targets are identified and then eliminated. Number 2, people who are part of the political spectrum, journalists who want normalcy in Kashmir, people with pro-India sentiment. History's witness that such people have been deliberately killed, deliberately targeted by the terrorist organizations. Anybody who does not follow their diktat, anybody who does not follow their narrative is wiped out. And the third are the Kashmiri Hindus, the migrants, or even the Kashmiri Pandits. Now I'll tell you one by one why these people are targeted. Most of the J&K police personnel who are targeted are Muslims. I would go on to say 95% of the J&K police personnel who are targeted and killed are Muslims. Then why would a terror group who says that it's comprised of Muslims end up killing Muslims? The problem, as far as these terror groups are concerned, the TRF is concerned, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed is concerned, is that these people wear the uniform of Indian police, and hence they are enemies of jihad, they are enemies of Islam. These policemen are targeted because they are loyal to India. Today, let's make no bones, J&K police personnel are targeted because the terrorists believe, and rightly so, that they are loyal to India. No other police force in this country has given so much of sacrifice in the line of duty like J&K police, especially in the last 30 to 35 years. This is one part of it. Why are politicians targeted? Why are journalists targeted? As I said, these are people who are pro-India or at least pro-normalcy in Kashmir. These are not the people who would have anything positive to say about the Pakistan army or Pakistan itself. They are silenced. And number three, the Pandits. The initial targeting of migrants was to make sure that there was a scare in the Kashmir Valley and that the migrants would run away. You know, people selling fruit on a cart, people working in a shop, or people working in some office. These were the kind of people who have been targeted. Anybody who's from outside is targeted, and they're targeted because the terrorists wish to drive home a point that you are not welcome in Kashmir. Kashmir is not for outsiders. Have you realized that the terrorists, except maybe for an exception here and there, never target tourists? Yes, there have been one or two slip-ups from the terrorists, but the terrorists never target tourists because they know that the day they target tourists, the Kashmiris will turn against them, because tourism is the lifeblood of the Kashmir Valley. And after a very long time, this year has been a bumper tourism season. So why are the Pandits targeted? For what? Pandits are targeted, and this targeting of Pandits is not new. It has happened for over 100 years. Don't be surprised. It's happened for over 100 years. Pandits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists, and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan. And there are two reasons for it. A, to tell the world that Kashmir is 100% Muslim and there is no place for Hindus and Sikhs and Christians or anybody else. And number two, what the terrorists really want to do by targeting Kashmiri Pandits is also to somehow make sure or to ensure that there is a reaction on Kashmiris who are studying, especially students, in different universities and colleges in India. So the plan here is like this: keep on targeting Kashmiri Hindus and Kashmiri Pandits. Eventually, somebody will get very upset about it and start targeting Kashmiri students in, let's say, Bangalore and Noida, in Mumbai and in other places. So all those of you who get very upset about Hindu killings, I absolutely support you. I'm with you there. But please remember why Hindus are being killed. Of course, they're being killed because they're Hindus. But what is the reason? There is a deeper reason behind it. And the reason is this: that they want to get a reaction out of the Hindu masses. This is what they want. And always remember, the moment you touch a Kashmiri Muslim in Bangalore, in Mumbai, in Delhi, Gurgaon, Noida, any other part of India, the day there is quote-unquote retaliation, Pakistan would have won, because this is exactly what they want you to do. Now, what is the solution to this entire exercise? Number one, of course, I absolutely agree that Kashmiri Pandits are in a great deal of pain, and many are saying that they don't want to live in Kashmir simply because it's not safe in Kashmir. And you cannot fault that argument. You know, a person whose father has been killed, mother has been killed, sister or brother has been killed, only they can know about the pain that they feel. The grieving families, they feel the pinch. It's very easy for me to sit in a studio in Noida and say that, you know, Pandits should do this and the government should do this and you are at fault and you are at fault. It's easy to sit here and give gyan. It's another matter altogether to go to Kashmir and try to resolve issues. But today I'm going to share something slightly radical with all of you. And I hope my Kashmiri Pandit brothers and sisters will listen to me with patience. Number one, we are trying to solve this problem in Kashmir. This problem does not emanate from Kashmir. This problem emanates from Pakistan. And unless we solve the problem from where it emanates, this problem will continue to exist. You can launch 100,000 anti-terror operations in Kupwara, in Pulwama, in Anantnag, in Taral, in any of the districts of Jammu and Kashmir. You can keep on launching operations. You will never end terrorism in Kashmir. Because I feel we are solving the wrong problem here. The problem is that this entire issue of radicalization of Kashmiri society, radicalization of Kashmiri youth, the pushing of terrorists from across the border or across the line of control into India happens from Pakistan. And unfortunately, all our operations, except for the odd surgical strikes or the airstrikes on Balakot, almost all of our actions have taken place on Indian soil. This is the time to actually go across the line of control and put the fear of God into the Pakistanis. Otherwise, bloodshed will not stop in Kashmir. This is something that I believe in, and this is something that is logical too. If there is a problem in Pakistan, why solve that problem in Srinagar? You have to solve the problem from where it emanates. Point number two. The issue of radicalization in Kashmir. This issue is very old. There was a time when masjids were used for radicalization. There was a time when preachers and even jihadis would come across the line of control from Pakistan and radicalize the youth. Today, internet is available. I am not painting all the youth in Kashmir with the same brush, but talk to any security expert from Kashmir and he will tell you that the kind of content in the mobile phones of Kashmiri youth is pure poison. Much of it has directly to do with Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State. Kashmir is being radicalized at a furious pace. And this radicalization is not immediately seen, which is why many in the security establishment don't see it as an immediate threat. They know that radicalization is happening. They know it's a problem. But there is this unwillingness to confront it. Forget about confronting it. There is an unwillingness to even use the term Islamic radicalization, lest someone feel offended. Now, I think the time for offending and being offended is long gone. We are faced with the same problem in Kerala also. And I'd like to tell the viewers that unless we identify the problem, there is a very slim chance of us solving it. Pakistan will continue to bleed India and Kashmir. Yes, we have contained terrorism. Yes, for the past 8 odd years, we have ensured that, there is hardly any terror activity outside the state of Jammu and Kashmir. But even Kashmiris, Hindus and Muslims both, are Indian citizens, and their life is the responsibility of the Indian state. We need to look at de-radicalization and counter-radicalization in Kashmir. De-radicalization, when a person is radicalized and then you de-radicalize him. Counter-radicalization, doing it before he is de-radicalized. And this starts from school. And I don't know if I'm ruffling feathers here. It starts from primary school in Kashmir. Primary school, secondary school. the teachers, the professors, many of them, not all of them, but many of them, teach India hatred to children.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lahrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media where
We need to do a few things so that everything stops in Kashmir. These killings, these wanton killings stop. Regarding Jammu and Kashmir police, the first thing we need to do is their SPOs, special police officers, are very badly paid. They are not looked after. You know, when the army operates in Kashmir, the army does high impact kinetic operations in Kashmir. But once that operation is over, that army man goes back into the safety and security of his camp, his COB, or the cantonment. He's safe there. He can deposit his weapon, he can go, rest, relax, eat food, have a bit of R&R, and be back fresh the next day for another round of battle with terrorists. But where does the Kashmiri policeman go? He goes back to his house in the mohalla. His family is exposed. He is exposed. He does not get a transfer out of Kashmir because that is his home. And he is marked for death even after he retires. There is no safety. There is no safety for the people of J&K police who are posted in Kashmir. They can be identified and killed even after they have retired. People in Kashmir have very long memories. What is the solution here? What we must do is empower J&K police. Hire more people in J&K police. And like the army has cantonments, J&K police must have police colonies. The government must spend money, purchase land, and have colonies of thousands and thousands of houses with all amenities like it must have schools for the kids of J&K police personnel. It must have hospitals for J&K police personnel, because one day in the future, and I'm not saying that this will happen after 1 year or even 10 years, but one day the Indian army will leave the hinterland of Kashmir. One day the Indian army will go away from Kashmir and limit itself to the line of control. Maybe it's going to happen after 10 years, I don't know. Maybe it's going to happen after 20 years, but one day it will happen. And that day, it is J&K police that must handle the entire safety and security of Kashmir. The entire law and order, including anti-terrorist operations, if terrorism is still there at that point in time. To empower J&K police, to pay them good salaries, to look after their welfare, to make sure that they are trained very well, to make sure they are equipped very well, this will cause a great deal of stability in the environment in Kashmir. Point number 2, we need to look at de-radicalization and counter-radicalization in Kashmir. De-radicalization, when a person is radicalized and then you de-radicalize him. Counter-radicalization, doing it before he is de-radicalized. And this starts from school. And I don't know if I'm ruffling feathers here. It starts from primary school in Kashmir. Primary school, secondary school. The teachers, the professors, many of them, not all of them, but many of them, teach India hatred to children. I speak from personal experience. I go to Kashmir every month, and what I'm telling you is what I've seen and what I've heard with my own ears. And for the last point, for which I'd requested the patience of my Kashmiri Pandit brothers and sisters. As I said, it's very easy for me to say that don't leave Kashmir. I'm safe in my house. You're not safe. So it will be hypocritical of me to ask Kashmiri Pandits to stay back in Kashmir. You know, people will say that you are safe, your family is safe, we are being killed, and you are saying stay put. For what? For being killed? For being slaughtered like sheep? No. What I'm saying is that over a period of time, this is exactly what the terrorists want you to do. They want you to leave. And once you leave, there is no coming back. What I'm going to ask the government is slightly radical. And I would request my Kashmiri Pandit brothers and sisters to understand this with an open mind. It is time to arm the KPs. It is time to give weapon training to Kashmiri Pandits. It is time to get in batches of Kashmiri Pandit women and men to army camps and give them exhaustive training in small arms, including pistols, including AK-47s. There has never been return fire when the Kashmiri Pandit community has been attacked violently by terrorists. Nobody has returned fire. And this boosts up the morale of the terrorists, because they know that they can enter into a Kashmiri Pandit house and there is no return fire. Because Kashmiri Pandits are not armed. They need to be armed. And not just with age-old single-shot rifles. There should be a special provision by the state government to ensure that Kashmiri Pandits are armed with the latest weapons. They're trained. Give them 3 months of training. There are Rashtra Rifles units all over. There are CRPF units all over. Put all these men and women under a training program and then give them weapons. Then give them ammunition. The day a terrorist fires on a Kashmiri Pandit household, the day he fires at a Kashmiri Pandit, and the day fire is returned, the terrorists will understand that KPs are not to be messed with. For a very long time, you won't have heard of terrorists attacking an army camp. Why? You know, throw an odd grenade at the CRPF and run away. They don't even do that with the Indian Army, by the way. Why? Because they know that there is armed response. You touch an army man and there will be consequences. They know that if they harm an army person, even if he's a civilian, he's on leave, he's in Kashmir, you harm him, the Indian Army will hunt you down, even if it takes a year. You know, Rifleman Aurangzeb, Lieutenant Umar Fayaz, they were killed by cowardly terrorists and the Indian Army hunted down the people who were responsible. They know that the Indian Army will not stop. The day you touch a man in olive green, the countdown starts for you. The terrorists know this very well. This is why, unless it's a Fedayeen attack, unless they have come to die, they will not attack an army camp or attack an army personnel. Even with the CRPF, it is random shooting and running away. It is random grenade throwing and running away. There is no desire to engage with the CRPF. As far as the J&K police is concerned, as I said, unarmed J&K police personnel, these terrorists are so cowardly, they do not even have the strength to confront a JNK police constable who's armed. They will not do that. They will wait for the JNK police constable to go to the masjid to read namaz. And when he offers namaz and when he's coming back, that is the time when they attack him, when he's unarmed. They'll go kill a shopkeeper. They'll kill a pharmacist. They'll kill everybody who they think is unarmed and defenseless. This is the level of so-called courage of these terrorists. Coming back to my point, I think Kashmiri Pandits need to have weapons in their houses. They need to be trained in how to use the weapons, sophisticated weapons. Yes, there will be a fallout. Have I considered those fallouts? Of course I have. There might be misuse also. Because when you give a person a weapon, you also give him a sense of power. An AK-47 is a fearsome weapon. But that exactly is my point. When you train a person how to use a weapon and he knows that he is responsible, that time the terrorists will learn to fear the Kashmiri Pandits, because fire will be met by fire. There are no easy solutions to what is happening in Kashmir. As I said, I was going to talk about Taiwan and I was going to talk about China. But you know, these constant images, these constant videos of Kashmiri Pandits and innocent Muslims in the Kashmir Valley being targeted, especially JNK police, they break my heart. They break my heart. And one has to find a solution. You have to have JNK police people going everywhere with weapons and going in groups. Once you build those colonies for them, and it won't take more than a year, once you build those colonies for them, they can have a masjid inside the colony. They needn't go out. And when they go out, make an SOP. You'll go out in groups of at least 4. Make a mini cantonment for them, if you will. And this cantonment can be there in every single district of Kashmir and in certain sensitive areas of Jammu as well. This will give them that confidence that they can sleep peacefully at night. This will give them the confidence that their children, their wives, their family members are safe. This will give them the confidence that the government truly cares for them. JNK police is the future of Kashmir. This is a humble roadmap from a person who has been a student of Kashmiri politics, Kashmiri security, and self-confessedly a friend of the Kashmiri people. Thank you for watching this episode. I'll catch you again next week. Till then, have a great weekend.
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech. Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest here against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit.
OP is finally getting a win in this matter.
National Investigation Agency teams are leaving the house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा।
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
Top headlines at 11 a.m. Now, double trouble for Sisodia and liquor scam. CBI hands over case files to the Enforcement Directorate. Massive development. Lookout circular issued against Manish Sisodia and other accused named in the FIR. News tightens around the liquor scam accused. 14 accused, including Sisodia, cannot leave the country. After raids and questioning of 3 accused, CBI likely to summon more accused in the liquor scam. As Telangana gears up for Bypoll's poster war breaks out ahead of Shah's Telangana visit. Thank you for tuning in this Sunday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our top focus remains the probe into the liquor scam. Latest what we understand is that the ED has been handed over the case files by the CBI of the liquor scam case. So that's a breaking update coming in at this point where the CBI has now handed over the case files to the Enforcement Directorate. So trouble there mounting for Manish Sisodia. Remember a lookout circular that has also been issued against Manish Sisodia along with 13 others accused. We have a senior editor, Shavan, breaking that story for us. So, Shavan, that's a big breaking coming in. The Enforcement Directorate that will be probing the liquor scam case now.
Well, in fact, Samisha, at this point in time, the Enforcement Directorate hasn't registered any case. All that we know is that the case files have now been handed over by the Central Bureau of Investigation to the Enforcement Directorate, which would essentially mean that the Enforcement Directorate would begin the examination of the document. Prima facie, if we believe that there is a case of money laundering, only then perhaps the case would be registered. Having said that, remember, there have been certain aspects of where money has basically been exchanged after allegations of favouring certain licensees, and that perhaps would indicate that the Enforcement Directorate could actually step in. But for that to happen, perhaps we'll have to wait and watch. But yes, there is already a predicate offence which would essentially enable the Enforcement Directorate to file a case.
Shavan, just one more question before we let you go. If you could once again talk to us about these grave allegations that Sisodia is facing, because what we've seen in the past few days is that even as AAP continues to call it a vendetta, they have sort of not answered those specific questions that have been levelled against them by the CBI, especially those specific questions that have also been asked by the BJP in these media briefings. Well, we'll connect with Shavan again, but that's the breaking news coming in where the CBI has handed over the case files to the Enforcement Directorate. That's the big breaking news coming in. Remember a lookout circular that has also been issued against Manish Sisodia as well as 13 others accused in the case.
जब ये शराब का इतना बड़ा घोटाला जिसमें 145 करोड़, 30 करोड़, 1 करोड़, 8,100 करोड़, इतने बड़े बड़े घोटालों की जानकारी है, मुझे लगता है मनीष सिसोदिया जी को इस पे बात करना चाहिए। बाकी तो आगे जो होगा दिल्ली भी देख रही है, देश भी देख रहा है।
उनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि केजरीवाल जी को जीरो बनाकर क्या होगा, हेल्थ है, तमाम इशू है, उस पर फोकस करिए, महंगाई पर फोकस करिए, उस पर तो आप कर नहीं रहे हैं और यहाँ पर हमारे पीछे जिस तरीके से जीरो बनाने में लगे हुए हैं केजरीवाल।
मैं समझता हूँ जिसमें दाग नहीं है उसको कोई जीरो नहीं बना सकता। अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी या मनीष सिसोदिया जी ये बेदाग हैं तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत इनको जीरो नहीं बना सकती, और अगर पाप किए हैं तो कोई बचा भी नहीं सकता।
So BJP there also mounting its attack on the Aam Aadmi Party. Latest what we understand is that after the CBI ED will be probing the case now that the case files have been handed over by the CBI to the Enforcement Directorate.
कि किसी बड़े अपराध में ऐसा किया जाता है, जितना घबरा रहे हैं, जितना बौखला रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी, उतना बौखलाने की आवश्यकता नहीं, क्योंकि जब अपराध हुआ है, पाप हुआ है, तो निश्चित रूप से इसका सामना करना पड़ेगा। दूसरी बात कि ये लुकआउट नोटिस का मतलब क्या होता है? वो कह रहे हैं मैं दिल्ली घूम रहा हूँ। भाई अब दिल्ली घूमो, दिल्ली घूमने से नहीं मना करती है लुकआउट नोटिस। आप देश के किसी अन्य राज्य में जा सकते हैं, उसमें भी लुकआउट नोटिस नहीं रोकती। लुकआउट नोटिस सिर्फ देश छोड़ने के लिए मनाही करती है जब तक आप कोर्ट से या पुलिस से परमिशन ना लें। और लुकआउट नोटिस जब जारी होती है तो इसका मतलब कि एजेंसियों को कोई बहुत पुख्ता सुराग मिला है, जिन कई सुरागों को एक साथ जोड़ने में लगी है। जैसे अभी कह रहे हैं, भ्रम फैलाने में लगे हैं कि 3 दिन CBI हमारे को क्या मिला, 2 दिन आई क्या मिला। तो 2 दिन 3 दिन में आपको CBI आप ही को बताएगी। आप एक मैसेज डाल दिए कि अधिकारी बड़े अच्छे थे, उनको आप प्रभावित करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अपराधी अधिकारियों को प्रभावित करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अरे हमारे परिवार से बड़ा अच्छा व्यवहार किए, तो ये तो बहुत तारीफ है आज की सरकार की कि CBI बहुत अच्छे से बात की है। वो सिर्फ प्रूफ ढूंढ रही है। मनीष सिसोदिया जी आपको गाली नहीं दे रही, आपके बच्चों को तकलीफ नहीं दे रही है। तो ये तो इस गवर्नमेंट की बात है कि यहाँ अपराध की भी जब खोज होती, अन्वेषण होता है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती है, तो भी इतने शालीन होते हैं अधिकारी। अब उसके बाद आपको लुकआउट नोटिस का मतलब ये है कि अपराध बहुत बड़ा है, कड़ियाँ आपस में जुड़ रही हैं, कुछ लोग ऑलरेडी देश छोड़ के 3-4 लोग भागे हुए हैं। तो इन सारे लोगों को, इन कड़ियों को जोड़ करके अपने अंतिम निष्कर्ष पे पहुंचे CBI। इसके लिए आप देश न छोड़ पाएं। मैं समझता हूं लुकआउट नोटिस एक बहुत बड़ा इशारा है कि ये जो बौखलाए हुए हैं, ये ऐसे नहीं, कोई बहुत बड़ी चीज़ एजेंसीज को मिली है और हम दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी होने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
सर एक तरफ वो कह रहे हैं मैं यही दिल्ली में हूँ, लुकआउट नोटिस की जरूरत क्या, और दूसरी तरफ उनका ये भी बयान आता है कि मुझे लगता है कि मैं 2-3 दिन में अरेस्ट हो जाऊंगा।
भाई दिल्ली में रहने के लिए लुकआउट नोटिस नहीं होता है, देश छोड़ने के लिए होता है। देश न छोड़ पाए बिना परमिशन के, वो भी कोर्ट में जाएं, अगर पुलिस परमिशन देती है उनके साथ 2 पुलिस के लोग भी चले जाएंगे, पैसा तो है उन लोगों के पास, टिकट उकट दे देंगे। तो ये सारी चीज़ों को भ्रम न फैलाएं। मैं समझता हूँ ये देश और दिल्ली ये स्पष्ट देख रही है कि जो लोग ऐसी भोली भाली सूरत, साफ साफ अच्छा डायलॉग बोल के और दिल्ली का 10,000 से 11,000 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला कर दिए सिर्फ शराब में, लेकिन ये शराब घोटाले पे नहीं बोल रहे हैं, जो सवाल है उस पे नहीं बोल रहे हैं। 145 करोड़ क्यों आपने अपने दोस्तों को, शराब व्यापारियों को दे दिया, 30 करोड़ क्यों, इस पे नहीं बात कर रहे हैं। तो वी शुड ऑनर दिस लुकआउट नोटिस। और मैं समझता हूँ कि लुकआउट नोटिस का जारी होना ये बता रहा है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी मुश्किल में है।
सर संजय सिंह अभी मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर पे पहुंचे और बाहर मीडिया से बात करते हुए उन्होंने बोला कि कि कई टेररिस्ट हैं जिनके खिलाफ लुकआउट नोटिस आप फाइल नहीं कर रहे, बहुत से ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको ढूंढना चाहिए और मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, जो छुप करके अपराध कर रहा हो उस पर भी बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन अगर कहीं किसी ने लिया है तो इस सरकार में लिया जा रहा है। ये एजेंसीज किसी को नहीं छोड़ने वाली हैं और संजय जी उनके घर जा सकते हैं। वहाँ लुकआउट नोटिस का मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि कोई आपके पास आ नहीं सकता, ये भी जा सकते हैं। बस जो विदेश में बैठा हुआ इनका एक साथी है दिनेश अरोड़ा, उसके पास अभी नहीं जा सकते।
And we have our reporters on the ground getting us minute-by-minute updates. We have Harsha reporting live from outside the CBI office. Piyush Mishra reporting live from outside Manish Sisodia's residence. Let me first go across to Piyush. Piyush, latest what we understand is that the ED will now be probing this case. Take us through those details.
Well, yes, Samiksha, what we're now learning is that the kind of transactions those have taken place, that would be probed by ED, because CBI has in its FIR has also mentioned as to how multiple transactions have taken place, and also undue benefits were extended to licensees, and that is why what we're now learning is that ED might also, probe the entire case, and transactions are there, the dubious transactions those have taken place, that could be probed by enforcement directorate. So it's going to be a double trouble mounting for Aam Aadmi Party and Manish Sisodia specifically, where both the agencies are going to probe the entire alleged scam which has taken place in the new excise policy of Aam Aadmi Party. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party continues to defend its policy by saying that it is the best ever policy, and the decision was taken to withdraw the policy after the kind of recommendations those were made by LG Saxena. Point here is that why was that policy was taken back if there was no problem, there was no issue with that policy or liquor policy of the Delhi government. Also, there are certain questions those are being asked from Aam Aadmi Party and its leaders, but they are not responding to that. We'll have to wait and watch how the probe is further going to escalate. Remember that Aam Aadmi Party and BJP both are now pointing attacks at each other, where they are raising questions over the kind of irregularities those have taken place in this new liquor policy. BJP, we also spoke to multiple leaders of BJP who are now coming out and demanding the direct answers from Manish Sisodia. But Aam Aadmi Party is now making the entire issue as the political witch hunt, and is claiming that in 2024, Aam Aadmi Party is going to fight against this policy of BJP-led government in centre, and Arvind Kejriwal is going to be the face. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party is also saying that all these things are being done because BJP is not liking how the Aam Aadmi Party is gaining popularity across the country, and also how people are praising the Delhi model of education and health which has been achieved by Aam Aadmi Party government. We'll have to wait and watch how things are further going to take place. But now, latest what we are learning is that after CBI, now ED could also step in and start probing the entire alleged irregularities which took place in Delhi's excise policy.
Yes. Well, Piyush, stay with us, and Harsha, stay with us. Before we go across to Harsha, let's once again listen in to what Manish Sisodia had to say just after that lookout notice was issued against him.
मैंने भी मीडिया में देखा कि मोदी जी ने मेरे खिलाफ लुकआउट नोटिस जारी कराया है। ये थोड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री सुबह से शाम तक यही सोचते रहते हैं कि सीबीआई से किसको नोटिस जारी कराऊं, किसके घर रेड कराऊं, किसकी सरकार गिराऊं, किसके यहाँ ईडी भेजूं। देश के प्रधानमंत्री अब यही सोचने के लिए रह गए। आज महंगाई इतनी बढ़ गई है, बेरोजगारी बढ़ गई है। आज सुबह ही महंगाई की रिपोर्ट आई है इतनी सारी। महंगाई के बारे में नहीं सोचते मोदी जी, बेरोजगारी के बारे में नहीं सोचते। आज देश ऐसे नेता को ढूंढ रहा है जो महंगाई का सॉल्यूशन ढूंढे, जो बेरोजगारी का सॉल्यूशन ढूंढे, ये देश को नंबर 1 बनाने पे काम करे। अब मनीष सिसोदिया को नंबर 0 बना दो, अरविंद केजरीवाल को नंबर 0 बनाने की सारी साजिशें कर लो, उससे क्या होता है? इससे देश थोड़ी नंबर 1 बनेगा। देश तो नंबर 1 बनेगा जब देश के प्रधानमंत्री बैठ के, सारे मुख्यमंत्री और सब लोग बैठ के 24 घंटे हेल्थ के बारे में सोचें, एजुकेशन के बारे में सोचें, काम करने के बारे में सोचें। ये सोचते हैं कैसे बस विपक्ष की सरकार को गिरा दो, कैसे सीबीआई का मिसयूज कर लो, कैसे ईडी का मिसयूज कर लो, कैसे किसी को नोटिस दिला दो। अब की बार तो देश की जनता लुकआउट नोटिस देगी। और 2024 में देगी और पूछेगी कि बड़े बड़े वादे करके कहाँ चले गए। अब देश की जनता लुकआउट करेगी 2024 में।
घंटे की रेड हुई, कल जो एफआईआर में नाम उन लोगों को बुलाया गया, आज लुकआउट नोटिस जारी हुआ। लग रहा है हर दिन इसमें
इनका अब काम यही रह गया है। यही तो कह रहा हूँ, 75 साल से सत्ता में बैठ के यही करते आ रहे हैं ये लोग, और अभी भी यही कर रहे हैं। इनको समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि देश महंगाई का सॉल्यूशन चाह रहा है। इनको समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि देश बेरोजगारी का सॉल्यूशन चाह रहा है। इंडिया को नंबर 1 बनाने की एक तरफ अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बात कर रहे हैं, और ये सुबह से शाम तक बैठ के सीबीआई, ईडी किसके यहाँ भेजना है उसी पे बात करते रहते हैं।
आज आप लोग गुजरात कल जाने वाले हैं, गुजरात दौरा है, महत्वपूर्ण दौरा। पीएम नाना की क्या था, शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य की बात होगी वहाँ पे?
नहीं, गुजरात के चुनाव भी होगा, और गुजरात में भी इस बार चुनाव शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य के बेस पे होगा।
And Harsha is there reporting live from outside the CBI office. Harsha, if you can talk to us more about these financial transactions that will be looked into, will be probed by the Enforcement Directorate now.
Exactly, Samisha, let me tell you, yesterday we were placed outside CBI headquarters only, and yesterday we saw how 5 accused who were summoned and named in the FIR by CBI came here for the questioning, and the questioning went for almost 9 to 10 hours. They left at around 11 or 12 o'clock at the night. Now we are getting to know that Enforcement Director will investigate the entire illegal money trail which has been generated in the New Delhi excise policy. But before Enforcement Director registers a formal case under the criminal sections of PMLA, which is the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, before it registers a formal case against public servants, private individuals, middlemen and brokers who are involved in this New Delhi excise policy, Enforcement Director is going to examine all the cases, all the FIR, all the details according to the CBI. It is going to examine all the details which have been mentioned in the CBI case, and after that a formal case will be registered. But one thing is for sure, that CBI has transferred case to Enforcement Directorate. Now after examining all the cases, after examining all the questioning by CBI which has happened yesterday inside CBI headquarters, ED will register a formal case, and then again a fresh summon will be given to Manish Sisodia and the 14 who are involved in this entire New Delhi excise policy, because we also saw how CBI registered a case against 15 who were involved in this New Delhi excise policy. The 5 businessmen, liquor mafias who hail from Delhi were called yesterday, and in fact the businessmen, the liquor mafias are also linked, and also they are there in Telangana, Goa and Maharashtra. In fact, bureaucrats, public servant, private individuals, all are here in this FIR who have been mentioned. So Enforcement Director will start the fresh investigation, and the summon can soon be issued in a day or two to Manish Sisodia and the 14 also in this entire New Delhi policy, because the illegal money trail is seen, and how the money has been given, how commission 2.5% was increased to 12%, and how 6% only went into the entry book, the account book, and where is that 6% money commission? Where did it went? Was that the black money? Any Hawala company was involved? All these money trail is going to be investigated now by ED. So we are expecting in the coming 1 or 2 days, ED will register a formal case, and the entire fresh summon will be sent to Manish Sisodia, Deputy CM, and along with it to the public servant and private parties, liquor mafias who are involved in this. Samisha, back to you.
So Harsha, they're getting us important information that the ED will be registering a formal case, and that summons are also likely by the Enforcement Directorate to Manish Sisodia. In fact, on that note, let's listen into the latest reaction coming in from the BJP on sharpening its attack on the Aam Aadmi Party.
देखिए, जब तक सीबीआई सारे सबूत लेकर नहीं आएगी तब तक इनको ड्रामा ही लगेगा और ये जनता को गुमराह करते रहेंगे। मगर मैं जनता को भी कहना चाहता हूं कि आप इनकी बातों में नहीं आइए। सारे पर्याप्त सबूत हैं, एक एक व्यक्ति की पूरी डिटेल है, कॉल की डिटेल है, उनकी लोकेशन की डिटेल है, कौन से होटल में इनका स्वीट सारा बुक रहता था, 6 महीने तक बुक रहता था, वहाँ से तेलंगाना से लोग आते थे, बिजनेसमैन आते थे, और उनके साथ में बैठकर ये पॉलिसी बनाई गई, और जो अपना क्रेडिट नोट के माध्यम से ये कैश का लेन देन करते थे। सारी चीज़ें पर्याप्त सबूत हैं, बिल्कुल चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। और मेरा मनीष सिसोदिया जी को एक उनको सलाह है, सुझाव है कि वो थोड़ा सा योगा प्राणायाम अपना बढ़ाएं, थोड़ा सा जो है अपनी एक्सरसाइज करें, और क्योंकि इतनी अच्छी सुविधाएं जो आपको उप मुख्यमंत्री के नाते मिल रही है, ये आपको तिहाड़ जेल में नहीं मिलने वाली है।
ये बात पूरा देश देख रहा है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जो दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों के लिए दिन रात मेहनत करके अच्छी शिक्षा देने का काम कर रहे हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जिनको दिन रात इस बात की चिंता है कि दिल्ली के बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा कैसे मिले, अच्छा स्वास्थ्य कैसे मिले, जो देश को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनाना चाहते हैं, मोदी जी को किस बात की चिंता है? लुकआउट नोटिस जारी करो। अरे मनीष सिसोदिया यहीं अपने घर पे हैं, मैं मिलने आया हूं। आइए नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आपका भी स्वागत है। मैं आपको चाय बना के पिलाऊंगा, आइए। लेकिन इस प्रकार से जांच एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग, इस प्रकार से अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया से नफरत, इस प्रकार से दिल्ली के बच्चों से नफरत, दिल्ली के शिक्षा मॉडल से नफरत, पूरा देश आपको देख रहा है। आपको रेड में कुछ नहीं मिला, आपको छापेमारी में कुछ नहीं मिला, तो हताश होकर नौटंकी कर रहे हैं आप। देश में तमाम हत्यारे, आतंकवादी, उनको लुकआउट नोटिस नहीं जारी होती? विजय माल्या, नीरव मोदी, मेहुल चौकसी, नितिन संदेशरा, ललित मोदी, हजारों लाखों करोड़ के लुटेरों को मोदी सरकार गिरफ्तार नहीं कर पाती।
So as you heard, that was Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party, who was also taken to Twitter. And in fact, this still on your screens of the tweet that has been shared by Sanjay Singh, putting out a photo of him with Manish Sisodia. In fact, in this tweet that has been put out by Sanjay Singh, where he has said that Sisodia is the best education minister in the world. The country and the world are proud of Sisodia. I've come to their house. You should also learn from them how good education is given to children. In fact, that's a tweet that has been put out by Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party. We have Piyush as well reporting live from outside Manish Sisodia. Piyush, we understand that Sanjay Singh met Manish Sisodia just a short while back. Again, an attempt to divert from the real issue, saying that education, that Manish Sisodia is the best education minister in the world.
हुआ है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप
Sanjay Singh is inside the residence of Manish Sisodia, and that picture was clicked inside his residence only, and he continues to be inside his residence. And in that particular tweet, Sanjay Singh is now sending out a message that Manish Sisodia is very much at his residence, and he is the one who is working for the poor.
I'll have to interrupt you there, Piyush. Just stay with us. We have a reaction coming in.
डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी शीला दीक्षित जी के खिलाफ मोर्चा खोला था, 8 साल में आप कुछ साबित नहीं कर पाए, ना आप, ना आपकी सरकारें, ना आपकी संवैधानिक संस्थाएं, और दोबारा से डराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं इन संस्थाओं से। कांग्रेस नहीं डरेगी, लेकिन केजरीवाल मैं कहूंगी न्यूज प्लांट करने में बहुत माहिर है। आपको मालूम है करोड़ों रुपए के देश भर की अखबारों में विज्ञापन दिए जा रहे हैं। अब बात कर रहे हैं 2024 में देश भर में जाएंगे। देश भर में जाओगे, पैसा कहां से लाओगे? पंजाब सरकार के खजाना खाली करेंगे, दिल्ली का खजाना अपने करोड़ों के विज्ञापनों के लिए आप खाली करेंगे? न्यूज प्लांट अभी भी मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर में इस समय हो रही है। अपने चहेते पत्रकार और चैनलों को बुला लिया गया है, करोड़ों के जिनको विज्ञापन दिए अपने मन मुताबिक खबर छपवाने की कोशिश। इस समय मैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर से 10 कदम दूर पर खड़ी हूं, जाकर देखिएगा। लाइव नहीं दे रहे हैं, लाइव इंटरव्यू ना अरविंद केजरीवाल कर रहे हैं, ना लाइव सवाल जो है वो मनीष सिसोदिया ले रहे हैं। गिने चुने चैनल्स को जो है बुलाकर 7 सवाल थमाए गए हैं कि यही सवाल पूछना है और जो जवाब हम देंगे वही जवाब चलाना है।
लेकिन मैम एक सवाल यहाँ
हाँ।
आपकी विधायक भी रही है।
हाँ।
एजेंसी लुकआउट नोटिस जारी कर रही
हाँ।
है, भाई आप मिल नहीं रहे हो।
हाँ।
वो कह रहे हैं कि मैं तो घर बैठा हूँ।
हाँ।
दिल्ली देश की राजधानी है, ये लुका छुपी चल क्या रहा है?
नहीं, अभी बैठे हैं ना, जैसे जैसे कार्रवाई आगे बढ़ेगी, शिकंजा कसेगा, जेल की सलाखों के पीछे जाने की बारी आएगी, तब मनीष सिसोदिया और 12 इनका जो गैंग है ना, जिसने पूरी दिल्ली को शराब की राजधानी बनाने की कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी 144 करोड़ का चूना लगाने में, वो सब देश छोड़कर भागने, छुपने की, सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश करेंगे। लेकिन मुझे खुशी इस बात की है, सीबीआई ने थोड़ी देर जरूर की, लेकिन मोर्चा संभाल लिया है। सीबीआई की साख पे सवाल ना उठे, इसलिए सीबीआई को भी ये सुनिश्चित करना है कि 12 घंटे की रेड में जो सबूत मिले हैं, 21 जगहों पर आपने रेड किया है, इस मामले को ठंडे बस्ते में डालने की बजाय अंजाम तक पहुंचाएं। क्योंकि भाजपा और आम आदमी हिमाचल और गुजरात के चुनाव के मद्देनजर पिछले दरवाजे फिर कोई समझौता कर सकती है, इसलिए सीबीआई को अपनी साख को बचाने हुए इसको तुरंत जांच को लगाना है अंजाम तक।
सीबीआई रेड की बात कहते हैं, 24 में तो अब लड़ाई सिर्फ मोदी वर्सेस केजरीवाल है।
देखिए कितनी बड़ी विडंबना है, जो आम आदमी पार्टी का आंदोलन रामलीला मैदान से भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ शुरू हुआ था, अब वो कहते हैं 2024 का चुनाव हम भ्रष्टाचार के इन चेहरों को ले जाकर लड़ेंगे। स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जो जेल में है, पंजाब का स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जो दिल्ली का जेल में है, मनीष सिसोदिया जो अभी शराब नीति में तो ये चेहरे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल। आप तो भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे पर आए थे और भ्रष्ट चेहरों को लेकर 24 में जाएंगे। साफ सी बात है 24 की लड़ाई आपस में तय करना चाहते।
A lot of interesting developments there, and as Piyush was telling us, the meet is also underway as Sanjay Singh is presently meeting Sisodia. Piyush, take it away, give us all the details.
Well, yes, Samiksha, a couple of minutes back, we had seen Sanjay Singh entering inside the residence of Manish Sisodia, and right now, as we are speaking, this meeting is still underway between both the top leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, and from inside itself, a picture was clicked of Sanjay Singh and Manish Sisodia, which was also tweeted basically by Sanjay Singh, where he is now sending out a message that Manish Sisodia is very much at his residence, and the CBI officers and the other agency officers are very much welcome to come and arrest him at his residence. And this is being done after the kind of lookout notice which has been issued against Manish Sisodia. Aam Aadmi Party is now upping the ante against the BJP-led central government by saying that why notices are not being issued against the serious criminals, terrorists, but Manish Sisodia. So that's one thing which Aam Aadmi Party is now asking from BJP. On the other side, BJP continues to mount the attack on Aam Aadmi Party and asking a specific question as to why the liquor policy which Aam Aadmi Party is claiming was the best was withdrawn, why it was taken back by the Aam Aadmi Party government after LG recommended CBI probe into that. But Aam Aadmi Party is failing to answer to that particular question. We'll have to wait and watch how this is further going to take place, because both the parties seem to be attacking each other. Now Congress has also stepped in. We just heard Alka Lamba where she is asking questions from both the parties, and in fact asking CBI to come up with the evidence which it has collected during its 14 hours of raid which took place at Manish Sisodia's residence. So political attacks continue to take place on Manish Sisodia by BJP and Congress party. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party is now claiming that it is nothing but a political witch hunt, and the BJP government is behind this because it is scared of the work which Aam Aadmi Party's government has done in Delhi, and also is very much scared with the kind of popularity which Arvind Kejriwal is enjoying across the country. We'll have to wait and watch how this is further going to take place. But today, what we are now learning is that Manish Sisodia has come out, he has spoken to media, he has asked questions from Modi-led government as to why lookout notice has been issued against him. In fact, he's saying that in 2024, people of the nation are going to give a befitting reply to BJP-led government by electing Arvind Kejriwal as the Prime Minister. So, Aam Aadmi Party is directly pitching Arvind Kejriwal as the face against Narendra Modi in 2024.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Piyush, as well as Harsha and Madhurima, getting us updates by the minute. A key huddle that is underway at Manish Sisodia's residence. Sanjay Singh there holding a key meet with Manish Sisodia. All of this comes in the backdrop of the lookout circular that has been issued against Manish Sisodia, along with 13 others. We'll go back to our reporters in just a bit, but a lot of reactions as well coming in, and all eyes on that press conference as well by the BJP and the AAP, which will take place later in the day. And a roundup of news in brief. The AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi hit out at the BJP in connection with reports of the remission order to the 11 convicts accused of Bilkis Banu's rape during a public meet in Mehboob Nagar in Telangana. Lookout circular has been issued by the CBI against Manish Sisodia and 13 others in connection with Delhi's excise policy. The circular imposes varied travel restrictions on the individuals, on the accused who are now barred from leaving the country. The death toll due to rain-triggered landslides in Himachal Pradesh's Kangra has now risen to 22. This even as the rescue operations are underway. We are told 6 people are still missing. Meanwhile, heavy rains continue to hit parts of Himachal. Second phase of the border talks between Meghalaya and Assam aimed at resolving border dispute related to at least 6 disputed areas is scheduled to take place today. Meghalaya and Assam's Chief Minister Conrad Sangma and Himanta Biswa Sarma will be conducting this meet in Guwahati. At least 13 people were killed while 6 went missing due to heavy rainfall in Mandi in Himachal Pradesh. Search operations continue with the help of NDRF to find those who are missing. Telangana Chief Minister KCR launched a TRS campaign for the upcoming Munugode by-elections. KCR lambasted the BJP and this as politics that has now erupted over the Munugode by-polls. 2 accused were arrested in Assam by the police in Assam over a Dharm Sabha that was organized in 2019 that reportedly had the presence of Bangladeshi nationals with links to the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent who were invited as guest speakers. Searches were made at the houses of the accused with incriminating materials that were recovered from them. Mumbai Police Crime Branch detained a person from the Virar area in Maharashtra in connection with 2611 terror-like threat that was received by the Mumbai Traffic Police. The message was traced to Pakistan number. And slipping into a very short break, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break, closely tracking all the updates on the excise policy scam.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
कश्मीर घाटी में आम नागरिकों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और
celebrations happening right in front of the OPS's house.
Now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway.
Staging protest against Pakistan over the civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley. On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious.
Now double trouble for Sisodia. In liquor scam, CBI hands over case files to the Enforcement Directorate, the ED. Massive development. Lookout circular issued against Manish Sisodia and others accused named in the FIR. News tightens around liquor scam accused. 14 accused, including Sisodia, cannot leave the country. After raids and questioning of 3 accused, CBI likely to summon more accused in the liquor scam. As Telangana gears up for by-polls, poster war breaks out ahead of Shah's Telangana visit. Hello and welcome to Live and Breaking. Once again, I'm Rukma with you in our top story. Breaking news coming in from West Bengal now. a BJP MLA of Bongaon South constituency, Swapan Majumdar, has allegedly been beaten up in front of West Bengal police as they watched. It's also alleged that his security men were beaten up. The whole incident occurred in front of the West Bengal police. Reportedly, Narayan Ghosh, TMC councillor of Bongaon municipality, has been seen to be leading the entire incident. So a case of alleged beating up of a BJP MLA under the supervision, that's alleged again, of Narayan Ghosh, TMC councillor of Bongaon municipality in North 24 Parganas. And now Saikat joins us. Saikat Pal, tell us more about the incident, all the details that you have right now. We believe that it's an incident of a beating up of a BJP leader by a TMC leader.
देखिए, आज बंगाल में दोनों नगर निगम के दोनों वार्ड में उपचुनाव चल रहा है। एक बोनगा नगर निगम के 14 नंबर पे और आसनसोल नगर निगम के 4 नंबर के वार्ड में उपचुनाव चल रहा है। और सुबह से ही बोनगा नगर निगम के 14 नंबर वार्ड के गांधी कॉलोनी एरिया में बहुत सारे तनाव वहां पर आ गया है, क्योंकि बीजेपी के जितने सारे समर्थक, बीजेपी के एजेंट और बीजेपी पार्टियों का कहना है कि तृणमूल के तरफ से बाहर के वोटर्स को वहां पर लाया गया और वोटिंग करने के लिए वहां पर लाया गया। इसको लेकर बहुत सारे तनाव वहां पर लगा है। और तृणमूल का जो एमएलए है वहां पर नारायण घोष, उनके ऊपर आरोप है कि बीजेपी के समर्थक और बीजेपी के पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं को उनके समर्थकों ने मार दिया, पीट दिया और इसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए एक पुलिस फोर्स वहां पर लगाया गया है। हालांकि इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से कहा गया कि किसी तरह के भी टेंशन, किसी तरह के भी तनाव के लिए वोटिंग प्रोसेस बंद नहीं होगा, इसलिए वहां पर वोटिंग प्रोसेस अभी चल रहा है। लेकिन बहुत तनाव वहां पर सुबह से ही लगा हुआ है और इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से एसपी बोनगा पुलिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट की जितने सारे पुलिस अधिकारी हैं, सबको वहां पर उस बोनगा उपचुनाव में ध्यान देने के लिए कहा गया है। और अभी एसपी जो है और सीपी जो है बोनगा पुलिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट का सभी पुलिस कार्यकर्ता वहां पर लगे हैं और एक बहुत बड़े एक पुलिस फोर्स वहां पर लगा हुआ है ताकि ये टेंशन और भी न बढ़ जाए। अभी स्थिति हालांकि कंट्रोल में आया है, लेकिन तनाव अभी वहां पर बहुत सारे टेंशन वहां पर चल रहा है। हालांकि वोटिंग प्रोसेस अभी बरकरार है, वोटिंग बंद नहीं हुआ।
Right, Saikat, tell us about more about the incident. Is there an investigation likely? Also, where are the two political leaders? Where is Mr. Majumdar and where is the leaders of the BJP and the TMC? So where are they now? Is there any action likely in the case as far as the case is concerned?
देखिए, अभी इमीडिएट तौर पर इमरजेंसी तौर पर कोई केस या फिर कोई एफआईआर दर्ज नहीं हुआ, लेकिन इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से कहा गया है ये बोनगा पुलिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर आता है और बोनगा पुलिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट का जो एसपी है, एसपी को इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से वर्बली कहा गया कि ये इस 14 नंबर वार्ड पे जितने सारे वायलेंस हो रहा है, जितने सारे तनाव चल रहा है, प्रॉब्लम्स हो रहा है, उन पे ध्यान दे और अगर जरूरत पड़े तो आसपास के थाने से बोनगा पुलिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट के पास बारासात पुलिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, बारासात पुलिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट से और नॉर्थ 24 परगना से बहुत सारे पुलिस फोर्स वहां पर लगाए जाए, क्योंकि इलेक्शन कमीशन नहीं चाहते कि किसी तरह के भी प्रॉब्लम, किसी तरह के भी स्थिति में वोटिंग प्रोसेस बंद हो जाए। ये इलेक्शन कमीशन नहीं चाह रहा है, इसलिए वहां पर बहुत एक बड़ा पुलिस फोर्स वहां पर लगाया गया। लेकिन वोटिंग प्रोसेस अभी तक चल रहा है, वोटिंग प्रोसेस बंद नहीं हुआ। हालांकि टेंशन वहां पर है, इसलिए पुलिस के हायर ऑफिशियल्स वहां पर लग गया। स्थिति अभी कंट्रोल में है, लेकिन पुलिस और भी बढ़ाया जा रहा है, पुलिस फोर्स और भी बढ़ाया जा रहा है, ताकि सिचुएशन अंडर कंट्रोल रहे, सिचुएशन हाथ से निकल न जाए।
Right, Saikat, stay with us. We're talking about the elections there. And even as voting is underway in Asansol and in Bongaon, news of turmoil, of a scuffle, in fact, of a supervised beating up of a BJP MLA by members of a TMC leader are coming in. These are visuals from Asansol on the other side of your screen. Visuals from Bongaon. Tension continues to simmer, but massive police deployment, as Saikat's been telling us. Saikat, when we talk about these two leaders, are they also, candidates in the elections that are underway? Who are the candidates, and tell us more about how the voting is progressing as we speak.
आज सुबह से ही जब वोटिंग शुरू हुआ तो टीएमसी के कैंडिडेट्स लोग और टीएमसी के एजेंट लोग जो पोलिंग बूथ है, पोलिंग बूथ के अंदर गए और बीजेपी के तरफ से, बीजेपी एजेंट या बीजेपी कैंडिडेट के तरफ से यह आरोप लगाया गया कि टीएमसी वालों, टीएमसी समर्थकों ने बाहर के वार्ड से, हालांकि बाहर के एरिया से बहुत सारे वोटर्स को वहां पर लगाया गया, वहां पर लाके एक मॉब कलेक्ट कर रहा था और वो मॉब सभी 14 नंबर वार्ड या फिर बोनगा नगर निगम के वोटर्स नहीं है। इसलिए ये इस बात को लेकर एक हॉट अल्टरकेशन शुरू हुआ और फिर वो हॉट अल्टरकेशन के बाद दोनों गुट आपस में भिड़ गए और टीएमसी के एमएलए नारायण घोष, उनके ऊपर दायित्व था पार्टी के तरफ से उनके ऊपर ये दायित्व दिया गया था कि बोनगा नगर निगम के उपचुनाव को सक्सेसफुली करने के लिए, इसलिए नारायण घोष वहां पर मौजूद थे और नारायण घोष ने अभी ये जो प्रॉब्लम शुरू हुआ उस प्रॉब्लम में भिड़ गए और आरोप है कि नारायण घोष खुद और उनके समर्थकों ने बीजेपी समर्थकों को मार दिया, बीजेपी समर्थकों को पीट दिया। इसलिए टेंशन बहुत बढ़ गया। एक स्लोगन और फिर उसके बाद बीजेपी समर्थकों ने स्लोगन दिया। इस घटना को लेकर टेंशन बढ़ गया उस 14 नंबर वार्ड के गांधी कॉलोनी में। हालांकि स्थिति अभी तक कंट्रोल में है, अभी स्थिति कंट्रोल में है, लेकिन बहुत सारे टेंशन वहां पर मौजूद है और पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स, भाजपा के पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स, डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट, सभी लोग वहां पर पहुंच गए हैं। स्थिति अभी कंट्रोल में है, लेकिन टेंशन वहां पर अभी तक बरकरार है।
Well, Saikat, you keep your eyes on that story. Many thanks for joining us there with that update. So even as tension continues to simmer in the elections in Asansol and Bongaon, it is under control. Many thanks, Saikat, for joining us. And now moving on to other breaking news. Well, going back once again to this story, you can see the visuals there of, the turmoil in these two constituencies where elections are underway in Bongaon and Asansol in West Bengal. In fact, in Bongaon, in 14 number ward, as Saikat was just telling us, Saikat, a correspondent there on the ground, telling us about how a scuffle broke out. In fact, it's being alleged that a BJP leader was beaten up under the supervision of a TMC leader, even as Bengal police personnel watched as the BJP leader was beaten up. and Dilip Ghosh of the BJP joining us now. So when we talk about this situation that has arisen, Bengal police personnel looking on even as one of your leaders is thrashed under the supervision, we believe, of, that's what reports tell us, of a TMC leader there.
हेलो
जी सर, आपका रिएक्शन, दिलीप घोष जी, आपका रिएक्शन
देखिए,
जो इस सिचुएशन है जो हम जी जी
वेस्ट बंगाल में लोकल बॉडी चुनाव में पुलिस प्रशासन ही यहाँ वोटिंग कराते हैं। कंप्लेन करते रहते हैं हम लोग, लेकिन कोई फायदा नहीं है, तो इसलिए वो होता ही है। और वो लोग पहले घोषणा करके रखे आसनसोल में जो मेयर का बाई इलेक्शन हो रहा है सीट का, तो वहाँ का जो एमएलए बोल चुके हैं वोट हम कराते हैं, वोट किसी को वोट देने की जरूरत नहीं, हम वोट देंगे, वोट कराएंगे। इस सिचुएशन में वोटिंग होती है। पिछले जो चुनाव हुआ उसमें भी वही हुआ है, लोग डर के मारे निकलते भी नहीं है, तो इससे बहुत ज्यादा अलग कुछ नहीं होने वाला है।
जी, जैसे हम एज वी हर्ड फ्रॉम वेरियस रिपोर्ट, जैसे साइकत हमारा कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट ने हमें बताया कि TMC brings electors from outside, people who are not eligible. Is that possible, sir?
ऐसा ही होता है, पुलिस के सामने ही होता है। बाहर से लोगों को लेके आते हैं और जो वोटर है वो लोकल में जो ओरिजिनल वोटर है वोट नहीं डाल पाते हैं, और जो फर्जी वोटर है वही वोट डालते हैं। ये बार बार ऐसे देखा जाता है, कोई सुनने वाला नहीं है। पिछले कॉर्पोरेशन चुनाव में कोलकाता में जहाँ हुआ था, हम लोग चुनाव प्रचार में गए थे, हम लोगों पर अटैक हुआ था, तो ऐसे ही चलता है, इसमें बहुत ज्यादा अंतर नहीं है।
जी, और बीजेपी का क्या स्टैंड है इसमें? जैसे टीएमसी गलत तरीके से वोट डलवा रहा है, आप लोग का स्टैंड क्या है इसमें? और जो इंसिडेंट हुआ उसको क्या बीजेपी परस्यू करेंगे?
जो स्टेट इलेक्शन कमिश्नर है वो उन्हीं के लोग होते हैं, लोकल पुलिस जो यहाँ के पोस्टिंग होते हैं वो भी उन्हीं के रहते हैं, कैडर जैसा रहते हैं, तो उनसे बोलने से भी कोई फायदा नहीं है। एक तरफा चुनाव होता है, जहाँ लोकल लोग थोड़ा निकलते हैं, जहाँ संगठन जबरदस्त है, तो वहाँ थोड़ा रिवेंज होता है, नहीं तो बस एक तरफा ही होता है।
Right, so BJP, many thanks Mr. Ghosh. BJP alleges massive malpractices in the elections in the bypolls that are underway in Asansol and Bongaon constituencies. And we just showed you those visuals from the two constituencies where reports of simmering tension are coming in. The situation under control now. And now moving on to news on the Amritsar bomb plant. We get you an update in this story. Another name has cropped up in the case. Interrogations revealed that arrested Fatehbir was briefed by Shyam Sundar. A meeting held in a hotel in Ludhiana days before the bomb was planted. Police are now conducting raids to arrest Shyam Sundar. Shyam Sundar briefed Fatehbir to plant the bomb, and later both accused plotted an IED on the car of S.I. Dilbag Singh. Police have smelled out deep-rooted conspiracy, and action is now being taken. Attempts are being now made to arrest those involved in the chain of events which led to the planting of the bomb. So a massive conspiracy we are seeing here. Amandeep, take us through this latest breaking news coming in. Another name cropping up in the Amritsar bomb plant case.
Well, absolutely, Rukma. Now this investigation is getting bigger, just because this investigation not limited to the two accused who has been arrested. They have no concern with Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh. They have no revenge with Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh. There was somebody who was actually driving these two accused and in fact directed them to plant a bomb. And even another name has came up who has actually briefed Fatehbir Singh, who is presently in the police custody, and in fact who has given the directions to plant the IED under the car of Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh. And even this meeting was held in Ludhiana days before the bomb was planted. And Shyam Sundar was the one which is in the middle of two accused who planted the bomb, and in fact those who are sitting in the Canada. Basically the entire conspiracy was hashed by in Canada, and in fact that has been executed here in Punjab. And in fact, now the Sham Sundar was connecting the chain of the Canada to Amritsar, that how to plant the bomb at wet time, and from where the IED to be taken, and in fact all these things. And later on, Sham Sundar was the one who has provided them the financial support as well as guiding them what to do after planting the bomb. And in fact, he was the one who was telling Fatehbir and Harpal Singh to leave the country and in fact go to the Maldives first, and then to Dubai, and then their handlers will take them to the Canada. This is how the chain is revolving into this entire case. Just because, Rukma, this is not a very short case. This is a very deep-rooted conspiracy that was hatched by the pro-Khalistani elements sitting in Canada. They are providing financial assistance. They are providing arms and ammunition to Punjab, and in fact, they are also providing the plans where to plant the bomb, where to create such kind of tension. And in fact, now the police is hunting for Sham Sundar, and even they have carried out the raids at multiple locations, and in fact in Rajasthan, in Ludhiana, and several parts of Punjab. And now they are hunting for him just because he was the one who is having all kind of plan and all kind of information that how this conspiracy hatched and why this conspiracy hatched. Yes, Rupi.
Right. So as you said,
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia, and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be arrested.
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
कश्मीर घाटी में आम नागरिकों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और
Celebrations happening right in front of the OPS's house.
Now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway.
Staging protest against Pakistan over the civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley. On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it the spokesman.
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
Breaking news coming in from Pakistan. Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf chief Imran Khan has been booked for threatening a judge and two top police officials in a public meeting held at the F9 Park late on Saturday evening. Local media have reported. So Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan now booked in a case of threatening a judge and police officials. According to the News International, Khan was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act Meanwhile, Pakistan's Media Regulatory Authority has banned the broadcasting of live speeches of the PTI chief for threatening an Islamabad police official and a female magistrate during an address in Islamabad. So breaking news coming in from Pakistan. Former Pak Premier Imran Khan booked for threatening a judge and 2 top police officials. The incident dates back to Saturday. Since then, their news had been coming in of the possibility of his being booked. Now, he has been booked. He has been charged with threatening a judge and 2 police officials in an address he had given on Saturday in Islamabad. So the troubles mount for the former Pakistan Prime Minister. Of course, the case that has been registered against him is, as far as threatening is concerned, he's been charged with threatening a judge and 2 police officials. At least 15 people were killed and 22 were injured as a bus on a highway in Turkey collided with emergency response teams and 2 journalists present at the site of another accident on the highway in the southern part of the country. That's breaking news coming in now, and we've been reporting this since this morning. Take a look.
At least 15 people dead and nearly 2 dozen injured after a passenger bus collided with emergency teams handling an earlier road accident in southern Turkey. Three firefighters, 2 paramedics and 2 journalists were among those who were killed on the highway in the region. The other victims were 8 people on the bus. The media said that 2 of its journalists were killed after pulling over to help the victims of the initial accident, in which a car came off the highway and slid down an embankment. Television footage showed an ambulance with severe damage to its rear while the bus lay on its side along the highway. The governor of the region further added that at least 22 other people were injured in the incident. Agency report, Republic TV.
नामकरण की बात आई तो हम लोगों ने सरदेव बाबू जी के नाम पर इस संस्थान का नामकरण किया और आज उनकी प्रथम पुण्यतिथि पर प्रदेश भर में उनकी पहली प्रतिमा यही इस कैंसर इंस्टीट्यूट में स्थापित हो रही है, जो उन्हीं के नाम पर स्थापित किया गया है। मैं विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूँ कि यह स्वर्गीय कल्याण सिंह जी के नाम के अनुरूप उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तर भारत के नागरिकों को कैंसर से मुक्ति देकर के उनके जीवन को कल्याण के पथ पर अग्रसर करने में यह संस्थान अग्रसर होगा। इस विश्वास के साथ आज उत्तर प्रदेश ने स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र में जो कार्य किया है, भाइयों बहनों, प्रत्यक्षम किम प्रमाणम।
Aam Aadmi Party is also to do a press conference today at 1 p.m. where once again we can expect Aam Aadmi Party to step up its attack on BJP for the raids which took place at Manish Sisodia's residence. After this very short break, we will be getting all the details as Aam Aadmi Party BJP once again at loggerheads on the investigation into Delhi's excise policy. Stay tuned for more updates.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be arrested.
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
Now double trouble for Sisodia and liquor scam. CBI hands over case files to the ED. Massive development. Lookout circular issued against Manish Sisodia and others accused named in the FIR. News tightens around liquor scam accused. 14 accused, including Sisodia, cannot leave the country. After raids and questioning of 3 accused, CBI likely to summon more accused in the liquor scam. As Telangana gears up for bypolls, poster war breaks out ahead of Amit Shah's Telangana visit.
Well, starting with breaking news coming in, this one with respect to the news coming in from J&K, where we are told that the security forces have busted a terror hideout in Shopian, in Zainpura area of Shopian is what we are getting to know. So the terror hideout that has been busted by the security forces. So a huge crackdown on terror by the security personnel, and this comes days after the Kashmiri Pandits killing. So that's the breaking news coming in. We'll go across to Zeenat as well to get us more details, but a terror hideout that has been busted. We have Zeenat joining us live. Zeenat, give us more details on this terror hideout that has been busted in Shopian.
See, this is a terror hideout that has been busted by the security forces along with Jammu and Kashmir police in the Vachi area of Shopian of South Kashmir. This has come after the days when the Kashmiri Pandit was targeted by the Al-Badr terror outfit in Chotigam area of Shopian. This is the terror hideout that has been busted, although the recoveries that had been made also include the blankets, the utensils, and whether arms and ammunition have been recovered or not. We are yet to get the further details about it, but these are the exclusive visuals that we are beaming on screen that tells you that the kind of terror hideout that was created by the terrorists in Vachi of South Kashmir, and this has been busted by J&K police along with the security forces. Work on this is in progress as of now. Some utensils as well as some blankets and other things have been recovered, but this also tells you that where exactly the terrorists are hiding apart from taking shelter in the residential homes, because recently we have been seeing that the Jammu and Kashmir police, particularly Kashmir police chief, has made it clear to the population that they should not support the terrorism and they should not give space to the terror organizations or the terrorists. With the result, we are seeing now the terrorists are making use of these tunnels to make their stay possible.
All right, Zeenat, thank you for getting us all those details. Well, if you could talk to us more about the location, Zeenat, because this also required, I'm sure, intel inputs with regard to this terror hideout that has been busted, and also talk to us about the visuals that we are playing on our screens of this terror hideout of these terrorists that has been busted.
See, the visuals that we are beaming are from the Vachi area of Shopian of South Kashmir, which is somewhere around 90 kilometers from the Srinagar. But we talking about the Shopian district, we have seen the N number of anti-terror operations carried by J&K police with the security forces. The highest number had come from the Shopian. We talk about last year figures or 2020 figures or this year's figures. We have been seeing the number of anti-terror operations from the Shopian. But meanwhile, we have also witnessed that where the terrorists try to target the civilians, the unarmed population. We have also witnessed target killings in the Shopian recently when the terrorists targeted the Kashmiri Pandit family, the Sunil Kumar and his brother Pintu. Sunil lost his life in the terror attack and the Pintu is still in the hospital. So since then we are seeing the multiple raids being carried by the J&K police with the army as far as to bust the terror hideouts, also to get more leads as far as the killing of Sunil Kumar, the Kashmiri Pandit, is concerned. So many youth were picked up for the questioning. In fact, the Al-Badr terrorist Adil Wani has been identified along with one of his associates. He was identified. His family house, his three brothers have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And since then we're seeing that the Kashmir police is making every effort to see the leads as far as the Kashmiri Pandit target killing is concerned, and also to see the overall what is happening in this situation as far as the Shopian district is concerned. So we see this today, this terror hideout has been busted. This was more like a tunnel that these terrorists have created. It's more like for their, because nowadays they don't get a space, the shelter at the residential homes, so they are creating these kind of tunnels for their day-to-day activities or to hide in these tunnels. So work is in progress as far as this tunnel is concerned, this hideout is concerned, but this has been busted by the J&K police along with the security forces in the Vachi of Shopian, South Kashmir.
Yes, well, Zeenat, stay with us. Let's once again play those visuals full frame. That's a terror hideout that has been busted by the security forces in the Vachi area of Zainpura in Shopian. The visuals in which you can see that's the terror hideout where the terrorists were holed up, and that has been busted by the security forces. Remember, this comes days after the Kashmiri Pandit who was shot dead in Shopian by the terrorists. Latest what we understand is that in fact some if I can go back to Zeenat, if you can talk to us more about this hideout, talk to us more about the incriminating material that has been recovered by the forces from this terror hideout.
As far as the work in the tunnel is in progress, the security forces are still trying to find out what lies inside the tunnel, because it's a long tunnel that has been created by terrorists. In the beginning, when they started digging, they tried to burst this hideout, some blankets and all.
इस खबर से मैंने कि सभी न्यूज़ चैनल्स पे केंद्र सरकार द्वारा एक खबर भेजी गई कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी देश के सबसे प्रसिद्ध, देश के सबसे चाहे जाने वाले, देश के सबसे पसंद किए जाने वाले शिक्षा मंत्री के खिलाफ लुकआउट नोटिस केंद्र सरकार ने जारी किया है। मैंने गूगल पे सर्च किया, तुरंत एक सम्मानित अखबार का लेख था व्हाट इज लुकआउट नोटिस, और लिखा कि जो अपराधी इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी को मिल नहीं रहे होते, भाग गए होते हैं, एब्सकॉन्डिंग होते हैं, उन अपराधियों को ढूंढने के लिए, उनका पता लगाने के लिए देश की सबसे बड़ी एजेंसीज लुकआउट नोटिस निकालती हैं कि कहीं किसी एयरपोर्ट से भाग ना गए हों, कहीं बॉर्डर को क्रॉस ना कर गए हों। ये लुकआउट नोटिस होता है, और इसकी शुरुआत जो है, आज के दिन की शुरुआत हमारे देश की सरकार ने मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ लुकआउट नोटिस निकालकर उसकी खबर को सभी अखबारों को, टीवी चैनल्स को दे के जो है आज की शुरुआत की। बड़ी गंभीर बात है वो मनीष सिसोदिया जो परसों जन्माष्टमी पे शुक्रवार का दिन था, आप और मैं कई बार उस दिन मिले, 14 घंटे सुबह 7 बजे से लेकर रात तक, जब तक सीबीआई उनके घर में थी, उन सीबीआई अफसरों के साथ बैठे हुए थे अपने घर में, AB 17 मथुरा रोड। आप सब लोग बाहर खड़े हुए थे कैमरा लेके, मनीष जी अंदर मौजूद थे। सीबीआई निकली, मनीष जी ने सब टीवी चैनल्स को बाइट दी। रात को 11 बजे की बात होगी, परसों की। कल मनीष जी ने अपने घर में प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की है 12 बजे, और उसके बाद भी लगातार अपनी बाइट्स दे रहे हैं। आज सुबह से अपने घर पे जानबूझ के हमने कहा, मनीष जी आपको काम नहीं करना दिए गए, मगर फिर भी 2-1 घंटे निकाल लीजिए, एक चैनल को घर पे बुला के बाइट दे दीजिए, और घर से दीजिए, AB 17 मथुरा रोड से दीजिए, ताकि प्रधानमंत्री जी को भरोसा हो जाए। मनीष सिसोदिया भागने वाली चीज नहीं है। मनीष सिसोदिया डट के मुकाबला करने वाला आदमी है। आप जहां बुलाओगे प्रधानमंत्री जी, मनीष सिसोदिया आने के लिए तैयार है। आप बताइए कहां मिलना चाहते हैं, और अगर आप आना चाहते हैं तो आइए, आपका स्वागत है। AB 17 में मनीष जी है। समस्या क्या है? समस्या यह है केंद्र सरकार की, 31 जगह सीबीआई के छापे डाले गए। 14 घंटे तक देश के अंदर 31 ठिकानों के अंदर ढूंढ मची। 900 सीबीआई के अफसर लगाए गए, मिला कुछ नहीं। यह समस्या है मोदी जी की। कोई पैसा मिला हो, कोई कैश मिला हो, कहीं सोना चांदी मिला हो, कहीं पे बेनामी संपत्तियों के कागज मिले हो, कुछ भी तो नहीं मिला। वरना सीबीआई खुद प्रेस वार्ता करके बताती है ये हमें मिला है। अब वो मिला नहीं, तो अब इस लेवल पे आ गए कि साहब मनीष सिसोदिया भाग गए, देश छोड़ के भाग गए मनीष जी, और सीबीआई ने लुकआउट नोटिस दिया है। अब एयरपोर्ट पे पुलिस तलाशी कर रही है मनीष सिसोदिया कहां पे है। ये तो बहुत छोटी बात है, तो बहुत तुच्छ चीज है। इसको तो अगर नौटंकी भी कहा जाए तो ये नौटंकी भी नहीं है, तो नौटंकी से भी बहुत नीचे है। और आप सोचिए, इन मनीष सिसोदिया का नाम तो देश विदेश सब जगह है, लोग इन्हें हर जगह जानते हैं। विदेशों की सरकारें हंस रही होंगी हमारी भारत सरकार के ऊपर। वो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय पे हंस रहे होंगे, और वो कह रहे होंगे कैसा देश है जहां पे बेरोजगारी अपने चरम पर है, जहां पे महंगाई संभल नहीं रही, जहां पे देश की अर्थव्यवस्था नीचे भाग रही है, जहां पे देश का गरीब आदमी रो रहा है। उस देश के प्रधानमंत्री क्या कर रहे हैं? उस देश के प्रधानमंत्रियों को राज्य सरकारों के साथ मिलके मीटिंग करनी चाहिए कि भाई देश को पटरी पर कैसे लाया जाए, बेरोजगारों को रोजगार कैसे दिया जाए, महंगाई को कम कैसे किया जाए। और प्रधानमंत्री जी क्या कर रहे हैं? हर राज्य सरकार से लड़ रहे हैं। आप सोचिए विदेशों के अंदर क्या खबरें जा रही है इस भारत की, कि भारत की अपनी समस्याएं कम नहीं है, और प्रधानमंत्री ये है हर एक राज्य से लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं कि आज इसको ठोकूंगा, कल इसको ठोकूंगा, कल तेरे को ठोकूंगा, कल इसको ठोकूंगा, आज तुझे जेल में डालूंगा, कल तुझे जेल में डालूंगा, अब तुझे जेल में डालूंगा, अच्छा तू ज्यादा बोल रहा है तेरे को भी जेल में डालूंगा। ये क्या संस्कृति है प्रधानमंत्री जी? मैं एक हफ्ते से देख रहा हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता, कोई मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, कोई एमएलए है, कोई एक्स काउंसलर है, कोई मंत्री है, वो आके सीबीआई के ऐसे सर्टिफिकेट दे रहे हैं। साहब सीबीआई ने केस दर्ज किया है, सीबीआई ने एफआईआर दर्ज की है, ये दुनिया के सबसे भ्रष्टाचारी लोग हैं। आज सीबीआई जो है, जैसे भगवान हरिश्चंद्र थे, राजा हरिश्चंद्र थे, आज सीबीआई राजा हरिश्चंद्र बन गई है। मैं एक वीडियो दिखाना चाहता हूं आपको, और आपके माध्यम से उन भाजपा के सभी मित्रों को वीडियो दिखाना चाहता हूं। इस वीडियो को देखिए। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जब विपक्ष में थे तो सीबीआई के बारे में क्या कहा करते थे, और ये सारे मेरे भाजपा के मित्र जब विपक्ष में थे तो सीबीआई के बारे में क्या कहा करते थे। एक बार चलाइए, लाइट ऑफ कर दीजिए।
ये सीबीआई का दुरुपयोग निर्दोष लोगों को परेशान करने के लिए सीबीआई का अनाप शनाप कारनामे जो चलाए जा रहे हैं, तो कभी न कभी तो आपको हिंदुस्तान की
Well, the AAP there continuing to remain defiant with respect to the big development that is happening at this point. Remember, the CBI has handed over the case files to the Enforcement Directorate, so ED will be probing the money laundering charge as well. In fact, it will be registering a fresh FIR against the accused in the excise policy scam. A lot of developments happening, and this even as a massive face-off that continues between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, with the latter now questioning the Aam Aadmi Party over the grave allegations that have been levelled against the ruling party in the national capital. So Manish Sisodia there, who's facing graft charges, but AAP still continuing to talk on education, deflecting from the issue at hand, which is the liquor scam for which it is under the scanner. So Manish Sisodia there facing a lot of backlash as well, and is under the radar of not just the CBI now, but the ED as well, which will be registering a fresh case, we are told, and will, in fact, reporters telling us that an ED summon, which is also likely in the coming days, of Manish Sisodia. We'll go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. And on that note, let's once again. And another media briefing which is happening at this point as the face-off continues between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Let's listen in.
प्रधानमंत्री जी कह रहे हैं सीबीआई का इस्तेमाल गुजरात के मंत्रियों को जेल में डालने के लिए किया जा रहा है, और सीबीआई को चेतावनी दे रहे हैं, सीबीआई के अफसरों को चेतावनी दे रहे हैं कि देश आपको सबक सिखाएगा। आज मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से जानना चाहता हूं, अपने दिल पे हाथ रख के बताइए प्रधानमंत्री जी, और मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से जानना चाहता हूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उन नेताओं और प्रवक्ताओं से जानना चाहता हूं जो शाम को 5 बजे सीबीआई के वकील बन जाते हैं, जो सुबह से शाम तक प्रेस वार्ता के अंदर सीबीआई की वकालत करते हुए सीबीआई के कसीदे पढ़ते हैं कि 5-7 साल पहले सीबीआई का दुरुपयोग हो रहा था। केंद्र सरकार सीबीआई में गुजरात के मंत्रियों को जेल में डाल रही थी, लोगों को बदनाम करने की कोशिश कर रही थी, और आज सीबीआई ईमानदार हो गई, आज सीबीआई स्वतंत्र हो गई। आज सीबीआई क्या कर रही है, आज ईडी क्या कर रही है? आज दिल्ली के मंत्रियों को जेल में डाला जा रहा है, और दोस्तों ये रिकॉर्ड पर है ये बात। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता डिबेट में बैठ के मुझे धमकी देते हैं, अभी पता चलेगा जेल में जाओगे। 2 दिन पहले आलोक शर्मा कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता हैं, उनकी बहस गौरव भाटिया से हो गई और उनको बोला अभी पता चलेगा, ईडी का छापा पड़ेगा तो समझ में आएगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता आज टीवी चैनल पे बैठ के धमकियां देते हैं कि सीबीआई से पता लगाएंगे तुम्हें, जेल की चक्की पीसनी पड़ेगी, अब तो जेल में जाना पड़ेगा। ये तो साफ है कि यार भारतीय जनता पार्टी सीबीआई को चला रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक प्रवक्ता को पता है कि क्या स्क्रिप्ट मोदी जी ने लिखी है, और उस पटकथा के ऊपर सीबीआई, ईडी आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने की तैयारी कर रही है, और खुली धमकी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता अपनी प्रेस वार्ता में देते हैं, रोज टीवी डिबेट्स में देते हैं। इससे ज्यादा घटियापना हमने इससे पहले नहीं देखा। कांग्रेस का यूपीए का समय भी देखा था, मगर इतनी हिम्मत नहीं थी किसी के मंत्री की कांग्रेस के समय में कि वो ये कह दे कि कल तुम्हें जेल में भेजेंगे और परसों तुम्हें जेल में भेजेंगे। आज तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये समय ला दिया है। मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं, पूरी दुनिया हमें देख रही है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी, पूरा जो संसार है वो ये देख रहा है कि जहां प्रधानमंत्री को महंगाई, बेरोजगारी से लड़ना चाहिए था, आज प्रधानमंत्री अपने हर राज्य की सरकार से लड़ रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। देखिए, आप पत्रकार हैं, आपको तो आज पता चला है कि ईडी को डॉक्यूमेंट्स भेजे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता तो 3 हफ्ते से बोल रहे हैं कि सीबीआई भी आएगी, ईडी भी आएगी, मनीष सिसोदिया जेल में जाएंगे। ये तो काफी दिनों से बोल रहे हैं और हम उसके लिए तैयार हैं, हम डरने वाले नहीं हैं। हम लोग अपनी जुबान बंद नहीं करेंगे। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपको जो करना है कर लीजिए। और कोई सवाल? बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So, as you heard, the AAP press briefing there, crying foul, calling it all a witch hunt, but not a question, not a single answer on the grave allegations that have been put on the Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital, Manish Sisodia, with respect to the liquor scam. So, several questions that Manish Sisodia is facing at this point. In fact, on that note, let's once again listen into what Manish Sisodia had to say, as well as the BJP sharpening its attack on the Aam Aadmi Party.
अब की बार तो देश की जनता लुकआउट नोटिस देगी और 2024 में देगी और पूछेगी कि बड़े बड़े वादे करके कहां चले गए। अब देश की जनता लुकआउट करेगी 2024 में।
मैं समझता हूं लुकआउट नोटिस एक बहुत बड़ा इशारा है कि ये जो बौखलाए हुए हैं, ये ऐसे नहीं, कोई बहुत बड़ी चीज एजेंसीज को मिली है और हम दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
मोदी जी को किस बात की चिंता है? लुकआउट नोटिस जारी करो। अरे मनीष सिसोदिया यही अपने घर पे है, मैं मिलने आया हूँ।
देखिए, जो षड्यंत्रकारी होते हैं, आपराधिक षड्यंत्रकारी होते हैं, जिन्होंने राजस्व की डकैती और चोरी की है, उनके लिए ग्रीटिंग कार्ड नहीं बनाए जाते, उनके लिए लुकआउट नोटिस ही जारी किए जाते हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री बैठ के, सारे मुख्यमंत्री और सब लोग बैठ के 24 घंटे हेल्थ के बारे में सोचें, एजुकेशन के बारे में सोचें, काम करने के बारे में सोचें। ये सोचते हैं कैसे बस विपक्ष की सरकारों को गिरा दो, कैसे सीबीआई का मिसयूज कर लो, कैसे ईडी का मिसयूज कर लो, कैसे किसी को नोटिस दिला दो। अब की बार तो देश की जनता लुकआउट नोटिस देगी।
को रेड में कुछ नहीं मिला, आपको छापेमारी में कुछ नहीं मिला, तो हताश होकर नौटंकी कर रहे हैं आप। देश में तमाम हत्यारे, आतंकवादी, उनको लुकआउट नोटिस नहीं जारी होती।
दूसरी जो महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि ये लुकआउट नोटिस का जारी होना सामान्य बात नहीं है। जैसे वो बार बार कह रहे हैं, जनता को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं, इसमें भ्रमित मत करिए। लुकआउट नोटिस का मतलब है कि ये जो आरोप लगा है उसमें जो साक्ष्य मिल रहे हैं बहुत संगीन है और इन आरोपियों को देश छोड़कर भाग जाने की शंका सीबीआई को भी है।
वो कट्टर ईमानदार पार्टी है जो बेईमानी का चेहरा अब सामने आ रहा है। बात शिक्षा नीति की तो हो ही नहीं रही है, बात शराब नीति की हो रही है। आप कह रहे बच्चों का भविष्य बना रहे थे, दिल्ली पूछ रही है पूरी, एक के साथ एक शराब की बोतल देखकर भविष्य बना रहे थे।
तरीके से एक अच्छे मंत्री को बदनाम करना कोई बहुत अच्छी चीज़ नहीं है, ये तो बहुत ज़्यादा दुरुपयोग है एजेंसीज का। वो आदमी इनके साथ था 14 घंटे, वो आदमी कल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं।
So the AAP in the latest doing another press conference calling it all a witch hunt as far as the allegations that have been leveled against Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital. Remember, the CBI has also handed over the files to the Enforcement Directorate that is all set to file a fresh case. In fact, sources now telling Republic that the summons by the ED could also follow in the days to come. So trouble there only mounting for Manish Sisodia, who continues to remain defiant. A lot of more reactions coming in. Let's listen into some of them.
देखिए, जब तक सीबीआई सारे सबूत लेकर नहीं आएगी तब तक इनको ड्रामा ही लगेगा और ये जनता को गुमराह करते रहेंगे। मगर मैं जनता को भी कहना चाहता हूं कि आप इनकी बातों में नहीं आइए। सारे पर्याप्त सबूत हैं, एक एक व्यक्ति की पूरी डिटेल है, कॉल की डिटेल है, उनकी लोकेशन की डिटेल है, कौन से होटल में इनका स्वीट सारा बुक रहता था, 6 महीने तक बुक रहता था, वहाँ से तेलंगाना से लोग आते थे, बिजनेसमैन आते थे और उनके साथ में बैठकर ये पॉलिसी बनाई गई और जो अपना क्रेडिट नोट के माध्यम से ये कैश का लेन देन करते थे। सारी चीज़ें पर्याप्त सबूत हैं, बिल्कुल चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। और मेरा मनीष सिसोदिया जी को एक उनको सलाह है, सुझाव है कि वो थोड़ा सा योगा प्राणायाम अपना बढ़ाएं, थोड़ा सा जो है अपनी एक्सरसाइज करें और क्योंकि इतनी अच्छी सुविधाएं जो आपको उप मुख्यमंत्री के नाते मिल रही है, ये आपको तिहाड़ जेल में नहीं मिलने वाली है।
ये बात पूरा देश देख रहा है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जो दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों के लिए दिन रात मेहनत करके अच्छी शिक्षा देने का काम कर रहे हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जिनको दिन रात इस बात की चिंता है कि दिल्ली के बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा कैसे मिले, अच्छा स्वास्थ्य कैसे मिले, जो देश को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनाना चाहते हैं, मोदी जी को किस बात की चिंता है? लुकआउट नोटिस जारी करो। अरे मनीष सिसोदिया यहीं अपने घर पे हैं, मैं मिलने आया हूं। आइए नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आपका भी स्वागत है, मैं आपको चाय बना के पिलाऊंगा, आइए। लेकिन इस प्रकार से जांच एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग, इस प्रकार से अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया से नफरत, इस प्रकार से दिल्ली के बच्चों से नफरत, दिल्ली के शिक्षा मॉडल से नफरत, पूरा देश आपको देख रहा है। आपको रेड में कुछ नहीं मिला, आपको छापेमारी में कुछ नहीं मिला, तो हताश होकर नौटंकी कर रहे हैं आप।
So the face-off that continues between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the liquor scam, the AAP calling it a witch hunt. This even as the CBI in the latest has handed over the case files to the ED. So tracking closely all the updates on this big story that we've been tracking for the last few days. And rich tributes, meanwhile, were paid to Major Ishwar Singh at the memorial service which was held in the national capital, attended by the Raksha Mantri and the army veterans. Major Ishwar Singh, remember, passed away at the age of 92 in Singapore. His last wish was that his ashes be brought back to the country. Rich tributes were paid to the Indian Army veteran Major Ishwar Lal Singh at a memorial service that was held in the national capital on Friday. The 92-year-old Singaporean veteran of the Indian National Army served under the leadership of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose passed away on 5th of August in Singapore. Remembered for his immense contribution in the freedom struggle, Major Ishwar Lal Singh's ashes were brought to India as was his last wish. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, who attended the memorial service along with the army veterans, paid their tributes to the mortal remains of the INA veteran.
जितना भी उनके बारे में कहा जाए वह कम है। मैं राधिका जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, उनकी पुत्रवधू को, कि कम से कम उनकी अस्थि लेकर मेजर ईश्वर लाल सिंह जी की वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। मैं भी बैठे बैठे मैं चर्चा कर रहा था, शायद यदि मैं भूल नहीं रहा हूं तो शायद मुझसे भी उन्होंने कहा था यह बात। यही मैं राधिका जी से चर्चा कर रहा था और मैं इसे पक्के दावे के साथ मैं नहीं कह पा रहा हूं क्योंकि शायद मैं उसको याद नहीं कर पा रहा हूं, लेकिन जब उन्होंने कहा तो मुझे क्लिक किया कि शायद यह बात उन्होंने मुझसे भी कही हो।
We are showing you the memorial event which is being done here. Everyone one-on-one are paying Shraddhanjali here to retired Major Ishwar Lal Singh, veteran of Indian National Army, and also served and interacted with Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose are here. This memorial is happening in Red Fort.
Listen in as Major General G.D. Bakshi gave a fitting tribute to Major Ishwar Lal, who joined the Bal Sena wing of the Azad Hind Fauj at a tender age of 12 years. Speaking to the public, Ishwar Lal's daughter-in-law said, Major Ishwar Lal Singh spoke highly about Netaji Subhash Bose and that his last wish was his ashes to be brought back to India.
We came to know about this through Shubham. He had told this to Shubham. So Shubham approached us when Shubham Sharma. he approached us with his team, Uma and Nileshji, that this is what your father-in-law wanted to be done. So then we discussed within the family members, and the family then decided that okay, we'll get it. We will bring the ash down.
Reminiscing Ishwar Lal Singh's contribution in India's freedom struggle, Major General G.D. Bakshi said Ishwar Singh was given the name by Netaji at a very young age, and that the warriors who were with Netaji, they had made the memorial in Singapore with their own hard-earned money.
Netaji landed up there in to take charge of the INA. And this little boy of 12, this little Sikh boy, Sardar, he stopped him. He says, "You can't go." He's resting. He says, "Who are you, son?" He said, "I'm Ishwar Singh." He was so happy, he caressed his head and he said, "You are from today Ishwar Lal Singh."
As India salutes the sacrifices of the Jawans of the Indian National Army, Major Ishwar Lal Singh's contribution in India's freedom struggle remains etched in minds of every citizen. Bureau Report, Republic TV. Slipping into a very short break, do not go anywhere, stand by for a big exclusive coming up on the other side.
Aam Aadmi Party is once again hitting back at BJP for the lookout notice issued against Manish Sisodia. After this very short break, we will once again hear into the press conference which will be coming in from BJP at 12:30. Stay tuned for that big press conference of BJP.
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, "Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega," and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
आप क्या कहेंगे? देखो, सीबीआई जिन मुद्दों पे आगे बढ़ रही है, मैं सीबीआई से बात करूंगा, लेकिन ये लोग जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं उस पर तो मैंने कहा तुम तय तो कर लो पहले कि भाई 1000 करोड़ का है, 8000 करोड़ का है, 1 करोड़ का है, 10 करोड़ का है, किसने किया है? कंपनी ने किया है, शराब विक्रेता ने किया है, खरीदने वाले ने किया है, मनीष सिसोदिया ने, किसने किया है? पहले तय कर लो तुम लोग। इन आरोपों के बीच में इधर उधर की, रोज इधर उधर की इनका नेता खड़ा होकर बात करता रहता है। मुद्दे की बात करो। मुद्दे की बात यह है कि आज अरविंद केजरीवाल से डर क्यों लग रहा है? आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के जेल में, इनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री को आपने जेल में भेज दिया, अब शिक्षा मंत्री को जेल में भेजने वाले हो। अरविंद केजरीवाल से इतना घबरा रहे हो?
नो करप्शन हमेशा बात करी गई। हमने भी शुरू से, जब से आम आदमी पार्टी बनी है सर, तब से हम लोग ने भी कवरेज भी करी है, आप लोग के साथ चले, देखा है सब कुछ कैसे बनी, क्या हुआ, सारे आंदोलन देखे। नो करप्शन की बात करी गई। न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स की जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात कहती है कि पेड एड है, और कैसे इस इमेज को सुधारा जाएगा, क्योंकि मनीष सिसोदिया नंबर 2 इन द पार्टी हैं, डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, तो वो ये सब चीज़ें कैसे होंगी?
इमेज की चिंता, उसको जो अपनी इमेज के लिए मरा जा रहा हो। हम भगत सिंह के चेले हैं, हम देश के लिए मरे जाते हैं। जब तक जान है देश के लिए काम करते रहेंगे, स्कूल अस्पताल के लिए काम करते रहेंगे। मैं कह रहा हूँ जब तक जान है काम करते रहेंगे, जब तक जान है शिक्षा पे, स्वास्थ्य पे, बेरोजगारी, महंगाई, सब पे काम करते रहेंगे। ये काम करने से नहीं रोक पाएंगे, बाकी जिनको जो करना है करना।
न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स से आप अगर,
न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स का क्या है? न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स
वो कहते हैं कि पेड न्यूज़ है, आप उस पर क्या कहते हैं?
बीजेपी के कहने से अगर पेड न्यूज़ हो जाती, न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स को इन्होंने अपना इद्दू पिद्दू समझा हुआ है क्या?
ठीक है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद बातचीत करने के लिए। कैमरा पर्सन यशपाल के साथ रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के लिए अनुज।
And Republic there in an exclusive conversation with Deputy Chief Minister of New Delhi, Mr. Manish Sisodia, in which the AAP leader said, as he said, his first answer was so many allegations. But come to the point, he says, how much is the embezzlement amount? He's asked for facts, he's asked for figures. Even as the BJP continues to allege, the BJP continues to ask questions. Why did the Aam Aadmi Party government withdraw the new excise policy after it was introduced, if it was the best in the country? The Aam Aadmi Party, meanwhile, has clearly stated in its own way that this is the fear of the BJP. It is Arvind Kejriwal that the BJP is afraid of, and that the 2024 polls will be between Kejriwal and Narendra Modi. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party alleges. It talks about education, it talks about its achievements in the field of education, of what it has done for education. It talks about healthcare, but it refuses to answer any questions, saying that there is no scam. Nothing has emerged and nothing will. Meanwhile, the CBI continues with its investigations. As you can see on your screen there, those are some of the facts and figures. The loss in revenue that was a result of the new excise policy, 1,062 crore rupees. Even as the Aam Aadmi Party continues to say that it was one of the best excise policies that the nation has ever had, the BJP questions, why was it then?
हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए मौजूद हैं दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी। मनीष जी, परिवर्तन, कबीर, इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन और अब लुकआउट सर्कुलर, ये तो बड़ा अटपटा सा देखने को मिल रही है।
देखो, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। देश में कोई काम करे और 75 साल बाद भी हम देश की राजनीति को यहाँ लेके बैठे हैं कि यार एक आदमी काम कर रहा है, उसको लुकआउट नोटिस दो, कर लो, मैं तो यहीं बैठा हूँ, आप मुझे बताओ कहाँ आना है। आपने मेरे घर 24 घंटे पहले ही मेरे घर 14 घंटे की रेड कराई, आप बताओ कहाँ आना, मैं आने को तैयार हूँ। ये लुकआउट नोटिस, ये नौटंकी किस लिए कर रहे हो? क्योंकि रेड में कुछ नहीं निकला, आपको भी पता है कि कुछ नहीं हुआ, अब आप बस ऐसे ही नौटंकी करोगे अभी। इसलिए मैंने 2 दिन पहले कहा ना कि अभी FIR हुई है, फिर लुकआउट नोटिस कर दिया इन्होंने। प्रधानमंत्री जी अब 24 घंटे यही सोच रहे हैं कि मैं CBI को किसके घर भेजूं, ED को किसके घर भेजूं, रेड किसके घर कराऊं, लुकआउट नोटिस किसको दिलाऊं, सरकार किसकी गिरवाऊं। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, पर है।
नो टॉलरेंस, नो करप्शन, इस तरीके से जैसे मैंने अभी बात करी कि परिवर्तन से लेके यहाँ तक की यात्रा। लेकिन अभी जो चीज़ें चल रही हैं कि CBI रेड कर रही है, और भी हमने देखा कि मिनिस्टर रडार में रहे, अरेस्टिंग भी हुई, लगातार रेड्स भी हुई, CM भी ये बात कहते हैं। इस इमेज को कैसे ठीक करा जाएगा मनीष जी?
इमेज जनता देख रही है। आज लाखों बच्चे जिनके लिए स्कूल बने हैं, मैं उनके बीच गया हूँ, वो जानते हैं कि स्कूल बने हैं, वो जानते हैं कि अस्पताल बने हैं, वो जानते हैं कि आदमी ईमानदार है, वो जानते हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल ने उनके लिए काम कराए हैं। आज दिल्ली की जनता जानती है, देश की जनता इस काम को देख रही है, पंजाब की जनता ने देखा है, इसीलिए पंजाब में एक मौका केजरीवाल को दिया है। आज मोदी वर्सेस हु का सवाल देश में खत्म होता जा रहा है। आज सवाल यहाँ आ गया है कि भाई 2024 में हम एक मौका केजरीवाल को देना चाहते हैं। समय लगेगा इसमें, लेकिन लोगों के मन में अब ये बात बनने लगी है, और सिर्फ इसलिए बनने लगी है क्योंकि पहली बार ऐसा आदमी मिला है जनता को जिसके बारे में लोग ये कह रहे हैं काम करता है। 75 साल बाद देश के प्रधानमंत्री इतना बड़ा मैंडेट लेके बैठे हैं, लेकिन वो काम की नहीं सोच रहे, वो महंगाई नहीं सोच रहे, वो बेरोजगारी नहीं सोच रहे, वो केवल सोच रहे हैं 24 घंटे सरकार कैसे गिराऊं, पैसे से खरीद के, ED धमका के, CBI से धमका के। मतलब अरविंद केजरीवाल कह रहे हैं कि देश को नंबर 1 कैसे बनाना है, मोदी जी 24 घंटे सोच रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके मंत्रियों को FIR में नंबर 1 कैसे बनाना है। यही लड़ाई है।
मनीष जी, सीबीआई की बात होती है, ईडी की बात होती है, एजुकेशन मॉडल की बात होती है, नो डाउट आपने डिलीवरी दी और दिखाया भी है, हमारे हेल्थ सिस्टम की बात होती है, लेकिन इन्फोर्समेंट, माफ़ी चाहूँगा, सीबीआई की जब बात आ रही है तो सीबीआई पे कहा यह जा रहा है कि मनीष जी सीबीआई पे बात नहीं करते हैं खुल के।
सीबीआई आई मेरे घर,
एक्साइज पॉलिसी को डिटेल में अगर हम बात करें,
ये कह रहे हैं कि भाई इतने हज़ारों करोड़ का घोटाला हुआ है, सीबीआई भेजी, 14 घंटे रेड कराई, मैं सुबह सो के उठा था तभी सीबीआई पहुंच गई वहाँ पे। मेरे घर से क्या मिला? कुछ मेरे कपड़े, मेरे बीवी के कपड़े, मेरे बच्चे के कपड़े, कुछ फाइलें सरकार की एक मंत्री के घर में। इसके अलावा क्या ले गए? वो उनको ले गए, मेरा कंप्यूटर ले गए, मेरे घर से कोई नोट निकले, मेरे घर से कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें निकली, क्या निकला? कुछ भी नहीं निकला। एक पैसे के भ्रष्टाचार का कोई सबूत नहीं निकला। अब ये सीबीआई रेड के बाद अब कह रहे हैं भाई एक्साइज में फला करप्शन हुआ। इन्होंने बीजेपी वालों ने कहा 8,000 करोड़ का करप्शन हुआ, फिर बोले 1100 करोड़ का हुआ, फिर बोले 150 करोड़, 144 करोड़ का, 40 करोड़ का हुआ, कुछ बोलते रहे। फिर जब एफआईआर हुई तो बोले एक कंपनी ने दूसरी कंपनी को 1 करोड़ रुपए ट्रांसफ़र किए थे बैंक में, वाइट के होते हैं बैंक में, तो वो मनीष सिसोदिया का करप्शन है। मनीष सिसोदिया का इन कंपनियों से क्या लेना देना है,
इसकी बात करते हैं।
इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ आपको कि इनका किसी से ना वेव ऑफ से चिंता है, ना इनको एक्साइज की चिंता है, ना इनको किसी चीज़ की चिंता है, इनको केवल और केवल केजरीवाल की चिंता है। अगर इनको एक्साइज से चोरी की चिंता होती, गुजरात में जाके 10,000 करोड़ रुपए की जो हर साल चोरी होती है और जहां सबूत है हुज ट्रेजेडी से लोग मरे हैं जहरीली शराब पी के, जिसमें कहते हैं हमने बंद कर रखा है, वहां पे शराब पी के लोग मर रहे हैं, उसकी चिंता कर रहे होते हैं। अगर आज इनको भ्रष्टाचार की चिंता होती तो प्रधानमंत्री जिस पुल का उद्घाटन करके आए 5 दिन के अंदर अंदर धंस गया, उसका भ्रष्टाचार की जाँच कर रहे होते, नहीं कर रहे हैं।
लेकिन लगातार जो एक्साइज पॉलिसी की अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं, एक तो जो पॉलिसी चेंज हुई उसमें जोन में डिवाइड हुई, दिल्ली को आपने जोन में 32 जोन में डिवाइड कर दिया। उसके बाद वेव ऑफ की बात करी जाती है कि वेव ऑफ क्यों करें, उसके अलावा बात करी जाती है कि रोल बैक क्यों करी गई वो पॉलिसी। तो ये सारे जो चार्जेस हैं जो कह रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी एलिगेशन लगा रही है, सीबीआई जिन मुद्दों पे आगे बढ़ रही है उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखो, सीबीआई जिन मुद्दों पे आगे बढ़ रही है मैं सीबीआई से बात करूंगा, लेकिन ये लोग जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं उस पर तो मैंने कहा तुम तय तो कर लो पहले कि भाई 1,000 करोड़ का है, 8,000 करोड़ का है, 1 करोड़ का है, 10 करोड़ का है, किसने किया है? कंपनी ने किया है, शराब विक्रेता ने किया है, खरीदने वाले ने किया है, मनीष सिसोदिया ने, किसने किया है? पहले तय कर लो तुम लोग। इन आरोपों के बीच में इधर उधर की इनका नेता खड़ा होकर बात करता रहता है। मुद्दे की बात करो। मुद्दे की बात यह है कि आज अरविंद केजरीवाल से डर क्यों लग रहा है? आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के जेल में, इनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री को आपने जेल में भेज दिया, अब शिक्षा मंत्री को जेल में भेजने वाले हो। अरविंद केजरीवाल से इतना घबरा रहे हो?
नो करप्शन हमेशा बात करी गई, हमने भी शुरू से, जब से आम आदमी पार्टी बनी है सर, तब से हम लोग ने भी कवरेज भी करी है, आप लोग के साथ चले, देखा है सब कुछ कैसे बनी, क्या हुआ, सारे आंदोलन देखे। नो करप्शन की बात करी गई। न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स की जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात कहती है कि पेड एड है, और कैसे इस इमेज को सुधारा जाएगा, क्योंकि मनीष सिसोदिया नंबर 2 इन द पार्टी हैं, डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, तो वो ये सब चीज़ें कैसे होंगी?
इमेज की चिंता, उसको जो अपनी इमेज के लिए मरा जा रहा हो। हम भगत सिंह के चेले हैं, हम देश के लिए मरे जाते हैं। जब तक जान है देश के लिए काम करते रहेंगे, स्कूल अस्पताल के लिए काम करते रहेंगे। मैं कह रहा हूँ जब तक जान है काम करते रहेंगे, जब तक जान है शिक्षा पे, स्वास्थ्य पे, बेरोजगारी, महंगाई, सब पे काम करते रहेंगे। ये काम करने से नहीं रोक पाएंगे, बाकी जिनको जो करना है कर।
न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स से आप अगर,
न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स का क्या है? न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स
वो कहते हैं कि पेड न्यूज़ है, आप उस पर क्या कहते हैं?
बीजेपी के कहने से अगर पेड न्यूज़ हो जाती, न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स को इन्होंने अपना इद्दू पिद्दू समझा हुआ है क्या?
ठीक है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद बातचीत करने के लिए। कैमरा पर्सन यशपाल के साथ रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के लिए अनुज।
So Manish Sisodia, Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, there in conversation with Republic, our correspondent Anuj there, asking him the pertinent questions that perhaps every political party right now, every citizen of India is asking at this point. And Manish Sisodia there putting forward the Aam Aadmi Party's point of view.
मोदी जी को किस बात की चिंता है? लुकआउट नोटिस जारी करो। अरे मनीष सिसोदिया यही अपने घर पे है, मैं मिलने आया हूँ।
देखिए, जो षड्यंत्रकारी होते हैं, आपराधिक षड्यंत्रकारी होते हैं, जिन्होंने राजस्व की डकैती और चोरी की है, उनके लिए ग्रीटिंग कार्ड नहीं बनाए जाते, उनके लिए लुकआउट नोटिस ही जारी किए जाते हैं।
जैसे अब ये कह रहे हैं, भ्रम फैलाने में लगे हैं कि 3 दिन सीबीआई हमारे को क्या मिला, 2 दिन आई क्या मिला। तो 2 दिन 3 दिन में आपको सीबीआई आप ही को बताएगी। आप एक मैसेज डाल दिए कि अधिकारी बड़े
को भी इस्तीफा देना पड़ा। वहां पर हत्याएं भी हुई और एक नहीं 25 से ज्यादा हत्याएं पंजाब में हुई। वहां तो कानून व्यवस्था चरमरा गई है। दिल्ली में केजरीवाल मॉडल पूरी तरह से फेल हुआ है। भ्रष्टाचार चरम सीमा पर है। सत्येंद्र जैन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के बाएं हाथ वो जेल में है और दाहिना हाथ मनीष सिसोदिया जी सीबीआई की रेड के बाद शराब नीति को वापस लेते हैं तो स्पष्ट तौर पर दिखता है कि भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है। और कल की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उन्होंने स्वयं माना कि शराब घोटाले से वो डरते नहीं हैं। तो मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने खुद माना है कि शराब में घोटाला भी हुआ है, लेकिन जवाब नहीं देते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जो किंग पिन है। और ये जो किंग पिन है वो आरोपी नंबर 1 को संरक्षण देने के लिए अपने पार्टी के प्रवक्ताओं को, नेताओं को जितना मर्जी उतारें। जनता, मीडिया और देश भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपी, शराब के भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपी मनीष सिसोदिया से बार बार जवाब मांगता है और किंग पिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से जवाब मांगता है कि ये भ्रष्टाचार कैसे हुआ, किन किन को पैसा गया, इसका जवाब देना ही पड़ेगा।
So the face-off continues. The BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party over the new excise policy that was introduced by the Aam Aadmi Party and later withdrawn. You just heard Union Minister Anurag Singh Thakur saying that the questions remain, the questions continue, and the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal will have to answer each and every question that has emerged as a result of the losses that the exchequer has incurred because of the new excise policy. And you see in that visual there, Deputy Chief Minister of New Delhi in his press conference yesterday holding out 2 New York Times front page articles. One, lauding the education system of the Aam Aadmi Party, and which he had himself supervised, and the other, an article from a year ahead or perhaps more about the losses caused, the loss of life in India due to the corona pandemic. And that's what he began his press conference yesterday, the much awaited press conference in which it was expected that he would answer a lot of questions.
यदि आपका आदेश हो तो प्रारंभ किया जाए। मित्रों नमस्कार। अपने बीच भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता माननीय गौरव भाटिया जी हैं और दिल्ली प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माननीय प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री आदेश गुप्ता जी आपको संबोधित करेंगे। बगल में प्रदेश के प्रवक्ता माननीय हरीश खुराना जी हैं। मेरा विनम्र निवेदन है माननीय गौरव भाटिया जी से कि आपको संबोधित करें।
धन्यवाद संजय जी। सभी पत्रकार बंधुओं को नमस्कार। आपके समक्ष जो मुद्दा केवल दिल्ली की जनता ही नहीं पूरे भारत की जनता बात कर रही है और कह रही है, उसी को आगे बढ़ाने आए हैं। आज ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि देश की जनता कह रही है अगर सबसे बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी कोई है तो वो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया और आम आदमी पार्टी है। ऐसा क्यों है मैं बताता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी कोई है तो वो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया और आम आदमी पार्टी है। ऐसा क्यों है मैं बताता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने दिखाया कि एक विपक्ष की भूमिका सकारात्मक रूप से जनता के सवाल कैसे मजबूती से उठाकर अपनी जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन किया जाता है। सवाल क्या पूछे? सवाल पूछे कि अगर आम आदमी पार्टी की आबकारी नीति सही थी तो वापस क्यों ली गई? जवाब आया, विदेशी समाचार न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स पत्रिका कहती है कि आम आदमी पार्टी का शिक्षा मॉडल बड़ा अच्छा है। सवाल पूछा अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, कोविड की दूसरी लहर आई, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरे देश की जनता के साथ खड़ी हो गई, दवाई सुनिश्चित करी, अस्पताल में बेड हो, ऑक्सीजन मिले। दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री की कलम को, जिसको स्वास्थ्य, चिकित्सा, दवाई, बेड और ऑक्सीजन पर ध्यान देना था, अरविंद केजरीवाल की भ्रष्टाचारी कलम आबकारी नीति पे दस्तखत करने में लगी थी। मनीष सिसोदिया वो अकाउंटेंट बन के ये देख रहे थे कि आम आदमी पार्टी के खजाने में जनता के पैसे की कितनी लूट आएगी। और एक बात कहना गलत नहीं होगा, आज भारत की जनता कह रही है आप नहीं पाप है, भ्रष्टाचारियों का बाप है और जनता के लिए अभिशाप है। ऑडियो ठीक है? ऑन कर दी।
ऑडियो ठीक है?
अब बेटर हुआ,
चेंज कर लो।
कह रही है आप नहीं पाप है, भ्रष्टाचारियों का बाप है और जनता। ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा, भारत की जनता कह रही है आप नहीं पाप है, भ्रष्टाचारियों का बाप है और जनता के लिए अभिशाप है। अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया। आज ये सवाल पूछा जाएगा, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का उत्तर अभी तक जो आया है, मनीष सिसोदिया जी का उत्तर आया है, वो कहते हैं कि 2024 का चुनाव है, सब पूछ रहे थे मोदी जी वर्सेस कौन, अब कह रहे हैं मोदी जी वर्सेस अरविंद केजरीवाल। थैंक यू। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आज लोग कह रहे हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आज लोग कह रहे हैं जिसने भी दिल्ली को ठगा है, जिसने भी दिल्ली को ठगा है वो अरविंद केजरीवाल का सगा है। और मत भूलिए, ऐसी बड़ी बड़ी बातें, शेख चिल्ली वाली बातें आपने पहले भी करी थी। बनारस गए थे, मुंह की खाई थी। उत्तर प्रदेश में जमानत जब्त हो जाती है आपकी। उत्तराखंड, गोवा में क्या हुआ हम सब जानते हैं। आज जो सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की नाक के नीचे भ्रष्टाचार हुआ, आपने होने कैसे दिया? जब समय था जनता के आंसू पोंछने का, तब आप घोटाला करके आबकारी नीति क्यों ला रहे थे? क्या जनता की चिंता आपको नहीं है? केवल रुपया कमाना, लूट खसोट करना, भ्रष्टाचार फैलाना आपका मकसद है, इसलिए आप राजनीति में आए थे। और इसका उत्तर ना न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स का वो आर्टिकल हो सकता है, इसका उत्तर ना राजनीतिक द्वेष की बात करना हो सकता है, इसका उत्तर सब लोग मुझसे डरे हुए हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपसे कोई डरा हुआ नहीं है। जैसे जैसे खुल रही है कड़ी, पास आ रही है आपके हथकड़ी। ये जो कड़ियां खुल रही हैं, सब जानते हैं कि आप कितने घबराए हुए हैं। ये वही अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं जो रोज सुबह शाम टैक्स पेयर के रुपए से इश्तिहार देते थे, टीवी पे बैठते थे। और आज जनता ने 3 सवाल क्या पूछ लिए, 3 सवाल, और आपकी नींव पूरी तरह से खिसक गई। आपकी स्वघोषित ईमानदारी की इमारत ढह गई। मैं पुनः एक बात कहूंगा, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपको जनता को जवाब देना चाहिए। आपने प्रथम दृष्टया भ्रष्टाचार किया, बड़ा घोटाला किया, यह आपत्तिजनक है, चिंताजनक है। लेकिन सवाल मैं नैतिकता का उठाता हूं। दिल्ली वासियों की जान इसलिए गई क्योंकि जब दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री को कोविड की दूसरी लहर में यह सुनिश्चित करना था कि दवाई मिले, बेड मिले, ऑक्सीजन मिले, तब आप ठेकेदारों से मिलकर यह तय कर रहे थे कि वो कितनी कमाई करेंगे और आपके पास वापस कितना आएगा। यह राजनीतिक नैतिकता का प्रश्न है। दिल्ली में शराब कुछ दिन ना बिकती, चल जाता, लेकिन आम आदमी को उसकी सांसें मिल जाती, यह जरूरी था, यह कर्तव्य था आपका। संविधान की शपथ इस बात की ली थी। इसके साथ मैं देखता हूं बार बार प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही हैं, और बहुत दुख हुआ मैंने जब मनीष सिसोदिया जी की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखी और उन्होंने कहा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी वाले कह रहे हैं हजारों करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला हुआ है, लेकिन एफआईआर कह रही है केवल 1 करोड़ का घोटाला है। आप इनकी नीयत और सोच देखिए। घोटाले का भी जस्टिफिकेशन यह है कि यह छोटा 1 करोड़ का घोटाला ही लिखा है। तो मैं 2 बातें मनीष सिसोदिया जी आपको मुफ्त की सलाह दे देता हूं। पहली बात, जो एफआईआर में लिखा गया है ना, यह कोई इंसाइक्लोपीडिया नहीं होता है। यह जो पूछताछ हो रही है, जो तथ्य सामने आ रहे हैं, हर भारतीय को यह यकीन है कि जांच एजेंसी अपना काम कर रही है और सत्य बाहर आएगा। और मैंने कहा ना, जैसे जैसे जुड़ेगी कड़ी, वैसे वैसे पास आएगी हथकड़ी। और दूसरी बात, घोटाला 1 रुपए का हो या 1000 करोड़ का हो, सवाल आज आपकी ईमानदारी का है। आपने जनता के पैसे से अपनी तिजोरी क्यों भरी? जब आप ये कहते हैं कि 1 करोड़ का केवल घोटाला लिखा है सीबीआई की एफआईआर में, तो आप कहीं ना कहीं ये कह रहे हैं घोटाला तो हुआ, लेकिन उतना बड़ा नहीं हुआ जितना भारतीय जनता पार्टी कह रही है। और राजनीति में ईमानदारी, विश्वसनीयता, यह आधारशिला है। जो रिश्ता एक नेता का जनता के साथ होता है, जिसका उदाहरण आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं, हमारी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री जेपी नड्डा जी हैं। आपने उस विश्वसनीयता को तोड़ा है, इसलिए ये सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं। और इस मंच का सदुपयोग करते हुए, आदिश गुप्ता जी भी यहां है, संजय जी भी यहां पे हैं, हरीश जी भी हैं, मैं चुनौती देता हूं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, अगर आप में थोड़ी सी नैतिकता बची है, 24 घंटे के अंदर, ये समय बहुत है एक ईमानदार के लिए, आप केवल ये बताइए कि अगर आपने घोटाला नहीं किया तो आबकारी नीति वापस क्यों ली? 144 करोड़ की छूट आपने क्यों दी, जिससे कि सरकार के कोष को घाटा हुआ? 30 करोड़ का जुर्माना आपने माफ क्यों किया? और अगर आप, जैसा आप कहते हैं, कट्टर ईमानदार हूं और यह राजनीतिक द्वेष का मामला है, न्यायालय जाइए, न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स नहीं, न्यायालय जाइए, मामला रद्द कराइए। हम भी सराहेंगे कि हमने जो आरोप लगाए उनमें सत्यता नहीं थी, यह मादा हम में है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप अपना मॉडल बताते हैं, मैं एक बात जरूर कहूंगा, आज अरविंद केजरीवाल मॉडल का मतलब है आईएसआई मार्क की गारंटी से ज्यादा बड़ी गारंटी अरविंद केजरीवाल की करप्शन गारंटी, अरविंद केजरीवाल की करप्शन गारंटी। आया हूं तो कुछ तो घोटाला करके जाऊंगा। 2 प्रदेशों में सरकार, 2 स्वास्थ्य मंत्री, दोनों भ्रष्टाचारी, दोनों भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में जेल गए। 100% करप्शन। और ये चाहते हैं जनता इनको मौका दे, जनता इंतजार कर रही है। आप जनता के बीच में जाइए, आपका सुपड़ा साफ हो जाएगा। पैरों के नीचे आपके जमीन नहीं है। गजब यह है, फिर भी आपको यकीन नहीं। और इस बात पे, इनके दोहरे मापदंड को उजागर करके मैं अपनी बात को खत्म करूंगा। यही अरविंद केजरीवाल, पंजाब के स्वास्थ्य मंत्री की शिकायत आती है, कहते हैं हमारे पास शिकायत आई है, और शिकायत आई है तो मैंने तुरंत स्वास्थ्य मंत्री को हटा दिया। सतेंद्र जैन, जिसको आपने कट्टर ईमानदार कहा था, वो 3 महीने से जेल में है, 3 महीने से। और आज ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि कट्टर बेईमान अगर कोई है तो वो आम आदमी पार्टी के अरविंद केजरीवाल, सतेंद्र जैन और मनीष सिसोदिया है। और अगर पंजाब का स्वास्थ्य मंत्री आपने हटाया ये कह के कि शिकायत आई है, सतेंद्र जैन को आज तक क्यों नहीं हटाया? मनीष सिसोदिया, जो आज सीबीआई की जांच चल रही है, तो वो इस्तीफा क्यों नहीं दे रहे? ये दिखाता है ये घोटाला जो है ये रुकता नहीं केवल मनीष सिसोदिया उर्फ एक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 पर, यह घोटाला जाता है भ्रष्टाचारी नंबर 1 अरविंद केजरीवाल के दरवाजे तक। और सीबीआई हो या कोई भी जांच एजेंसी हो, यह टीवी पे आकर दलील देना बंद करिए। एक बात जान लीजिए, कोई भ्रष्टाचारी होगा तो बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। कानून से ऊपर कोई नहीं है, और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप भी कानून से ऊपर नहीं है। गलत अगर किया है तो अब आपके दिन जो बचे हैं वो गिनती के बचे हैं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद संजय जी। सभी पत्रकार मित्रों को मेरा नमस्कार। आजाद भारत में, स्वतंत्र भारत में पहली बार ये देखा गया है कि वही शिक्षा मंत्री हैं और वही शराब मंत्री हैं। शिक्षा मंत्री भी वही हैं, शराब मंत्री भी वही हैं। और अभी गौरव जी बता रहे थे कि नई आबकारी नीति लाए, तो मैं बता देना चाहता हूं, ये नई आबकारी नीति नहीं है, ये पापकारी नीति है, ये भ्रष्टाचारी नीति है, ये विनाशकारी नीति है, ये अत्याचारी नीति है, ये अनाचारी नीति है। ये दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल जो आबकारी नीति लाए हैं वो दिल्ली के लिए विनाशकारी नीति साबित हुई है, दिल्ली के लिए पापकारी नीति साबित हुई है, दिल्ली के लिए भ्रष्टाचारी नीति साबित हुई है। और मैं आज ये कहना चाहता हूं, जब से लुकआउट नोटिस जारी हुआ है, कह रहे हम तो दिल्ली में ही हैं। अरे सिसोदिया जी, आपको पता नहीं लुकआउट नोटिस किसको जारी किया जाता है? अगर पता नहीं तो इसको भी पता कर लें। ये साफ लिखा है, दरअसल लुकआउट सर्कुलर, लुकआउट नोटिस भी कहा जाता है। ये एक सर्कुलर होता है जिसे एजेंसी के अधिकारियों द्वारा ये सुनिश्चित करने के लिए जारी किया जाता है कि आपराधिक मामले, आपराधिक क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी में जो नामित शख्स है वो देश छोड़कर भाग ना जाए। इसका सीधा अर्थ है सर्कुलर नोट, लुकआउट सर्कुलर, लुकआउट नोटिस सिसोदिया जी उनको जारी होता है जिन्होंने क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी की है, जिन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार किया है, जिन्होंने दिल्ली को ठगा है, जिन्होंने दिल्ली की माता बहनों परिवारों को उजाड़ा है, जिन्होंने दिल्ली के अंदर युवाओं को शराब के नशे में ढकेला है। ऐसे लोगों को लुकआउट नोटिस जारी किया जाता है। सिसोदिया जी, ऐसे लोगों को ग्रीटिंग कार्ड नहीं दिए जाते। आप सोच रहे ग्रीटिंग कार्ड मिलेगा? आपने दिल्ली के अंदर रिहायशी इलाकों में ठेके खुलवा दिए, शराब माफिया को 144 करोड़ माफ कर दिए, 30 करोड़ माफ कर दिए, उनका कमीशन हजारों करोड़ बढ़ा दिया, 2.5% से 12% कर दिया, और आप ये कह रहे कि आपको लुकआउट नोटिस नहीं, आपको ग्रीटिंग कार्ड मिलना चाहिए। अरे अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, मैं बताना चाहता हूं, अरविंद केजरीवाल यही अरविंद केजरीवाल है। देखिए स्वराज पुस्तक है, और इस स्वराज पुस्तक में इस पुस्तक का लेखक अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं। ये लिखा है, ये किताब व्यवस्था परिवर्तन और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ। और देखिए इसी स्वराज पुस्तक के एक पेज में लिखा है कि अगर कोई शराब की दुकान खोलने के लिए आएगा तो हम उसको मंजूरी नहीं देंगे। अगर किसी भी रिहायशी इलाके में कहीं शराब का नया ठेका खोला जाएगा तो उससे पहले महिला संगठन और वहां के लोगों से बातचीत करेंगे। लेकिन ये केजरीवाल जो 7 साल पहले स्वराज पुस्तक में लिखते हैं, जो 1 साल पहले विधानसभा में कह रहे हैं कि भ्रष्टाचारी करने वाले देश के गद्दार हैं, तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, ये वक्त आ गया है कि भ्रष्टाचारी जो गद्दार हैं देश के, उन गद्दारों को अपने मंत्रिमंडल से बाहर का रास्ता दिखाइए। आम आदमी पार्टी से बाहर का रास्ता दिखाइए भ्रष्टाचारियों को, जो गद्दार हैं, ये देश के गद्दार जिसको आप खुद कह रहे हैं, उनको बाहर का रास्ता दिखाइए। पूरी उम्मीद है कि आप इस पर कोई सुनवाई नहीं करेंगे। क्यों नहीं करेंगे? क्योंकि आपके भी हाथ पूरी तरह उसमें रंगे हुए भ्रष्टाचार में, भ्रष्टाचार के में दलदल में आप भी फंसे हुए हैं। किंगपिन है आप, सरगना है अरविंद केजरीवाल इस पूरी भ्रष्टाचार, शराब के लिए जो भ्रष्टाचार किया दिल्ली के अंदर, जो शराब माफियाओं के सहयोग, उनके साथ नरम बर्ताव किया है और उनको तमाम रियायतें दी हैं। यही सिसोदिया जी कह रहे थे कि हम तो शराब की नई नीति इसलिए लाए हैं कि इससे हम शराब का इक्वल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करेंगे। लेकिन अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि ये जो भ्रष्टाचारी लोग हैं, जब इनका पोल खुल गई है तो अब ये दूसरी दलीलें दे रहे हैं, दूसरी बातें कर रहे हैं। अरे मैं कहना चाहता हूं, तुम इधर उधर की बात मत करो, ये बताइए कि दिल्ली के राजस्व में डकैती डालने का, दिल्ली के राजस्व में चोरी करने का काम क्यों किया? ये पाप दिल्ली के लोगों की जो टैक्स की कमाई है, उस टैक्स की कमाई को शराब के माफियाओं को क्यों लुटाया गया? इसका जवाब जानना चाहती है दिल्ली की जनता, देश की जनता। इसलिए इस तरह की बातें करके गुमराह मत करो। आपकी पोल पूरी खुल चुकी है और जो भ्रष्टाचारी हैं अब उनका पोल खुल के उनकी जेल की दरवाजे तक जाने की बारी है। तो इसलिए जो जवाब आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी मांग रही है, जो जवाब दिल्ली की जनता मांग रही है, तुम इधर उधर की बातें मत करो, वो जवाब दीजिए कि आखिर शराब माफिया को आपने करोड़ों रुपए का फायदा क्यों पहुंचाया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मित्रों, एक एक करके हम प्रश्न लेंगे।
देखिए, जो प्रश्न आपने किया दो भाग में उसे बांटते हुए, ये नया फैशन है आजकल भारतीय राजनीति में, खासकर विपक्ष की पार्टियां जब देश को, प्रदेश को लूटते हैं, भ्रष्टाचार करते हैं तो नहीं सोचते। जब कांग्रेस के शासन में जांच एजेंसियों को पिंजरे का तोता बनाया था तब नहीं सोचा था। आज जब जांच एजेंसियां अपना काम करती हैं, भ्रष्टाचारियों को पकड़ती हैं, जनता का रुपया जो लूटा गया है वापस लाती हैं, तो कहा जाता है ये राजनीतिक द्वेष का मामला है। लेकिन ये सवाल जरूर पूछा जाना चाहिए अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया, सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी, रॉबर्ट वाड्रा, पी चिदम्बरम, कार्ति चिदम्बरम। आप लोग न्यायालय जाते हैं, वहां से ये मामले रद्द नहीं होते। ये जिस दिन एक फैसला सर्वोच्च न्यायालय या उच्च न्यायालय का दिखा देंगे कि ये न्यायालय ने कहा कि ये राजनीतिक द्वेष का मामला है, उसके बाद इनकी बात में कुछ वजन होगा। आज तो ये ओछी हल्की निंदनीय राजनीति कर रहे हैं और ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा। ये सवाल अपने आप में बड़ा गंभीर है जब आप कहते हैं कि वो यही हैं, लुकआउट नोटिस क्यों जारी किया? एक ईमानदार जांच एजेंसी ईडी को इडियट बुलाइए। सीबीआई अपना काम कर रही है कि कुछ भी हो जाए इन कट्टर बेईमानों को भागने नहीं देंगे। कानूनी प्रक्रिया के तहत लुकआउट नोटिस करती है। पूछा जाता है ये यहीं दिखाई दे रहे हैं, क्यों किया? क्योंकि कानून प्रक्रिया ये कहती है कि आप इस तरह से लुकआउट नोटिस जारी कर सकते हैं और इसलिए किया गया। यह न्याय संगत है, उचित है। और देश में यह बदलना चाहिए कि अपनी जांच एजेंसियों पे सवाल उठाने के बजाय वो माइक अरविंद केजरीवाल के सामने रख के पूछा जाए, ये बताओ घोटाला किया क्यों? ये बताओ जनता का दुख जो तुम्हें हरना था वो हरने की बजाय तुम करोड़ों को घोटाला क्यों कर रहे थे?
कुंदन,
ये रुक। देखिए, पहले सवाल के उत्तर में मैं ये कहूंगा, मुझे दुख होता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी के सर्वोच्च नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया जी का विवेक देखिए हर लिया गया। आपने घोटाला किया, भ्रष्टाचार किया, जांच एजेंसी अपना काम कर रही है। आप कह रहे हैं कि इन प्रदेशों में चुनाव आने वाले हैं। अगर कोई भ्रष्टाचार करेगा और कोई विधानसभा के चुनाव आने वाले होंगे तो जांच एजेंसी हाथ पे हाथ रख के बैठ जाए। अब चुनाव है, हम कार्रवाई नहीं करेंगे। यह कौन सा कानून है? किसी और देश के कानून से चल रहे हैं क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल? और जहां तक जनता की बात है ना, खुद को सर्टिफिकेट देना ईमानदारी का, कट्टर ईमानदार। मैं बड़ा चेहरा बन के आज भारत में एक बड़ा नेता हूं। जो शख्सियत और व्यक्तित्व बड़ा होता है, जिसको जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला होता है, वो खुद को सर्टिफिकेट नहीं दिया करता है। उसकी पहचान, उसकी ईमानदारी, उसका काम बोलता है। जनता की आंखों में अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं जीरो, खुद की आंखों में वो हैं हीरो। इसका कोई इलाज नहीं है।
शैलेंद्र, डीडी न्यूज। और हमको लगता है अब लास्ट सवाल, क्योंकि लगातार फिर 2 बजे हम प्रदेश कार्यालय में भी बैठने वाले हैं, आपके सारे सवालों का उत्तर देंगे। तो
देखिए, मैं एक ही बात कहूंगा कि अभी जो हायर एजुकेशन में और स्किल डेवलपमेंट में उन्होंने एक पॉलिसी निकाली दिल्ली में, जिसमें बच्चों को मदद करने के लिए बात कही। बड़ी अच्छी पॉलिसी थी, बनाई थी। पूरी देश और दुनिया में उन्होंने बड़े बड़े इश्तहार किए, एडवर्टीजमेंट किए। तो जब आरटीआई का जवाब आया कि भाई कितने बच्चों को आपने मदद की, तो 2 बच्चों को उन्होंने कहा कि हमने लोन दिया। लेकिन जब एक और आरटीआई लगाई तो यह आया कि अप्रूवल इसमें 2 बच्चों को दिया गया था कि 2 बच्चे पढ़ाई करें, लोन दिया गया। लेकिन जब आरटीआई दूसरी लगाई तो डिस्पर्सल 0 था। यानी 2 छात्रों की सहायता के लिए उन्होंने अप्रूवल दिया, लेकिन उनको सहायता प्रदान नहीं की गई। जब एक दूसरी आरटीआई लगाई तो इसी स्कीम का उन्होंने प्रचार इतना किया कि 19.5 करोड़ रुपया उस पर खर्चा किया। ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, ये आरटीआई का जवाब है, मेरे पास आरटीआई भी है। तो सवाल ये उठता है कि दिल्ली सरकार स्कीम तो बहुत बनाती है। उन्होंने 39 स्कीम 7 वर्षों में ऐसी बनाई, 39 स्कीम, जो सिर्फ स्कैम तक ही सीमित रही, जिनका प्रचार के रूप में स्कैम हुआ, जनता तक वो पहुंची नहीं। तो ये एक बड़ा सवाल है। इसलिए उनका जो प्रचार तंत्र है, इससे पता लगता है, मैं एक नहीं अनेक स्कीम बता सकता हूं जिसमें उन्होंने स्कीम की वास्तविक ग्राउंड के लिए कितना खर्चा किया और करोड़ों में प्रचार के लिए खर्चा किया। तो सवाल उठता है कि ऐसा कुछ हुआ होता तो शायद दिल्ली के लोग अनुभव करते।
अंतिम सवाल है। हाँ,
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो सिद्धांत के तौर पे मैं एक बात करूंगा। अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भ्रष्टाचार को बढ़ावा दिया है, जो प्रथम दृष्टया प्रतीत होता है, ये जांच एजेंसियां जो है ना, ये अब पिंजरे का तोता नहीं है। ये अपना कार्य करेंगी और कानून की नजरों में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी भी एक सामान्य नागरिक हैं। दूसरा, जो आपने कहा, बार बार इसे चुनाव से जोड़ के ये जो वक्तव्य दे रहे हैं, जिस तरह की भ्रष्टाचारी निकम्मा मुख्यमंत्री होने की छवि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की बन गई है, उनके लिए ये अच्छा है कि जब तक रिपोर्ट कार्ड उनका जनता दे ना दे, और जिस दिन ये रिपोर्ट कार्ड आएगा वो ये जान जाएंगे कि आजाद भारत की राजनीति में सबसे भ्रष्टाचारी नेता कोई है जिसको सारे एफ मिले फेल, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल ही है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद।
मिलेंगे।
Questions they're being asked by the BJP from the Aam Aadmi Party with respect to the liquor policy that has been rolled back. Well, on that note, let's once again listen into what Union Minister Anurag Thakur had to say just a short while back.
मोदी जी और उनके मूर्खों, ध्यान से सुनो, उनको कहीं भी विदेश जाने के लिए कैबिनेट मंत्री होने के नाते पहले परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है केंद्र सरकार से। मूर्खों, कुछ तो सोच लेते। दया आती है तुम्हारी सोच पे, दया आती है। एक कैबिनेट मंत्री को पहले केंद्र सरकार से अनुमति लेनी पड़ती है। तुम लुकआउट नोटिस का ड्रामा कर रहे हो। मनीष सिसोदिया से मैं भी मिल के आया, 2 घंटे उनके यहां रह के आया। मनीष सिसोदिया ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की। जन्माष्टमी के दिन तुमने 14 घंटे उनकी जांच करा ली। ना वो कहीं जा रहे, ना कहीं भाग रहे। किसी गलतफहमी में मत रहना भाजपाइयों। तुम्हारी किसी भी प्रकार की बंदर घुड़कियों से ना तो अरविंद केजरीवाल डरने वाले हैं, ना आम आदमी पार्टी डरने वाली है, ना मनीष सिसोदिया डरने वाले हैं, ना हमारे शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य का मॉडल रुकने वाला है। जो काम केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के बच्चों के लिए कर रहे हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया जी कर रहे हैं, वो करते रहेंगे। तुम्हारी हताशा जरूर सामने आती है। देश में इस समय मुद्दा क्या है? महंगाई से जनता कराह रही है। उसके लिए कोई जवाब नहीं है मोदी जी के पास। उसका समाधान खोजने के लिए भाजपाइयों के पास कोई फुर्सत नहीं। आटे पे, दाल पे, चावल पे, गैस के सिलेंडर पे, दूध पे, दही पे, छाछ पे, सब पे टैक्स बढ़ा दिया। अपने दोस्तों का 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का टैक्स माफ कर दिया, 5 लाख करोड़ का। उस पे जवाब देने के लिए मोदी जी के पास फुर्सत नहीं। अपने करीबी मित्रों का, दोस्तों का 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए राइट ऑफ कर दिया। बैंकों में जमा पैसा जो जनता का लूटा था उन पूंजीपतियों ने, बैंकों की बैलेंस शीट से उनका नाम हटा दिया। मोदी जी ने राइट ऑफ कर दिया। 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए जीरो लगाते लगाते थक जाएंगे आप। 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए टैक्स में छूट दी। 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उन तमाम नेताओं से जो 144 करोड़ रुपए कोरोना के समय में दिल्ली सरकार ने माफ किया, उस पे हिसाब पूछ रहे हैं। बताओ मुझे, 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए पूंजीपतियों का टैक्स माफ किया, कितना कमीशन खाया भाजपाइयों तुमने? मोदी जी की सरकार को कितना कमीशन मिला बताओ आप। बताओ 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए आपने माफ किया कि नहीं किया? चलो छोड़ दो, मोदी जी का जवाब नहीं देना चाहते। मोदी जी बहुत बड़ी चीज है। 85 करोड़ रुपए एमसीडी ने 785 करोड़ के ठेके में से, टोल टैक्स का जो ठेका था 785 करोड़ का, उसमें से 85 करोड़ रुपए कोरोना के कारण माफ किया। लगभग कितना? 10%। बताओ कितना कमीशन मिला भाजपा के नेताओं को, एमसीडी के नेताओं को? कौन सी ईडी गई, कौन सी सीबीआई गई, कौन सी दिल्ली पुलिस गई, कौन सी जांच हुई उनके खिलाफ? बताओ। चलो उसको भी छोड़ दो, टोल टैक्स वाला। आउटडोर एडवर्टीजमेंट वालों ने कहा कोरोना के समय में हमारी होर्डिंग्स लगी थी लेकिन लोग तो निकले ही नहीं देखने के लिए, हमारी फीस आप माफ करो। 100 करोड़ रुपए एमसीडी ने माफ किया। 100 करोड़ रुपए। कितनी ईडी, कितनी सीबीआई, कितनी जांच एजेंसी गई एमसीडी के नेताओं से पूछताछ करने के लिए? 185 करोड़ रुपए। 185 करोड़ रुपए माफ किया कुल एमसीडी ने। कितनी जांच हुई बताओ मुझे, कितनी जांच की आपने, कितनी पूछताछ की? लुटेरों को, बेईमानों को, हत्या में शामिल लोगों को जो लोग अपने साथ लेके घूमते हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों, अपना इतिहास याद कर लो। तुम उस पार्टी के नेता हो जिसका राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रक्षा सौदे में कैमरे पर दलाली लेते हुए पकड़ा गया। याद करो अपना इतिहास। आपके केंद्रीय मंत्री ने कहा था पैसा खुदा तो नहीं लेकिन खुदा से कम नहीं। याद करो अपना इतिहास। शहीदों के ताबूत में घोटाला किया था आप लोगों ने। याद करो, याद करो येदियुरप्पा किसकी पार्टी में है? हजारों करोड़ का माइनिंग घोटाला करने वाला रेड्डी ब्रदर्स किसकी पार्टी को समर्थन देता है? हजारों करोड़ का माइनिंग घोटाला करने वाला व्यापम घोटाला जो हजारों करोड़ का हुआ, जिसमें कई लोग मर गए। याद करो भाजपा के लोगों, ये घोटाला तुम्हारे शरीर पे अंग अंग पे लगा हुआ है। लुकआउट नोटिस जारी कर रहे हो। विजय माल्या को 9,000 करोड़ लुटवाने के बाद हवाई जहाज में 70 अटैची के साथ विदेश भेज देते हो। ललित मोदी को विदेश भेज देते हो हजारों करोड़ लुटवाने के बाद। नीरव मोदी, मेहुल चौकसी 20,000 करोड़ लूट के भाग गया। नितिन संदेशरा 6,000 करोड़ लूट के भाग गया। उसको लुकआउट नोटिस नहीं जारी करते। और जिस कैबिनेट मंत्री को पहले ही केंद्र से अनुमति लेनी पड़ती है जारी, जब बाहर जाने से पहले, उसको लुकआउट नोटिस जारी कर रहे हो। कह रहे 30 करोड़ माफ कर दिया। न जानना है, न समझना है, न कुछ सुनना है। अरे भाई, वो 30 करोड़ की जमानत राशि एक टेंडर में एयरपोर्ट के लिए दी गई थी, जिसकी टेंडर की पूरी जो ठेका था उसकी राशि थी 235 करोड़ रुपए। लेकिन उसमें शर्त थी कि जीएमआर उसको परमिशन देगा ठेके के लिए। अगर जीएमआर परमिशन नहीं देगा तो जमानत की राशि वापस कर दी जाएगी, डिपॉजिट मनी वापस कर दिया जाएगा। जीएमआर ने उस ठेकेदार
So, AAP they're continuing with its counter-attack on the BJP over the excise policy, which has resulted in a face-off between the two parties. And this comes, of course, in the backdrop of the lookout circular that has been issued against Manish Sisodia as well as 13 others who have been named in the FIR. In fact, let's listen in once again to what Union Minister Anurag Thakur had to say just a short while back.
दिल्ली से लेकर पंजाब तक आम आदमी पार्टी के भ्रष्टाचार का बोलबाला पूरे देश भर में गूंज। ये साफ दिखता है कि पंजाब में सरकार आई तो 3 महीने के अंदर मंत्री को भी इस्तीफा देना पड़ा। वहाँ पर हत्याएं भी हुई और एक नहीं 25 से ज़्यादा हत्याएं पंजाब में हुई। वहाँ तो कानून व्यवस्था चरमरा गई है। दिल्ली में केजरीवाल मॉडल पूरी तरह से फेल हुआ है। भ्रष्टाचार चरम सीमा पर है। सत्येंद्र जैन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के बाएं हाथ वो जेल में है और दाहिना हाथ मनीष सिसोदिया जी सीबीआई की रेड के बाद शराब नीति को वापस लेते हैं तो स्पष्ट तौर पर दिखता है कि भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है। और कल की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उन्होंने स्वयं माना कि शराब घोटाले से वो डरते नहीं हैं। तो मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने खुद माना कि शराब में घोटाला भी हुआ है, लेकिन जवाब नहीं देते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जो किंग पिन है। और ये जो किंग पिन है वो आरोपी नंबर 1 को संरक्षण देने के लिए अपने पार्टी के प्रवक्ताओं को, नेताओं को जितना मर्जी उतारें। जनता, मीडिया और देश भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपी, शराब के भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपी मनीष सिसोदिया से बार बार जवाब मांगता है और किंग पिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से जवाब मांगता है कि ये भ्रष्टाचार कैसे हुआ, किन किन को पैसा गया, इसका जवाब देना ही पड़ेगा।
So the BJP there asking questions from the Aam Aadmi Party pertaining to the liquor mafia that has now come into focus with respect to the allegations that have been leveled against the AAP government in power in the national capital. And also important to note the big development that came in just earlier this morning, that ED is set to take over the case and will also be probing the money laundering charges against Manish Sisodia.
Aam Aadmi Party and BJP continue to step up an attack against each other, but the basic question which Aam Aadmi Party is not replying is why was the liquor policy withdrawn when it was so good? After this short break, we will be getting more details, more voices as BJP is also to do another press conference at 2 p.m. Stay tuned for more updates.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, "Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega," and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
जी अब 24 घंटे यही सोच रहे हैं कि मैं सीबीआई को किसके घर भेजूं, ईडी को किसके घर भेजूं, रेड किसके घर कराऊं, लुकआउट नोटिस किसको दिलाऊं, सरकार किसकी गिरवाऊं। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है पर है।
Amid the CBI probe in Kejriwal government's liquor policy, key accused Manish Sisodia speaks to Republic exclusively. Now double trouble for Sisodia and liquor scam. CBI hands over the case files to Enforcement Directorate. Briefing and counter briefing by BJP and Aam Aadmi Party over liquor scam. BJP alleges Kejriwal is the kingpin in the scam. Political clashes erupt in Bengal's Munugode and Asansol between BJP and TMC over by-elections. As Telangana gears up for bypolls, poster war breaks out ahead of Shah's Telangana visit. Hello and welcome viewers, thank you for tuning into Republic TV. We are live and breaking. I'm Priyanka Sharma and straight away getting you the updates on the biggest story that we're tracking for you with the Manish Sisodia and trouble really mounting for Manish Sisodia as well in the backdrop of this investigation that is being carried out by the CBI into Manish Sisodia. We at Republic exclusively had a conversation with him as well. Let's listen in as to what he had to say in his defense.
हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए मौजूद हैं दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी। मनीष जी, परिवर्तन कबीर, इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन और अब लुकआउट सर्कुलर, ये तो बड़ा अटपटा सा देखने को मिल रही है।
देखो, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। देश में कोई काम करे और 75 साल बाद भी हम देश की राजनीति को यहाँ लेके बैठे हैं कि यार एक आदमी काम कर रहा है, उसको लुकआउट नोटिस दो, कर लो, मैं तो यहीं बैठा हूँ, आप मुझे बताओ कहाँ आना है। आपने 24 घंटे पहले ही मेरे घर 14 घंटे की रेड कराई, आप बताओ कहाँ आना, मैं आने को तैयार हूँ। ये लुकआउट नोटिस, ये नौटंकी किस लिए कर रहे हो? क्योंकि रेड में कुछ नहीं निकला, आपको भी पता है कि कुछ नहीं हुआ, अब आप बस ऐसे ही नौटंकी करोगे अभी। इसलिए मैंने 2 दिन पहले कहा ना कि अभी FIR हुई है, फिर लुकआउट नोटिस कर दिया इन्होंने। प्रधानमंत्री जी अब 24 घंटे यही सोच रहे हैं कि मैं CBI को किसके घर भेजूँ, ED को किसके घर भेजूँ, रेड किसके घर कराऊँ, लुकआउट नोटिस किसको दिलाऊं, सरकार किसकी गिरवाऊं। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है पर है।
नो टॉलरेंस, नो करप्शन, इस तरीके से जैसे मैंने अभी बात करी कि परिवर्तन से लेके यहाँ तक की यात्रा। लेकिन अभी जो चीज़ें चल रही हैं कि CBI रेड कर रही है और भी हमने देखा कि मिनिस्टर रडार में रहे, अरेस्टिंग भी हुई, लगातार रेड्स भी हुई, CM भी ये बात कहते हैं। इस इमेज को कैसे ठीक करा जाएगा मनीष जी?
इमेज जनता देख रही है। आज लाखों बच्चे जिनके लिए स्कूल बने हैं, मैं उनके बीच गया हूँ, वो जानते हैं कि स्कूल बने हैं, वो जानते हैं कि अस्पताल बने हैं, वो जानते हैं कि आदमी ईमानदार है, वो जानते हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल ने उनके लिए काम कराए हैं। आज दिल्ली की जनता जानती है, देश की जनता इस काम को देख रही है, पंजाब की जनता ने देखा है, इसीलिए पंजाब में एक मौका केजरीवाल को दिया है। आज मोदी वर्सेस हु का सवाल देश में खत्म होता जा रहा है। आज सवाल यहाँ आ गया है कि भाई 2024 में हम एक मौका केजरीवाल को देना चाहते हैं, समय लगेगा इसमें, लेकिन लोगों के मन में अब ये बात बनने लगी है। और सिर्फ इसलिए बनने लगी है क्योंकि पहली बार ऐसा आदमी मिला है जनता को जिसके बारे में लोग ये कह रहे हैं काम करता है। 75 साल बाद देश के प्रधानमंत्री इतना बड़ा मैंडेट लेके बैठे, लेकिन वो काम की नहीं सोच रहे, वो महंगाई नहीं सोच रहे, वो बेरोजगारी नहीं सोच रहे, वो केवल सोच रहे हैं 24 घंटे सरकार कैसे गिराऊं, पैसे से खरीद के, ED धमका के, CBI से धमका के। मतलब अरविंद केजरीवाल कह रहे हैं कि देश को नंबर 1 कैसे बनाना है, मोदी जी 24 घंटे सोच रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके मंत्रियों को FIR में नंबर 1 कैसे बनाना है। यही लड़ाई है।
मनीष जी, CBI की बात होती है, ED की बात होती है, एजुकेशन मॉडल की बात होती है, नो डाउट आपने डिलीवरी दी और दिखाया भी है, हमारे हेल्थ सिस्टम की बात होती है, लेकिन इन्फोर्समेंट, माफ़ी चाहूँगा, CBI की जब बात आ रही है तो CBI पे कहा यह जा रहा है कि मनीष जी CBI पे बात नहीं करते हैं खुल के।
CBI आई मेरे घर,
एक्साइज पॉलिसी मैं कर रहा हूँ को डिटेल में अगर हम बात करें,
ये कह रहे हैं कि भाई इतने हज़ारों करोड़ का घोटाला हुआ है, CBI भेजी, 14 घंटे रेड कराई, मैं सुबह सो के उठा था तभी CBI पहुंच गई वहाँ पे। मेरे घर से क्या मिला? कुछ मेरे कपड़े, मेरे बीवी के कपड़े, मेरे बच्चे के कपड़े, कुछ फाइलें सरकार की एक मंत्री के घर में। इसके अलावा क्या ले गए? वो उनको ले गए, मेरा कंप्यूटर ले गए, मेरे घर से कोई नोट निकले, मेरे घर से कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें निकली, क्या निकला? कुछ भी नहीं निकला। एक पैसे के भ्रष्टाचार का कोई सबूत नहीं निकला। अब ये CBI रेड के बाद अब कह रहे हैं भाई एक्साइज में फला करप्शन हुआ। इन्होंने BJP वालों ने कहा 8000 करोड़ का करप्शन हुआ, फिर बोले 1100 करोड़ का हुआ, फिर बोले 150 करोड़, 144 करोड़ का, 40 करोड़ का हुआ, कुछ बोलते रहे। फिर जब FIR हुई तो बोले एक कंपनी ने दूसरी कंपनी को 1 करोड़ रुपए ट्रांसफ़र किए थे बैंक में, वाइट के होते हैं बैंक में, तो वो मनीष सिसोदिया का करप्शन है। मनीष सिसोदिया का इन कंपनियों से क्या लेना देना है,
इसकी बात करते हैं।
इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ आपको कि इनका किसी से ना वेव ऑफ से चिंता है, ना इनको एक्साइज की चिंता है, ना इनको किसी चीज़ की चिंता है। इनको केवल और केवल केजरीवाल की चिंता है। अगर इनको एक्साइज से चोरी की चिंता होती, गुजरात में जाके 10,000 करोड़ रुपए की जो हर साल चोरी होती है और जहाँ सबूत है हुज ट्रेजेडी से लोग मरे जहरीली शराब पी के, जिसमें कहते हैं हमने बंद कर रखा है, वहाँ पे शराब पी के लोग मर रहे हैं, उसकी चिंता कर रहे होते हैं। अगर आज इनको भ्रष्टाचार की चिंता होती तो प्रधानमंत्री जिस पुल का उद्घाटन करके आए 5 दिन के अंदर अंदर धंस गया, उसका भ्रष्टाचार की जांच कर रहे होते। नहीं कर रहे हैं।
लेकिन लगातार जो एक्साइज पॉलिसी की अगर हम बात करें, एक तो जो पॉलिसी चेंज हुई उसमें जोन में डिवाइड हुई, दिल्ली को आपने जोन में 32 जोन में डिवाइड कर दिया। उसके बाद वेव ऑफ की बात करी जाती है कि वेव ऑफ क्यों करें। उसके अलावा बात करी जाती है कि रोल बैक क्यों करी गई वो पॉलिसी। तो ये सारे जो चार्जेस हैं जो कह रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी एलिगेशन लगा रही है, सीबीआई जिन मुद्दों पे आगे बढ़ रही है उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखो, सीबीआई जिन मुद्दों पे आगे बढ़ रही है मैं सीबीआई से बात करूंगा, लेकिन ये लोग जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं उस पर तो मैंने कहा तुम तय तो कर लो पहले कि भाई 1000 करोड़ का है, 8000 करोड़ का है, 1 करोड़ का है, 10 करोड़ का है, किसने किया है? कंपनी ने किया है, शराब विक्रेता ने किया है, खरीदने वाले ने किया है, मनीष सिसोदिया ने, किसने किया है? पहले तय कर लो तुम लोग। इन आरोपों के बीच में इधर उधर की इनका नेता खड़ा होकर बात करता रहता है। मुद्दे की बात करो। मुद्दे की बात यह है कि आज अरविंद केजरीवाल से डर क्यों लग रहा है? आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के जेल में, इनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री को आपने जेल में भेज दिया, अब शिक्षा मंत्री को जेल में भेजने वाले हो। अरविंद केजरीवाल से इतना घबरा रहे हो?
नो करप्शन हमेशा बात करी गई। हमने भी शुरू से, जब से आम आदमी पार्टी बनी है सर, तब से हम लोग ने भी कवरेज भी करी है, आप लोग के साथ चले, देखा है सब कुछ कैसे बनी, क्या हुआ, सारे आंदोलन देखे। नो करप्शन की बात करी गई। न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स की जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात कहती है कि पेड एड है, और कैसे इस इमेज को सुधारा जाएगा, क्योंकि मनीष सिसोदिया नंबर 2 इन द पार्टी हैं, डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, तो वो ये सब चीज़ें कैसे होंगी?
इमेज की चिंता उसको जो अपनी इमेज के लिए मरा जा रहा हो। हम भगत सिंह के चेले हैं, हम देश के लिए मरे जाते हैं। जब तक जान है देश के लिए काम करते रहेंगे, स्कूल अस्पताल के लिए काम करते रहेंगे। मैं कह रहा हूँ जब तक जान है काम करते रहेंगे, जब तक जान है शिक्षा पे, स्वास्थ्य पे, बेरोजगारी, महंगाई, सब पे काम करते रहेंगे। ये काम करने से नहीं रोक पाएंगे, बाकी जिनको जो करना है कर।
न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स से आप अगर
न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स का क्या है? न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स
वो कहते हैं कि पेड न्यूज़ है, आप उस पर क्या कहते हैं?
बीजेपी के कहने से अगर पेड न्यूज़ हो जाती, न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स को इन्होंने अपना इद्दू पिद्दू समझा हुआ है क्या?
And there you had it, viewers, an exclusive conversation that my colleague Anuj has had with Manish Sisodia, where he is remaining adamant, claiming that this is a political vendetta indeed that he is facing. In fact, he had also called out to the CBI and said that this was a gimmick for issuing a lookout notice after the investigation was already being carried out. And he's also cited that the economic offences of wing of Delhi police, in fact, is also closing up the entire investigation as well. And the CBI is nothing but working on the political vendetta of the central government, is what he has said in this exclusive conversation with Republic TV as well. But we are tracking for you the latest when it comes to the investigation so far. And we are tracking for you the latest when it comes to the entire investigation by the CBI. And of course, they have already seized several documents and evidences from the residences of Manish Sisodia as well.
अब की बार तो देश की जनता लुकआउट नोटिस देगी और 2024 में देगी और पूछेगी कि बड़े बड़े वादे करके कहाँ चले गए। अब देश की जनता लुकआउट करेगी 2024 में।
मैं समझता हूँ लुकआउट नोटिस एक बहुत बड़ा इशारा है कि ये जो बौखलाए हुए हैं, ये ऐसे नहीं, कोई बहुत बड़ी चीज एजेंसीज को मिली है और हम दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
You're watching watching Republic TV. Stay tuned for a short break, as after a short break we'll go directly towards the BJP live PC as war of words between two big political parties, BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, is literally going on. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after a short break.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
On the eve of Jan
अरविंद केजरीवाल जो देश को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनाना चाहते हैं, मोदी जी को किस बात की चिंता है? लुकआउट नोटिस जारी करो। आपको देश की जनता 2024 में पूरे देश से ऑल आउट करेगी।
लुकआउट नोटिस का मतलब ये है कि अपराध बहुत बड़ा है। अपने अंतिम निष्कर्ष पे पहुंचे सीबीआई और हम दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
Welcome back, viewers. While we are tracking for you the number of cases of COVID-19 that are also increasing along with monkeypox as well. Now another infection, in fact, tomato fever as well, that has come into the country, predominantly also affecting the children and also being spread in the state of Kerala. Here's what we know so far.
Now, amid the recent surge in cases of COVID-19 and monkeypox in the country, another viral infection known as tomato flu or tomato fever has now hit the nation. The virus is primarily affecting children, spreading predominantly in the state of Kerala. Now, in India, the flu is very common kind of fever wherein children below the age of 5 years experience undiagnosed fever. Usually, an infected child experiences rashes and skin irritation and dehydration as well. This causes blisters on several parts of the body. The shape of blisters is generally red and thus it is called tomato flu or tomato fever. In India, parts of Kollam are experiencing this kind of flu, but the health officials have warned that it could very well spread to other regions as well if preventive measures are not taken on time. Talking about the symptoms, which include color change in hands and legs, tiredness, joint pain, abdominal cramps, nausea, coughing, sneezing or runny nose, high fever, body aches, vomiting and even diarrhea in severe cases. Now, while there is no drug available as a remedy for tomato flu, it is advisable to take complete rest, and to avoid long-term effects, it is advisable to drink clean filtered water, stay hydrated at all times. Blister rashes should not be scratched or ruptured, and also important to maintain proper hygiene and cleanliness. And another important advisory is to avoid close contact with the infected person.
As Aam Aadmi Party continues to claim political witch hunt on the raids, those who are there at Manish Sisodia's residence, BJP is also to do another press conference at 2 p.m. After this short break, we will be getting all the details and also the live updates from BJP's press conference. Stay tuned for more updates.
on the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech. Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest here against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit.
OP is finally getting a win in this matter.
National Investigation Agency teams are leaving the house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम की स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर ली है। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
Now viewers, we're getting you some more breaking updates, this time from near the LOC in Nowshera in Jammu and Kashmir, where in fact a Pakistani intruder had been shot upon by the Indian army. Now the Pakistani intruder was shot at while he was moving near the LOC in Nowshera sector of Rajouri, is what we are learning, and we are also learning that the authorities are on the ground and the searches are also being conducted. A combing operation as well that is being carried out, since there was a Pakistani intruder that had been shot upon by the Indian army along the LOC in Nowshera, and the Pakistani intruder in fact had been shot at by the authorities while he was moving near the LOC in Nowshera sector of Rajouri district, is what we are learning. And as of now, what we have learned is that the combing operation that will also be carried out by the authorities to make sure that he was alone, this intruder, and that there are no other intruders as well near that area. And Gursimran, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast with more updates. Gursimran, tell us more about this yet another attempt of infiltration by Pakistan, foiled by our forces on the ground, this time near Rajouri. Tell us more. What are the details of this entire operation that you're getting from your sources?
Pakistani side has been foiled by the Indian army. This is what we are getting to know. And a Pakistani intruder that was trying to enter the Indian territory, a suspicious movement was noticed very near to the line of control, and when challenged, he was injured. We are getting to know that the Indian army has launched the cordon search operation in the area to rule out the possibility of any other infiltrator in the area, as well as to apprehend this infiltrator, this intruder who has been injured in the Indian army's fire. Important to mention that apart from him, there were regular inputs with the Indian army that a group of terrorists is moving near the line of control in the Poonch and Rajouri, and they will try to sneak into the Indian territory. Important to mention that yesterday ADG Jammu Mukesh Singh was also in Rajouri, wherein he was briefed by both the SSPs of the Poonch and Rajouri regarding the movement of terrorists in the area, as well as the attempts being made from the launch pads in the Pakistan to push terrorists into the Indian territory. And keeping that in view, all the security forces were on the alert, and when this suspected movement was noticed very near to the line of control, he was fired upon, and the intruder, Pakistani intruder, is injured. Jammu and Kashmir police officials too have been rushed to the spot. This is in the forward area of Nowshera, and now the searches are on, and the forces are trying to apprehend this intruder so that they can get more details why he was moving very near to the line of control, or was he part of a larger conspiracy? Was he a terror guide who was coming here just to check the route, and then a group of terrorists terrorist was to be following him. That all is part of investigation that will be carried out at a later stage. But initial inputs that we are getting, that a Pakistani intruder has been shot at.
Well, absolutely. Gursimran there getting us the details of this yet another attempt that has been foiled by our sources on the ground, where this Pakistani intruder has been trying to get inside via the LOC, this time in Rajouri. Gursimran, thank you for getting us all those details. Back-to-back breaking updates that we're getting for you now, viewers, on Live and Breaking. Now, according to sources, former Union Minister Anand Sharma has resigned from the chairmanship of the steering committee of Himachal Pradesh Congress. Now, yet another setback for the Congress party, this time in the poll-bound state of Himachal Pradesh as well. We are learning that former Union Minister Anand Sharma, who had been integral in the Congress party there in Himachal Pradesh as well, he has resigned from the chairmanship of the steering committee of the Himachal Pradesh Congress is the latest that we're getting for you. So, of course, trouble mounting for the Congress party in the poll-bound state, and yet another poll-bound state of Himachal Pradesh, where once again another renowned leader of the party has resigned from the chairmanship of the steering committee. And of course, we will be getting you the latest as far as the reasons that might have been cited by Anand Sharma with respect to why he has resigned from the chairmanship of the steering committee. Aishwarya Kapoor is joining me on the broadcast. Aishwarya, tell us more about this yet another resignation that we've seen in the series of resignation of renowned leaders of the Congress party resigning this time from Himachal Pradesh.
Well, that's right, but the problem is that the people who should be concerned are not concerned. Rahul and Sonia Gandhi, the people who should really be looking out at what is happening in the Congress party. Why are the senior most leaders of the Congress party, the leaders who have been with the Congress for generations, are leaving? So this is something which the Congress leadership really needs to analyze, and this is, we as journalists have now literally been tired just analyzing why top Congress leaders, right from Ghulam Nabi Azad to resigning just minutes after the committee being made up in Jammu Kashmir, to now Anand Sharma. These are those leaders who have led the Congress party for decades, and now they're just leaving. So the Congress top leadership is just not ready to understand that a directionless leadership of the Congress party is leading to such kind of desperate frustration, not only within the young generation, but also within the old and the senior leaders of the Congress party, that they are leaving Congress. They are just not ready to be associated with the Congress anymore. And Anand Sharma resigning is just another example of how complete directionlessness and chaos persists within the leadership of the Congress party, which is not only directionless, which is also just unaware of what is going to be the next step politically. And that is why you see regional parties gaining in their different specific regions, because Congress has not only failed to unify the opposition, Congress has failed to unify itself. And this has been happening ever since 2014. Ever since Congress lost the power to Narendra Modi, they have not only lost in every election against the Prime Minister and the BJP, but they are now losing from within. Because now they are losing one after the other. Every top leader, they are losing. And they are losing like how?
That's right, Aishwarya. And of course, time for introspection for the party as well, since, as you rightly pointed out, we have been reporting on one after the other resignations that have come to light. And of course, trouble mounting for the Congress party, this time when it is coming from a poll-bound state of Himachal Pradesh, where a renowned leader like Anand Sharma has also tendered his resignation from the chairmanship of steering committee. And time now here for a short break, viewers, but getting you all the updates of how trouble is mounting for the Congress party, this time in the poll-bound state of Himachal Pradesh.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
कश्मीर घाटी में आम नागरिकों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और
Celebrations happening right in front of the OPS's house.
Now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway.
Staging protest against Pakistan over the civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley. On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, "Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega," and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech. Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest here against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter.
National Investigation Agency teams are leaving the house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष
Following incessant rains that led to flash floods close to the main shrine, the Yatra to Vaishno Devi from the base camp in Katra was resumed once again. The police and the Central Reserve Police Force have also been deployed at the shrine to monitor the situation. The focus of the authorities had earlier been directed to help the pilgrims at the top of the shrine to safely navigate through the significant amounts of rainwater flowing through the streets of the site. After the weather conditions had eased in the region through Saturday, the shrine had to be halted once again due to inclement weather witnessed at the shrine. The Yatra was finally resumed on Sunday morning as per the directives of the Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine Board. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be arrested.
Places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
कश्मीर घाटी में आम नागरिकों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और
Celebrations happening right in front of the OPS's house.
Now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway.
Staging protest against Pakistan over the civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley. On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
घंटे यही सोच रहे हैं कि मैं सीबीआई को किसके घर भेजूं, ईडी को किसके घर भेजूं, रेड किसके घर कराऊं, लुकआउट नोटिस किसको दिलाऊं, सरकार किसकी गिरवाऊं। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है पर है।
Top headlines at 2 p.m. amid the CBI probe in Kejriwal government's liquor policy. He accused Manish Sisodia speaks to Republic exclusively. Now double trouble for Manish Sisodia in the liquor scam. CBI hands over case files to the Enforcement Directorate.
में दलदल में आप भी फंसे हुए हैं, किंगपिन है आप, सरगना है अरविंद केजरीवाल इस पूरी भ्रष्टाचार शराब के लिए जो भ्रष्टाचार किया दिल्ली के अंदर।
Briefing and counter briefing by BJP and AAP over liquor scam. BJP alleges Kejriwal is a kingpin in the scam. Another massive jolt for the Congress in Himachal Pradesh. Anand Sharma quits as chief of Congress Himachal Steering Committee. Political clashes erupt in Bengal's Bangaon and Asansol between the BJP and TMC over elections. As Telangana gears up for Bypoll's poster war breaks out ahead of Shah's Telangana visit. Thanks for tuning in this Sunday afternoon. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. And breaking news coming in right now, where the RBI has now sounded a warning amid the freebies debate, sending out a clear message on freebies. In fact, the RBI policy member has sliced the freebies down to the economics, saying that subsidies that distort prices are harmful. That's the word coming in by the RBI with respect to the freebie debate that has now erupted. In fact, the RBI member has clearly stated that subsidies that distort prices are harmful for the economy, and saying that the political parties must be required to inform voters about financial implications with regard to the freebies that are disbursed. In fact, that's the remark that's been made by RBI MPC member Ashima Goel, saying that freebies are never free, and when political parties offer such schemes, they must be required to make the financing and trade-offs clear to the voters. That's a statement coming in from RBI's Monetary Policy Committee member Ashima Goel, adding that this would reduce the temptation towards competitive populism. Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Himachal Pradesh, where former Union Minister Anand Sharma has resigned from the chairmanship of Steering Committee of Himachal Pradesh Congress. So after JNK, another crisis for Congress, and this time it is in Himachal Pradesh, where Anand Sharma has quit from his post as a chief of Congress steering panel. A big setback coming in for the Congress in Himachal Pradesh. We'll go across to Ishwarya as well to get his perspective on this big setback coming in for the Congress in Himachal Pradesh, with Anand Sharma now resigning from his post in Himachal. We are also told that disgruntled Anand Sharma has also returned to the top brass. So there is a lot of disgruntlement is what we understand within the party leaders in Himachal as well. So it's not just in JNK, trouble only mounting there for the Grand Old Party, as Anand Sharma has now quit from his post and has also written to the Congress top brass, to the Congress chief Sonia Gandhi. So that is the latest coming in. Back-to-back setbacks for the Congress after Ghulam Nabi's resignation in JNK. It's Anand Sharma in Himachal who's resigned from the chairmanship of Steering Committee of Himachal Pradesh Congress. So back-to-back setbacks coming there for Anand Sharma, beg your pardon, for Congress, and this one from Himachal Pradesh, where Anand Sharma has resigned from his post. So clearly setback and crisis only brewing there in Himachal Pradesh as well. Remember, Anand Sharma has been a union minister himself. He's resigned, in fact, in the letter that he's addressed to Sonia Gandhi, where he has written that self-respect is non-negotiable and wasn't invited to key meetings. So Anand Sharma there penning a note to Sonia Gandhi saying that his self-respect has been compromised, it is non-negotiable, and that he was not invited to key meetings. Remember, similar sentiment has been shared by a lot of disgruntled Congress leaders in the past few days. And now we have Anand Sharma, who's written a letter to the Congress top brass citing that his self-respect has been compromised. Well, we'll try and get a few reactions as well, but that's the breaking news coming in at this hour. Back-to-back setbacks there for the Grand Old Party. Another jolt for the Congress, and this time it is in Himachal Pradesh, where Anand Sharma has resigned from his post. Well, we'll go across to our reporters as well to get more reactions, to track all reactions coming in with respect to this breaking news coming in from Himachal Pradesh. Anand Sharma, we understand, has written to Congress President Sonia Gandhi saying that his self-respect is non-negotiable. He's also written a letter to Sonia Gandhi where he has cited that he was not attended to some key meetings, which is why his self-respect has been hurt, and that it cannot be compromised, following which he has resigned as the chairman of Himachal Pradesh Congress Steering Committee. We have our executive editor Ishwarya also joining us. Ishwarya, help us read into this, another setback coming in for the Grand Old Party.
Absolutely, and as we've been saying, the Congress Party, the undecisiveness within the Congress Party, the directionlessness right at the top is now showing it out. It has happened a dozen times prior, and if the same directionlessness persists, then we are going to see this further ahead. Because if you just see senior most leader, former cabinet minister, former law minister Anand Sharma is writing that his self-respect is of much more importance to him. That means that, like the others, right from Jagdambika Pal to RPN Singh to Jyotiraditya Scindia, the Gandhis have just refused to even turn their heads towards Anand Sharma to even listen to his concerns. Because that has been the point, right from Himanta Biswa Sharma to Jagdambika Pal. Everyone has been saying that whenever the party is in trouble, whenever they try to reach out to the top leaders of the Congress, that is only one family, that is the Gandhis, they just refuse to talk. They only want their way on the highway. They are just refusing to listen to the cadre. They are refusing to listen to the top leaders, and that's why they have been forced in one way or the other to leave the Congress Party, and that's exactly what Anand Sharma has also written in his letter, directly written to Sonia Gandhi. Yes, at one point of time he was one of the closest to Sonia Gandhi. Yes, at one point of time he was the most respected within the Congress Party, but times have changed, and it's very clear that the complete directionlessness and the way Rahul Gandhi wants to run the party is not the way Anand Sharma would want it to be, or for that matter even Jyotiraditya Scindia would have wanted it to be. And that is that their self-respect that they need. They say that they are leader of the masses, they have been with the party, they just want to be heard. They just want their point of view to be put across. And that is something which is not happening within the Congress Party, and that's why you see these top leaders of the Congress Party now completely leaving the party, and the reason they are leaving is something which should really put an alert mode within the Congress Party. They are saying that their self-respect, this is the first and foremost for any senior leader, but the problem is that in the Congress, if you're not a Gandhi, if you don't have that last name, you're not respected, and that's the problem which these senior leaders are now facing.
Yes. Well, Ishwarya, stay with us. We have BJP's RP Singh as well. Sir, if I can get your quick reaction, it's another state, similar sentiment that the concerns of the Congress leaders, they are not being heard by the top brass. Your reaction?
Well, this has happened immediately after Kashmir now. In Kashmir, Azad Saab has expressed his concern and expressed his resentment on the way the party is functioning just recently. Now it's Himachal. This clearly shows all is not well. Earlier, as Ashwarya was saying, whether it was Jyotiraditya Scindia or even now Sachin Pilot in Rajasthan for that regard, people are not satisfied the way the party is functioning, and they feel that you need to have the last name, Gandhi name, otherwise you will not be allowed to function in a democratic fashion in the party. So there is strong resentment, and I welcome this step, whether that there will be at least some democracy within the opposition party, the leading opposition party also.
Yes. Yes, and sir, do you think it's high time now that the Congress smells the coffee, or do you think it's already too late?
Well, they can build up from any place. You will appreciate that there should be good, strong opposition, which should be not a dynastic party. We should be a party of the congressmen, not the particular family. But that's the problem of the Congress. That's why the Congress is gradually decaying. The reason for Congress to decay is that it's not able to come out of the family. But the clutches of family are so strong that they are not allowing the leaders to work in a democratic fashion, and then gradually mass leaders are losing scope to work within the party.
All right, thank you for speaking to us. So that was BJP's RP Singh also saying that the concerns of the Congress leaders there are not being heard, are not being addressed, which is why we are seeing back-to-back setbacks for the Grand Old Party. This time from Himachal Pradesh, where Anand Sharma has quit from the Himachal Congress panel. In fact, he's penned a letter as well to Sonia Gandhi saying that he was not invited to key meetings and that his self-respect has been hurt. Remember, Himachal is all set to go for polls as well. So ahead of the crucial state polls, back-to-back setbacks coming in for the Congress, and this time it is in Himachal Pradesh, where leader has cited a similar concern that has been voiced by several other leaders in other states as well. Well, we'll try and get more reactions, but remember, Himachal Pradesh is all set to go for polls as well. And in the backdrop of this, we have another setback coming in for the Grand Old Party. Anand Sharma, who's been the union minister himself, he has now quit from his post in Himachal Pradesh. It remains to be seen if Congress, if at all, comes up with any answers with regard to what is happening within the Grand Old Party. But remember, this is something which has been voiced by several other leaders as well. We've seen the situation that has unfolded in J&K for that matter, where several leaders have cited the same concerns that they are not being heard by the top brass. And now we have Anand Sharma, who's been a union minister. He has been the chief of the Congress panel, the steering committee, and he's resigned from this post, citing that he's not being heard and his concerns are not being addressed by the Grand Old Party. Well, we'll try and get more reactions on this, but another setback, another jolt for the Grand Old Party, and this time it is in Himachal Pradesh, days after we saw the fiasco unfold in J&K, where Ghulam Nabi Azad also quit from his post right after being appointed as panel head. So back-to-back setbacks coming in for the Grand Old Party, and this time it's in Himachal Pradesh ahead of the crucial polls.
भाई बाकी तो वो सब बोल रहे हैं कि आपने 2% से 12% कमीशन क्यों किया। जब भी उनसे ये सवाल पूछा जाता है तो वो बोलते हैं हमारा न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में लेख छप गया है, तो हमको लाइसेंस मिल गया है करप्शन करने का। मैं आज दोबारा ये सवाल पूछता हूं कि आपने 2% से 12% कमीशन क्यों किया, केवल इस बात का जवाब दे दें। और जो L1 लाइसेंस होल्डर थे उन सबको मनीष सिसोदिया ने अपनी कलम से लाइसेंस दिया, प्राइवेट लोगों को लाइसेंस दिया। मैं आज फिर से कहना चाहता हूं मीडिया के सामने कि ये 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ का मामला नहीं है, ये सैकड़ों करोड़ का मामला है। जब हम इनसे 2 से 12% का सवाल पूछते हैं तो ये बोलते हैं हमने बहुत शिक्षा में क्रांति ले आए हैं और हम चिकित्सा में क्रांति ले आए हैं। आज इनकी चिकित्सा की क्रांति के कुछ सबूत वो हमने ट्वीट किए थे कि जो दिल्ली के शिक्षा मंत्री हैं उनकी खुद की धर्मपत्नी को दिल्ली की चिकित्सा व्यवस्था पर कोई विश्वास नहीं है। ये एक बिल की कॉपी है। ये बिल मनीष सिसोदिया और श्रीमती मनीष सिसोदिया, ये दोनों के दोनों 2014 से लेकर 2021 तक के ये बिल हैं। 22,61,000 रुपया
22,61,120 रुपया ये टैक्स पेयर का अपने इलाज पर खर्च कर चुके हैं। और कौन कौन से हॉस्पिटल में इन्होंने इलाज कराया? मैक्स हॉस्पिटल में, अपोलो हॉस्पिटल में। तो ये कोई 15 बिल हैं, 15 में से 12 बार ये अपोलो गए। तो क्या अपोलो हॉस्पिटल दिल्ली सरकार का है? जैसे ही इनको खांसी होती है ये सीधा अपोलो भाग जाते हैं। जैसे ही उनको वायरल फीवर होता है ये सीधा अपोलो भाग जाते हैं, अपने मोहल्ला क्लिनिक नहीं जाते, ये दिल्ली सरकार के सरकारी अस्पताल नहीं जाते। ये बिल है 22,61,000 रुपया। मैं इनसे पूछना चाहता हूं, और कल भी मैंने कहा था, और मैं आज सारे आम आदमी पार्टी के सांसद, उनके मंत्री, उनके विधायक, मैं आज उनके परिवार वालों से कुछ कहना चाहता हूं और उनके बच्चों से कुछ कहना चाहता हूं कि आपके पिताजी बार बार ये कहते हैं कि हमारे सरकारी स्कूलों में जज का बच्चा भी पढ़ता है, गरीब का बच्चा भी पढ़ता है। आज तक वो जज का नाम तो आपने नहीं बताया किसका बच्चा पढ़ता है। मैं उन बच्चों से कहना चाहता हूं कि बच्चों, अगर अपने पिताजी को आज बोलो, अगर आपको आपकी शिक्षा क्रांति पर इतना विश्वास है तो हम सबका नाम प्राइवेट स्कूलों से काटकर दिल्ली सरकार के स्कूलों में दाखिला करवा दें। वो अपने बच्चों को नहीं भेजते हैं, खुद का इलाज अपने सरकारी अस्पतालों में नहीं कराते हैं, अपनी धर्मपत्नी को उनकी धर्मपत्नी को विश्वास नहीं है कि जब उनकी धर्मपत्नी कहती है मनीष सिसोदिया जी से कि मेरी तबीयत खराब है, आपने चिकित्सा में इतने अच्छे वर्ल्ड क्लास हॉस्पिटल बनाए हैं, मेरा एडमिशन वहां करा दीजिए, तो मनीष सिसोदिया कहते हैं नहीं, आप सीधा अपोलो जाइए। तो अपोलो में इलाज होता है। इसके अलावा मैं आपको एक आज बहुत बड़ी जानकारी देने वाला हूं। वो बड़ी जानकारी ये है कि मैंने आपको पहले बताया था कि ये जो डील हुई थी, ये जो पॉलिसी बनी थी, ये दिल्ली के ओबराय होटल में एक स्वीट बुक था। 6 महीने लगातार वो स्वीट बुक रहा। वहां पर दिल्ली के एक्साइज ऑफिसर, एक्साइज कमिश्नर, दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री, कुछ लिकर माफिया और कुछ पॉलिटिकल परिवार के लोग उस मीटिंग में शामिल होते थे। वो पॉलिटिकल परिवार है जो तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री हैं केसीआर, उनके परिवार के लोग उस मीटिंग में शामिल होते थे। वो एक प्राइवेट प्लेन में आते थे, एक बहुत बड़ा उनके राज्य का शराब माफिया है, उसके प्राइवेट प्लेन में आते थे, और ये जो स्वीट बुक था ये उन्होंने ही बुक में आते थे, और ये जो स्वीट बुक था ये उन्होंने ही बुक कराया था, और उन्होंने ही सेम पॉलिसी पंजाब में लागू कराई है। उन्होंने ही मनीष सिसोदिया के साथ मिलकर, अरविंद केजरीवाल के साथ मिलकर ये पूरा प्लान बनाया, और ये पॉलिसी उनके राज्य में भी चलती है, तेलंगाना में, और इस पॉलिसी को वो पश्चिम बंगाल में भी चालू करवाया है। केसीआर के परिवार के लोगों ने यहाँ के जो L1 लाइसेंस होल्डर थे, पहले वो अपने लोग बनाए, और पहली इंस्टॉलमेंट जो मनीष सिसोदिया को मिली, आम आदमी पार्टी को मिली, वो 150 करोड़ रुपए की थी। 150 करोड़ रुपया सबसे पहले डील में इनको मिला। वो जो लोग आते थे तेलंगाना से, उन लोगों ने पहली इंस्टॉलमेंट इनको 150 करोड़ रुपया दिया, और उसके बदले में तय हुआ कि जो L1
का जो कमीशन है वो कमीशन पहले हम लेंगे, हम इसका प्रॉफिट कमाएंगे, उसके बाद में आप इस काम को कर सकते हैं। तो मेरा ये आरोप है, मनीष सिसोदिया ये बताएं कि क्या उन्होंने जो तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री हैं केसीआर, उनके परिवार के लोगों के साथ में मीटिंग करी या नहीं करी। उनके परिवार के लोगों के साथ में ओबराय होटल में आप मिले या नहीं मिले, इस बात का मनीष सिसोदिया जवाब दे। और मैं चाहता हूं इससे पहले कि वो कोर्ट में अपने इस जुर्म को कबूलें, स्वीकार करें और सारे सबूत आए। एक उप मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते उनकी जिम्मेदारी है कि जब ये सारी बातें सामने आ रही हैं, वो खुद जनता के सामने आकर माफी मांगे कि मैंने गलत काम किया है, मैंने इतना करोड़ों रुपया अपनी पार्टी के कहने से, अपने मुख्यमंत्री के कहने से इकट्ठा किया है, उसको कहां कहां ट्रांसफर किया है, वरना बाद में तो ये कोर्ट में आएगी ही। अगर वो अपनी बात को स्वीकार करे और माफी मांगे, इससे बेहतर मेरी उनको फ्रेंडली एडवाइस नहीं हो सकती है। तो ये मुझको आज कहना था। एलओसी इसलिए खुली क्योंकि ये लोग देश छोड़कर ना जाएं। जो जांच एजेंसी है उनको ऐसा अनुमान था कि जो 2 लोग चले गए हैं औरों की तरह, इनमें से कुछ लोग और जा सकते हैं, इसलिए ये एलओसी खुली है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रवेश जी। अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सीनियर नेता मनीष सिसोदिया जी से कि आप सबको संबोधित करें।
शिफ्ट हो जाओ, आप इधर आओ, आप यहाँ आ जाओ। फोटो दिखा देना।
एक बॉलीवुड का बहुत मशहूर गाना हुआ था, देख तेरे संसार की कितनी कैसी हुई, क्या था, देख तेरे संसार की हालत क्या हुई भगवान, कितना बदल गया इंसान, कितना बदल गया इंसान। यही जो कल तक कहता था अरविंद केजरीवाल कि हम करप्शन के खिलाफ हैं, करप्शन वालों को देश के गद्दार का तगमा मिलना चाहिए, उनको गद्दार माना जाना चाहिए। आज उन्होंने ट्वीट करके कहा करप्शन तो मुद्दा ही नहीं है, सीबीआई और ईडी को रेड नहीं करनी चाहिए। आज अरविंद केजरीवाल क्या कह रहे हैं, सीबीआई और ईडी को रेड नहीं करनी चाहिए। क्यों नहीं करनी चाहिए? क्योंकि सीबीआई और ईडी आजकल अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया जी के जो पैसे के लेन देन हुए हैं उन लोगों को वो अरेस्ट कर रही है। जैसे परवेश जी ने बताया, ये कुछ नामों में हिचकिचाहट कर रहे थे, शायद परिवार का तो बताया, और सारी बातों के उन्होंने खुलासे किए। और जो लोग भागे हुए हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया कह रहे थे कि मेरे को बताओ कहां आना, तुम्हें कहीं नहीं आना, बस तुम्हें भागना नहीं है। जैसे सत्येंद्र जैन की यादाश्त चले गई, बस मनीष सिसोदिया जी आप इतनी कृपा करना, बादाम खाते रहना, आपकी यादाश्त ना चले जाए, बस इतना उपकार करना दिल्ली के लोगों के ऊपर। परवेश जी ने बताया ओबराइस में मीटिंग होती रही, उस ओबराइस की मीटिंग, ये सारी इस करप्शन की गढ़ जो है वो ओबराइस होटल से ही शुरू होती है। ओबराइस होटल के अंदर तब के दिल्ली के कमिश्नर, तब के दिल्ली के डिप्टी कमिश्नर मनीष सिसोदिया, अमित अरोड़ा, विजय नायर, दिनेश अरोड़ा, अमन ढल, बरिंदर सिंह ढल और मिस्टर नायर, ये सब लोग ओबराइस में बैठ के, और इनके सरगना का संचालन कौन करते थे? के कविता, जो कि केसीआर के परिवार से हैं। के कविता ने ही उनकी बेटी हैं और वही सारे साउथ के लोगों को यहां पर लेके आए थे। रेड्डी ब्रदर्स को लेके आए, मगुंटा की जो जिनकी मंगुंटा के नाम से शराब के लाइसेंस है, यहां पे एडवांस में पैसा दिया गया। पंजाब इलेक्शन और गोवा इलेक्शन के लिए एडवांस पैसा दिया गया। और मैं आपको तरीकों के साथ किस किस तरीक को, पहले तो मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूं कि इन्होंने पैसे लिए कितने कितने हैं। ये कल भी कह रहे थे कि हमारा बता नहीं रहे, मनीष सिसोदिया जी कह रहे थे बता नहीं रहे हमने कितने पैसे लिए हैं। हम बता रहे हैं भाई, आप सुन नहीं रहे। सारा देश सुन रहा है मनीष सिसोदिया जी, बस एक आप ही को नहीं सुन रहा, क्योंकि आपने ले रखे हैं इसलिए आपको सुनना नहीं चाहते आप। तो कितने पैसे लिए आपको परवेज जी ने अभी बताया, 150 करोड़ रुपया एडवांस लिया, एडवांस। इसके बाद कितने कितने पैसे लिए आप सुनकर हैरान होंगे। अमन ढल ने, जिसकी ब्रिंडको की शराब की फैक्ट्री है, जिसकी ब्रिंडको की होलसेल का काम है, जो 2% पे काम करता था, उसको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अपनी कलम साइन करके, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कलम साइन करके 12% उसकी कमीशन बढ़ा दी, 2% से 12%। और आप याद रखें मेरे मित्रों, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं मीडिया के बंधुओं को, ये जो 2% से 12% का धंधा किया है, ये कोई ऑक्शन नहीं हुई, ये कोई पर्ची लॉटरी नहीं निकली। इनको सीधा लाइसेंस अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने दिया है, इनके ऊपर कोई ऑक्शन भी नहीं कराई। ये दिल्ली में याद रहना चाहिए कि दिल्ली में जो सबसे बड़ा घोटाला, इसमें ऑक्शन नहीं हुई। लोगों को बोलते हमने ऑक्शन कराई है, होलसेल की इन्होंने ऑक्शन नहीं कराई, बकायदा इन्होंने खुद सिलेक्ट करके जिसको काम देना था दिया। और किसको दिया? ब्रिंडको को दिया, अमन ढल को दिया। अमन ढल कोई इतना प्यारा है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और मनीष सिसोदिया जी को, कितना प्यारा है कि खाली दिल्ली में नहीं, अब पंजाब में भी इसी के पास काम है। याद रखिएगा, अमन ढल के पास पंजाब का भी काम है। और अभी पूछते थे कहां कहां कितने कितने पैसे दिए, तो जिन लोगों ने सीबीआई को जाकर बताया, जिसने 2.5 करोड़ दिया उसने भी अपना बयान दर्ज कराया है, जिसने 3 करोड़ दिया उसने भी अपना बयान दर्ज कराया है। और खाली एक ब्रिंडको कंपनी अमन ढल ने 50 करोड़ रुपया दिया और 18 करोड़ रुपए का एक सिंगल क्रेडिट नोट काटा। इसको नोट करिएगा, 18 करोड़ का सिंगल क्रेडिट नोट काटा अमन ढल ने, जो मनीष सिसोदिया के पास कैश गया। और आप हैरान हो जाएंगे, जिसको क्रेडिट नोट काटा अमन ढल की कंपनी ब्रिंडको ने, उसको शराब भी नहीं बेची थी, शराब भी नहीं बेची, फिर भी 18 करोड़ का क्रेडिट नोट। रिश्वत के पैसे क्रेडिट नोट के माध्यम से आते थे। और ये पैसे की तरीकों के साथ मैं बताना चाहता हूं। 3 करोड़ रुपया अप्रैल के महीने में एनवी डिस्टिलर्स अशोक जैन से 3 करोड़ रुपया लिया अमन ढल ने लेकर, और अर्जुन पांडे के माध्यम से यह पैसा ट्रांसफर हुआ। अशोक जैन ने 3 करोड़ रुपया एनवी डिस्टिलर्स ने दिया। इसी तरह ऋषि बाली ने पहले हफ्ते में 3 करोड़ रुपया दिया, वो भी अमन ढल के थ्रू दिया गया। इसी तरीके 4.5 करोड़ रुपया जो पंजाब में फैक्ट्री थी ब्रॉसन्स की, चड्डा फैमिली की, उन्होंने 4.5 करोड़ रुपया के कविता, जो कि केसीआर की बेटी है, उसके माध्यम से अपनी फैक्ट्री जो सील कर दी गई थी पंजाब में, उसको खुलवाने के लिए।
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनीष। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be arrested.
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia.
Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking, and first up, getting you some more breaking updates from another poll-bound state of Gujarat this time, where now trouble is mounting for the Congress party, where we're seeing that just one more MLA, in fact, of the Congress party, one more leader of the Congress party, Mahendra Singh Baria, in fact, from North Gujarat, and the former Congress MLA is now all set to join the BJP tomorrow in the presence of the Gujarat BJP chief C.R. Patil as well. And he is also stating that there will be several other cadre of the Congress party that will be joining the BJP. And we have seen viewers one after the other how there are more and more Congress leaders and the former MLAs as well that are exiting from the party just months before the Gujarat elections that are all set to take place in the end of this year. And now they are also stating that they are frustrated with the lack of leadership in the Congress party as well, and that is why they see BJP as a more viable option for their own political careers, as well as how the leaders of the Congress party are completely ignoring that there is an election that is impending in the state and that there is no planning that is also being done as well. Now we are seeing that some more leaders of the Congress party, in fact, earlier had also left the party and then joined the Aam Aadmi party. But now we see that the message going across that is very, very clear that the Congress party leadership, in fact, the Congress leaders in Gujarat completely frustrated and are seeing BJP or even the Aam Aadmi party as the next option for them to join, because we had seen just 1 week ago how there were several leaders of the Congress party that had also had a meeting with Arvind Kejriwal in Gujarat when he had come for the last time. And now we are seeing more Congress leaders joining the BJP as well now, including Mahendra Singh Baria from North Gujarat and the former Congress MLA from Prantij, in fact, who is now set to join the BJP tomorrow in the presence of the Gujarat BJP chief C.R. Patil. And we have also seen in North Gujarat how the blow for Congress, in fact, even getting bigger, since more leaders of the North Gujarat as well had joined the BJP earlier, including several other MLAs that had exited the party, tendered their resignation and had joined the BJP. And in the list of those leaders who had been exiting from the Congress party, one more leader, that is Mahendra Singh Baria, in fact, from North Gujarat, all set to join the BJP tomorrow in the presence of the BJP chief C.R. Patil. And we are in fact getting several more leaders, in fact, who had been stating that they are frustrated with the Congress party. They are also exiting the party since there is a lack of leadership, there is a lack of planning, and that there is no leader to give them direction. There's no leader who is strategizing, and also there is only internal conflicts and internal politics that is being carried out in the Gujarat Congress, and that is why they are exiting from the party, and which is why we are seeing more and more leaders of the Congress party leaving in Gujarat at least and joining several other parties now, including the Aam Aadmi party and the BJP, and the BJP maintaining that this is because of the lack of leadership and that there is an absolute chaos in the state leadership of the Congress party, which is why more and more MLAs, more and more leaders who have a ground presence, who have a cadre in Gujarat as well, are joining the BJP. Jairaj Singh Parmar, in fact, is joining me on the broadcast. He's a spokesperson now for the BJP. He had been in the Congress himself earlier. जयराज भाई, if I could come to you, ये जो जिस तरह से हम सारे विधायकों को देख रहे हैं, जो विधायक है, लीडर्स है गुजरात के, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी छोड़ के अब बीजेपी में आ रहे हैं. आप खुद कांग्रेस पार्टी के पार्ट रह चुके हैं. आप किस तरह से देखते हैं, क्योंकि वो हर चीज यही बोल रहे हैं कि एक लीडरशिप की कमी है गुजरात में, उनको महसूस हो रही है, इसलिए वो बीजेपी में जा रहे हैं.
नहीं प्रियंका जी, ये बात सही है. आप भी अच्छी तरह से गुजरात की राजनीति जानते हो. सबसे बड़ी बात ये है, और देश की जनता के समक्ष आपके प्रतिष्ठित माध्यम से ये बात जानी भी चाहिए कि गुजरात और हाईकमान दोनों के बीच में जो संकलन होना चाहिए, ग्राउंड रियलिटी का जो इनके पास जो अभ्यास होना चाहिए, वो इनके पास नहीं है. एक्चुअली क्या है कि यहाँ जो सेकंड कैडर लीडरशिप है, वो बहुत वर्षों से एक ही लीडर, गुजरात में 5-7 लीडर जो है वही अपने एक संगीत कुर्सी की तरह एक के बाद मैं मेरे बाद तू तेरे बाद मैं, ऐसी ही राजनीति करते आ रहे हैं. गुजरात में आज सेकंड कैडर है ही नहीं. तो दिन प्रतिदिन आज देखो कि स्थानिक स्वराज के चुनाव जो हुए लास्ट 2019-20-21 में, तो इसमें एक भी जिला परिषद कांग्रेस के पास नहीं रही. इसके अलावा भी नेता विपक्ष की भूमिका भी नहीं रहे. इतने मार्जिनल हो गए कि नेता प्रतिपक्ष में भी ये रहे नहीं. तो स्थिति ये रही कि कांग्रेस के जो अच्छे और जो पब्लिक के लीडर थे, इनको एक घुटन सी महसूस होने लगी कि ये पार्टी में कुछ होता ही नहीं है. और दिल्ली के हाईकमान के जो भी नेता आते हैं, इनके पास भी ग्राउंड रियलिटी नहीं है. जमीनी स्तर की जो इन्फॉर्मेशन इनके पास, जो सूचना होनी चाहिए, होती ही नहीं है. तो स्थिति हो रही कि दिन प्रतिदिन ये जो बात चुनाव के फील्ड में जो जाते हैं, तो कैसे जीता जाए, इनके पास कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन ही नहीं कि क्या किया जाए. तो कुल मिला के दिन प्रतिदिन जो अच्छे लीडर है वो एक के बाद छोड़ने लगे हैं. और हर बार नेता प्रतिपक्ष जाए तो कचरा गया, जाए तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. राहुल गांधी जी भी द्वारका में आए और बोले हमें तो 25 की ही जरूरत है, हमें 25 से ज्यादा जरूरत नहीं है. तो ये बात उनके लीडरों को खुद के जो आत्ममंथन करना चाहिए, वो खुद के में अंदरूनी करना चाहिए था. इसके अलावा इनको प्रोत्साहन दे रहे हैं. तो कुल मिला के बात ये हुई कि जो जिनकी कमियां हैं.
बिल्कुल जयराज सिंह जी, ऑफ कोर्स वी आर ट्रैकिंग दैट स्टोरी वेरी वेरी क्लोजली, बिकॉज अब ये एक पुराने विधायक रह चुके हैं प्रांतिज के, जो अब बीजेपी में आ रहे हैं. ऑफ कोर्स वी आर ट्रैकिंग दैट स्टोरी वेरी वेरी क्लोजली, व्यूअर्स, बिकॉज इट इज अलार्मिंग दैट more and more leaders and entire exodus that we are seeing from the Congress party towards the BJP and the Aam Aadmi party as well this elections. And of course it will be interesting to see how this really pans out as more and more leaders of the Congress party in Gujarat are leaving the party. Jairaj Singh ji, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. And moving on now, viewers, to back-to-back updates that we are getting once again from the poll-bound state of Gujarat, where we are breaking for you an inside scoop as far as the former Chief Minister of Gujarat is concerned, that is Shankar Singh Waghela. In fact, he has rejected the Congress party once again, is what we are learning. There had been talks that he was expected to join the party and that there was several leadership of the Congress party as well that had a meeting with Shankar Singh Waghela. But now we are learning that Shankar Singh Waghela has rejected these offers and he is stating that he will launch his own party. Is the latest is what we are breaking for you. Of course, he had expressed that intention of floating his own party from the very beginning. During the 2019 Lok Sabha elections as well, he had stated in the upcoming Gujarat elections he might start his own party as well. Now this is the Praja Shakti Democratic Party is what we are learning. Now this is another party that he is going to be floating, and he is stating that he is already welcoming cadres to get associated with this party so that they can work for the people of Gujarat this elections. And he is also stating that the Congress party is absolutely directionless and that there is no strategizing that is being done in the Congress party, which is why he is forced to start his own party. He's also taken a pot shot at the Aam Aadmi party and has stated that Aam Aadmi party in Gujarat at least is a B team of the BJP, and that is why he does not trust he does not trust the other parties as well, and which is why he has stated that several agendas that will be for the benefit of the people of Gujarat are going to be a part of this political party as well, including abolishing the prohibition in the state of Gujarat. Top stories in brief. Two suspected terrorists linked with the Al-Qaeda Indian subcontinent and Ansarullah Bangla team terror groups were arrested by Assam police in Golpara district on Saturday. The arrested persons have been identified as Abdus Shubhan and Jalaluddin Sheikh. They were reportedly grilled by the police for several hours. Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, lashed out at the Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the CBI lookout circular against him and said that after the 2024 general elections, the people will give a lookout circular to the BJP. The Telangana Congress leaders are scheduled to meet senior party leaders in Delhi to discuss the Munugode by-elections. The Telangana Congress leaders will meet the party General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi besides other senior leaders including K.C. Venugopal and Manikam Tagore. BJP MLA of Bongaon South constituency Swapan Majumdar allegedly has been beaten up. It is also alleged that the security forces have been beaten up as well. The whole incident occurred in front of the West Bengal police. Reportedly, Narayan Ghosh, the TMC councillor of Bongaon municipality, has been seen to be leading the entire incident.
मैंने प्रणब मुखर्जी को आज फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर सुना है, मैंने जनरल एस.के. सिन्हा को सुना है, मैंने एस्ट्रोनॉट राकेश शर्मा और हमारे रवीश मल्होत्रा का स्वागत यहाँ इस मंच पे किया। ये बड़ा ही ऐतिहासिक मंच है।
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनीष। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be arrested.
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूँ कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials. And welcome back, viewers. We are live in breaking and straight away cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are getting now. Another CCTV video, in fact, has come to light where disputes and clashes at the toll plaza have arrived in these visuals that we are getting for you. Now, of course, the toll of the Bayora-Bhopal National Highway, Rajgarh district, in fact, the incident took place on Saturday evening. A person was adamant on insisting on getting vehicle removed without paying the toll, and this is the kind of physical altercation that has broken out between the toll employees and the person who was driving this vehicle and refusing to pay the toll as well. Now, this is a CCTV footage, very dramatic visuals of an all-out physical altercation that seems to have broken out between the woman and this man as well, who is refusing to pay the toll as well. Now, these are the toll plaza employees who are asking them to pay the toll, and you can see in that that the person gets out of the car and slaps this toll plaza employee. Shocking visuals really coming to light. And as you can see that the woman also has beaten him up as well. And now we are getting Satya Vijay on the broadcast. Satya Vijay, tell us more about these very shocking visuals that are coming to light from the CCTV footage of this toll plaza. What really had happened? Is this man refusing to pay the toll and then slapping this toll plaza employee who is also a woman?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, जो ताजा घटनाक्रम है ये राजगढ़ का है, मध्य प्रदेश के राजगढ़ की ये तस्वीर है। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि एक युवक और उसके साथी की गुंडागर्दी किस तरह यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है। राजगढ़ के टोल नाके पर जो नेशनल हाईवे, वहां पर ये जो युवक है जिसने कि महिला कर्मचारी को थप्पड़ मारे हैं, वो टोल ना देने को लेकर पहले जिद करता रहा और जब महिला कर्मचारी नहीं मानी तो उसके साथ बदतमीजी की, उसे गालियां दी और उसके साथ जमकर मारपीट की। हालांकि अच्छी बात यह कि इसमें जो महिला कर्मचारी है उन्होंने भी बहादुरी से सामना किया और काउंटर किया, लेकिन 10 से 15 मिनट तक ये पूरा हाई वोल्टेज ड्रामा राजगढ़ के टोल नाके पर चलता रहा, जिसमें कि पुलिस ने अब सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर प्रकरण दर्ज कर लिया है। लेकिन बड़ी बात यह कि ये पहली घटना नहीं है मध्य प्रदेश के टोल नाकों पर। ये जो तस्वीरें राजगढ़ से आई हैं, यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि युवक जो है, ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि किसी बीजेपी के लीडर का रिश्तेदार भी है। हालांकि अभी इसकी पुष्टि नहीं हुई है और शायद इसीलिए सत्ता के नशे में चूर है और इसीलिए वो शायद महिला कर्मचारी के साथ भी मारपीट करने से गुरेज नहीं कर रहा है। काफी शर्मनाक तस्वीरें यहाँ पर कि महिला कर्मचारी को उसने एक नहीं 2 से 3 बार थप्पड़ मारे हैं और इसके बाद महिला कर्मचारी एकजुट हुई और उन्होंने काउंटर किया और उस पर उसका बहादुरी से सामना किया। इसके अलावा भी जो युवक है वो टोल जो जहां पर जो पर्चियां कटती हैं उसके अंदर लठ और डंडों के साथ अंदर घुसा और वहां पर 10 से 15 मिनट तक हंगामा करता रहा। इन फुटेज के आधार पर राजगढ़ पुलिस ने प्रकरण तो दर्ज कर लिया है, लेकिन बड़ी बात यह कि इस तरह की घटनाएं सामने क्यों आती हैं, क्यों मध्य प्रदेश में इस तरह के युवक हैं जो कि टोल पर या बाकी जगह पर गुंडागर्दी करते नजर आते हैं, उन्हें कानून लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का डर क्यों नहीं है, क्यों उन्हें सजा का डर नहीं है, ये बड़ा सवाल यहाँ पर पैदा होता है। लेकिन ये शर्मनाक तस्वीरें यहाँ पर कि महिला कर्मचारी के साथ गुंडागर्दी की जाती है, सरेआम थप्पड़ मारे जाते हैं।
Bilkul, Satya Vijay, you're getting us very important details of this very dramatic footage that we are getting. Of course, a very shocking video of this man blatantly assaulting this woman officer who's just doing her duty and demanding the toll that he has to pay while passing via the toll plaza, and he, instead of paying that toll, assaults her, slaps her, and also refuses to back down. Satya Vijay, for the moment, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. And now, moving on, viewers, to back-to-back breaking developments that we are getting for you. Sidhu Moosewala murder probe, in fact, details of the Sidhu Moosewala murder probe that we are getting. The parents have given an ultimatum to the government. Now, the parents of Sidhu Moosewala have said that they should deliver justice in 7 days, otherwise they will be protesting on the roads. Sidhu Moosewala's father gave an ultimatum to the Punjab police to deliver the justice, and father of Sidhu Moosewala said that they will be waiting for the next 7 days, otherwise they will be starting a protest on the roads itself. Now remember, we had seen that very shocking assassination of Sidhu Moosewala, how it had been carried out by miscreants and how they had completely surrounded Sidhu Moosewala and had completely attacked and shot at his car, shot at Sidhu Moosewala as well. And now we had seen that the probe as well that had been underway was going on. But now the parents of Sidhu Moosewala have come out and given an ultimatum to the Punjab government, and they have said that the government in fact has 7 days to deliver justice so that the assaulters, the murderers of Sidhu Moosewala can be booked. And if not, if the government fails to deliver this justice in 7 days, they will be coming out on the streets. Viewers, we're picking up several voices on the same. Let's listen.
ਫਰੋਤੀ ਲੈ ਲਈ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਟ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ.
But the government, neither they are revealing the names of the people who have disclosed the security downgraded of Sidhu Moosewala, nor the government and the police are doing any kind of action against those who hatched the conspiracy from Canada, who all are involved against the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. They are still roaming free.
And there you have it, viewers. The parents of Sidhu Moosewala completely demanding justice and claiming that it has been delayed for quite some time now. In fact, giving an ultimatum to the Punjab government to deliver justice in the next 7 days. Otherwise, there will be massive protests on the streets of Punjab. In fact, there are several candlelight marches that they have said that they will be carrying out as well on the streets. Amandeep, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast. Amandeep, you got us that story, and now we are seeing that the parents of Sidhu Moosewala frustrated, claiming that they have given 7 days to the Punjab government to deliver this justice. Otherwise, there will be protests on the streets, Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Priyanka. The point is that family of Sidhu Moosewala is not at all happy the kind of investigation done by the Punjab police. Though Punjab police have arrested almost more than 12 people into this entire case. But the family says the main conspirators who hatched the conspiracy of the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, they are still sitting in Canada, and police is doing nothing to bring them brought and bring them back here in India. And in fact, nothing. They are making no efforts to send them behind the bars. They are basically having two demands, Priyanka. Family says, number one, why the government is not revealing the names of those officers and the people who have revealed the information about the security downgraded of Sidhu Moosewala. That list was made public by the government officials. Why the government is not taking action against those who have rolled out the list in the public platforms? Number two demand is that why the Punjab police is not taking action against the main conspirators who are still still roaming freely and in fact who are still sitting in Canada. These are the two demands of the family of Sidhu Moosewala, and in fact they have also specifically mentioned that now on 29th of August it would be 3 months that the Sidhu Moosewala was being killed and the police is doing investigation, but so far the government is not able to deliver the justice, and straight away they are saying that now they are going to start the candle march for the justice of Sidhu Moosewala murder, and in fact after 7 days they are going to protest on the streets against the investigation as well as the developments that are still pending in that entire case. And in fact they are also openly challenging the Punjab government that what is the reason behind that government remain mum on this both the issues, why they are not revealing the names of the people who are behind the security downgraded of Sidhu Moosewala. So now the family is completely not satisfied and happy from the investigation that is being done by the Punjab police. Their demands are very straight away, and mother and father of Sidhu Moosewala, they both are campaigning village to village in their areas and gathering the people, requesting the people to join the candle march as well as the protest just to deliver the justice in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. And they are also mentioning that today Sidhu Moosewala was killed, tomorrow anybody else would be killed, but government remains silent. So viewers, now we are slipping into a short break. We will be back with more stories. Stay tuned for Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be arrested.
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
कश्मीर घाटी में आम नागरिकों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और
Celebrations happening right in front of the OPS's house.
Now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway.
Staging protest against Pakistan over the civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley. On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should.
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
Thanks Thanks for tuning in this Sunday afternoon. Lots lined up for you on Superfast 50. Let's get started with the top stories. It's a double trouble for Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. The CBI team is probing the liquor case, probing the liquor scam, has now handed over the case files to the ED as well. Sources say that ED will file a fresh case against the accused in the scam and is likely to issue summons to Manish Sisodia in the coming days as well. As the liquor scam is exposed, face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP has intensified, with the latter sharpening its attack on the Aam Aadmi Party. Addressing the media, the BJP questioned as to why did the Delhi government have to roll back its excise policy if it has done no wrong.
मैं चुनौती देता हूं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, अगर आप में थोड़ी सी नैतिकता बची है, 24 घंटे के अंदर, ये समय बहुत है एक ईमानदार के लिए। आप केवल ये बताइए कि अगर आपने घोटाला नहीं किया तो आबकारी नीति वापस क्यों ली? 144 करोड़ की छूट आपने क्यों दी, जिससे कि सरकार के कोष को घाटा हुआ?
Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party continues to cry vendetta politics even as Manish Sisodia faces grave allegations in relation to the excise policy in the national capital, calling it all a witch hunt. The Aam Aadmi Party, in its back-to-back briefings, ducked specifics on the grave allegations and boasted about Sisodia being the best education minister in the world. BJP, meanwhile, continues mounting attack on the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP called Kejriwal the kingpin of the liquor mafia and demanded sacking of Sisodia. Delhi Chief Minister, meanwhile, took to Twitter in support of Manish Sisodia. Kejriwal said, and I quote, "There is a lot of anger among people across the country about the raids on Manish Sisodia. A large number of people are joining the Aam Aadmi Party," unquote. In the latest development, former Union Minister Anand Singh has resigned from the chairmanship of the steering committee of Himachal Pradesh Congress. Former Congress leader Shankar Singh Waghela has rejected the Congress party in Gujarat once again. According to sources, he's set to launch his own political party prior to Gujarat elections expected that will take place. In fact, he had expressed intention of floating a new party, Praja Shakti Democratic Party, as his own party. In a massive terror crackdown, security forces busted a terror hideout in the Vachi area in Shopian district. This was a joint operation that was carried out by the Indian Army along with the JNK police in the valley. JP Nadda paid tributes to senior BJP leader, former UP minister, the revered Kalyan Singh, who played an important part in the Sri Ram temple movement. The BJP chief remarked and remembered his devotion to the service of the nation, upliftment of the deprived section of the society and good governance as well. And in another development coming from JNK, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has been put under house arrest by the JNK administration. She was supposed to visit the family of Sunil Kumar, who lost his life in a targeted killing which happened in Shopian recently. And in news coming in from Karnataka, where as Karnataka Assembly elections are scheduled for next year, the war of words between the political parties in the state is only heating up with each passing day. Taking a dig at the state government recently, Congress claimed that the chief ministerial chair is up for sale and that BJP will pay a hefty amount for that. Punjab Police, meanwhile, received an alert from the Central Intel Agencies. Punjab Police has been asked to be on high alert over murderous attack attempt on 10 politicians of Punjab. Reportedly, these terrorists are trying to target 10 netas to vitiate the atmosphere in Punjab. Out of these, 4 leaders are from Congress. Punjab Police, meanwhile, has been instructed to increase the vigil of for these 10 politicians. Another name cropped up in the case. This is in relation to the terror interrogation on reveals that arrested Fatehbir was briefed by Shyam Sundar. A meeting was held in a hotel in Ludhiana days before the bomb was planted. Police is conducting raids to arrest Shyam Sundar, who briefed Fatehbir for planting the bomb and later accused plotted IED under the car of Dilbag Singh. Police is now trying to arrest people involved in the chain of planting the bomb. In a massive terror crackdown, the J&K police continues to raid multiple locations in Jammu. According to the Jammu police, the raids are carried out to nab terror financiers who's been named as Syed. The raiding teams are led by SPDO rank officer. According to sources, Syed had gone into hiding after arrest of Mohammad Yasin Abdul Hamid from Jammu. Two accused were arrested by the police in Assam over Dharm Sabha that was organized in 2019 that reportedly had the presence of Bangladeshi nationals with links to the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent invited as guest speakers. Meanwhile, searches were made at the houses of the accused people with incriminating documents that were also recovered relating to the Al-Qaeda, among other incriminating documents that were recovered. Union Minister Anurag Thakur has issued a 24-hour challenge to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, asking him to respond to the amount of revenue received by the national capital. In fact, after he elaborated on the revenue collected by various BJP-run states across the country. At least 3 Congress MLAs in Gujarat have written to the President seeking the direction to the Union Home Minister and Gujarat State Government, requesting the governments to take back the remission order of those convicted in the case of Bilkis Banu. Fugitive gangster Dawood Ibrahim's jail brother Iqbal Kaskar was admitted to the government-run JJ Hospital in Mumbai after complaint of chest pain. Kaskar was rushed to the hospital from the Taluja jail in neighbouring Navi Mumbai and is undergoing treatment in the medical facilities cardiac department. The ED meanwhile had arrested Kaskar, remember, in February this year in connection with the money laundering charge. Now, regardless of the humiliation from the EPS faction, former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister OPS wants to unite the AIADMK in order to take on the might of the ruling DMK. Meanwhile, clashes erupted between the supporters of Trinamool Congress and the BJP amid the ongoing municipal bypolls in Asansol constituency of West Bengal. BJP MLA Lakshman Goroi alleged that they had come to see whether polling was taking place peacefully or not, but TMC supporters attacked them, further alleging that TMC workers were rigging the votes. And in more news coming in, this one from Telangana, where the Telangana Congress leaders are scheduled to meet senior party leaders in the national capital to discuss the Munugode by-elections. The Telangana Congress leaders will be meeting the party General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra as well, besides other senior leaders including KC Venugopal and Manikam Tagore. Latest update on Jayalalitha's medical treatment case. The AIIMS Medical Board has concluded that there were no lapses in the medical treatment that was provided to late former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Jayalalitha. The Supreme Court, remember, in 2021 had directed AIIMS to constitute a medical board to assist the retired Justice Commission that is probing her case. Ahead of bypolls in the state of Telangana, massive poster war erupted ahead of Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit. Now, a meet of leaders of the JMM Congress and RJD was held in Jharkhand at Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence. At a public statement following the meet, while they said that they were looking into the drought situation in the state, they reiterated that the Chief Minister would remain the same despite him being linked to the coal mining allegation scam in the state of Jharkhand. The AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi hit out at the BJP in connection with reports of the remission, in relation to the remission order that was issued to the 11 convicts accused of Bilkis Banu's rape during a public meet in Mehboob in Telangana.
75 साल की आजादी का अमृत उत्सव मना रहे हैं और भारत की एक बेटी के साथ इस तरह का सलूक कर दिया जाता है कि अगर किसी की बेटी की इज्जत लूटी जाएगी और उसको कहा जाएगा कि क्या तुम राजी हो कि तुम्हारी बेटी की इज्जत लूटी गई, उसकी बेटी को कत्ल कर दिया गया, उसके पेट में जो हमल था वो जाया हो गया, उसको चंद साल के बाद छोड़ दिया जाएगा, तुम राजी हो? तो कोई बाप, कोई मां, कोई भाई, कोई बहन तैयार नहीं होगी, कोई इंसान तैयार नहीं होगा.
70 people were washed away in Odisha after their boat was washed away near the mouth of the sea due to strong current in the Mahanadi River in Kendrapara district. The incident occurred at Mahakalpara on Saturday evening. Fortunately, no casualty was reported in this incident. The death toll due to the rain-triggered landslides and other weather-related incidents has risen to 22 in Himachal Pradesh, even as SDRF and local administrations continue with the rescue operations. As per the latest Disaster Management Authority data, 6 people are still missing as heavy rainfall continues to lash parts of Himachal Pradesh. Tourists and local citizens of the state continue to face difficulties and bear damage to public properties as well. Meanwhile, rescue operations continue in Pauri Garhwal in Uttarakhand as well after people were reportedly trapped in a resort due to the level of rising water following the incessant rainfall. The rescue operation is being conducted by the SDRF led to a family eventually being rescued. A rift among the leaders of the new Congress committee formed in Jammu and Kashmir was witnessed amid a ongoing tussle between Ghulam Nabi Azad and Vicar Rasool Wani and Ghulam Nabi Ahmad Mir as well, with several leaders exiting the new committees and Ghulam Nabi Azad showcasing his reservations with the decisions of the new committee. Vicar Rasool Wani has now taken over as party's new chief in the Union Territory. Commenting on the new rules for elections in the state of J&K Valley, the Kashmir Apni Party leader Altaf Bukhari, while speaking to the public, felt that elections in J&K do not seem likely anytime soon. Further adding that he was relieved to know that land and job rights in the Union Territory continue to remain secure. And in more news coming in, the second phase of border talks between Meghalaya and Assam aimed at resolving border issues related to at least 6 disputed areas is scheduled to take place today. Meghalaya and Assam Chief Minister Conrad Sangma and Himanta Biswa Sarma will be conducting the meet in Guwahati today. The Indian Air Force aircraft joined 17-member countries in an air combat exercise being conducted in Australia. The 3-week Air Force exercise commenced on Saturday and has been hosted by the Royal Australian Air Force. Meanwhile, the exercise pitch black is taking place amid the conflict in Ukraine and China's military muscle flexing in Taiwan Strait. A relay long-range patrol Amrit is being conducted by the Indo-Tibetan Border Force. The relay LPR started from Karakoram Pass in Ladakh and will terminate at Jaichapla in Arunachal Pradesh. According to sources, the patrol parties shall complete a 75-day journey and cover a distance of approximately 7,575 kilometers. The Indian government delivered the 10th batch of medical aid to Afghanistan. The Ministry of External Affairs said that India supplied the 10th batch of medical assistance as part of India's ongoing humanitarian assistance. The aid was handed over to the Indira Gandhi Hospital in Kabul. Meanwhile, a microbank scam was uncovered from the national capital with alleged links to China, as at least 500 crores is believed to have been extorted by the scamsters via an app providing small loans. The applications allegedly took information from such users, following which the information was stored in servers in China and Hong Kong. The money extorted via the operation is said to have been circulated via China through havalas and cryptocurrencies. The former Mexican general attorney was taken to a court hearing facing charges of torture, official misconduct and forced disappearance in case of mass disappearance of 43 students in 2014. The former attorney's arrest, who served as the attorney general from 2012 till 2015, came a day after a government-led truth commission said that the army bore at least partial responsibility in this case. Peru's president is rallying the support of indigenous groups, farmers as well as local leaders as he faces 6 corruption cases in past month. Castillo has dismissed the accusations, recalling his government is the first from rural movement since the foundation of the country. United Nations Secretary General Guterres was in Istanbul to monitor the inspection of Ukrainian grain shipment. Abroad, he said that the ship is going to load more than 50,000 tons of grain in Ukraine, which is the largest cargo ever coming out of Ukraine after the war has started. Meanwhile, President Zelensky looked ahead to the country's looked forward to country's upcoming Independence Day, saying that Russia's occupation of captured territories was temporary as Ukraine celebrates Independence Day on 24th of August, which also coincides with 6 months since the Russian invasion in Ukraine began. Hundreds of firemen battled overnight to bring a wildfire in Spain's autonomous region of Valencia under control. Small outbreaks of fire was rapidly controlled by land and air on Saturday. The fire has become one of country's biggest fires this year, scorching more than 47,000 acres along a 137 kilometers perimeter. And in more international news, Pakistan's PTI chief Imran Khan was booked for threatening a judge and 2 top police officials in a public meet that was held at the F9 Park. According to sources, Khan was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act. Meanwhile, Pakistan's Media Regulatory Authority has banned the broadcasting of live speeches of PTI chief Imran Khan for threatening an Islamabad police official and a female magistrate during his address in Islamabad. Antaro Humala, who is a leftist former military officer who led a rebellion in 2005 and brother of former president, was released after 17 years incarcerated. Antaro took up arms against the government of then President Toledo, demanding his resignation for corruption. Humala was serving a 19-year sentence for leading an attack on a police post in the Andian town where 6 people were killed in the country. 2 major traffic accidents occurred in southern Turkey that left at least 35 people dead. 3 firefighters, 2 paramedics and 2 journalists were among those killed on the highway between Gaziantep and Nizip. A police officer, meanwhile, was among those dead and 2 drivers were detained as investigation has been launched into this incident. And nearly 30 hours following the attack, when the terrorists stormed Hayat Hotel in Somali capital of Mogadishu, the siege that left dozens of people dead has ended. 40 people lost their lives, over 70 were injured in this attack in the Somalian capital. Stefanos Tsitsipas defeated top-ranked Daniil Medvedev in a hard-fought battle to reach the Western and Southern Open finals. It will be the Greek seed Stefanos' first final after losing in the semis each of the past 2 years. In more news from the world of sports, Korik waited nearly 4 years to reach his 3rd ATP Masters 1000 semi-final. It's no surprise he was able to handle a further delay of a few hours, the Western and Southern Open, but the Croatian did not take long once he got on the court, cruising past Cameron Norrie just over 90 minutes to advance to his 2nd Masters 1000 final. Korik will now face Stefanos as he bids for his first title at the prestigious level. Team India beat Zimbabwe by 5 wickets in the second one-day international of the series at the Harare Sports Club. India won the 3-match series with swift performance. Sanju Samson led the Indian score with an unbeaten 43-run knock to chase the 163-run target. Caroline Garcia run at the Western and Southern Open in Cincinnati showed no sign of stopping as she beat the 6th-seed Ariana Sabalenka to reach the final in rain-interrupted match. Garcia regrouped and stormed through the decider to clinch a place in her 3rd final of the summer, where she will meet former Wimbledon champion Petra Kvitova. Liverpool manager said that Liverpool should get the points if Monday's English Premier League game at Old Trafford is stopped by planned protest by Manchester United fans. Demonstrations, meanwhile, took place against United Americans owners will take place ahead of the game. Ahead of the World Cup, Man City coach Guardiola said that he will not let his players rest, further adding that his main focus is the current Premier League, where Man City and Newcastle football clubs will clash today at St. Park Stadium in England.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
इस पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party. They are chanting slogans against Manish Sisodia. They are saying that they are going to continue their protest until and unless Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, is not going to be.
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
Back with more breaking news coming in. We are told that the CBI has arrested senior barrack officer or Subedar Major, both of MES Ambala Cant. The news coming in from Haryana, where the CBI has made fresh arrests. Now, this is in relation to a bribery case, from what we understand, where the CBI has arrested senior barrack officer or Subedar Major and two other people in relation to a bribery case amounting to over 22.48 lakh rupees. We are told that the case was registered against the accused on the allegations of demanding bribe. The alleged payment of bribe was to ensure that most of the tenders or orders from Ambala Cant are awarded to said private contractors. We have Shavan to get us more details. Shavan, if you could give us the details of this breaking story coming in right now, where CBI has arrested senior barrack officer and the Subedar Major.
Well, in fact, what we can confirm is that the CBI has arrested a senior barrack officer, Lieutenant Colonel Subedar Major, both of the MES from the Ambala Cant, and two private persons. They basically contractors. This is in a bribery case of about 22.48 lakh rupees. In fact, the case was registered against the accused of the allegations of demanding a bribe, and thereafter a trap was laid by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The alleged payment of a bribe was to ensure that most of these tenders or orders from Ambala Cant are basically awarded to the private contractors. The name of the contractors, we are being told, is Dinesh Kumar and Preetpal Singh. Both of them are contractors. Subedar Major, who goes by the name of Pardeep Kumar, he is part of the MES, as well as Lieutenant Colonel Rahul Pawar of the Senior Barracks Store Officer, who's also been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, searches were also carried out, and they've basically come across about 32 lakh rupees, and some incriminating documents were recovered from the premises of the Lieutenant Colonel. That is, and also an amount of about 16 lakh rupees was recovered from the possession of the contractors.
All right, Shavan, thank you for getting us all those details. So that's the breaking news coming in. This is with regard to the Ambala bribery case, where two army officers, we are told, have been arrested on allegations of taking bribe.
Following incessant rains that led to flash floods close to the main shrine, the Yatra to Vaishno Devi from the base camp in Katra was resumed once again. The police and the Central Reserve Police Force have also been deployed at the shrine to monitor the situation. The focus of the authorities had earlier been directed to help the pilgrims at the top of the shrine to safely navigate through the significant amounts of rainwater flowing through the streets of the site. After the weather conditions had eased in the region through Saturday, the shrine had to be halted once again due to inclement weather witnessed at the shrine. The yatra was finally resumed on Sunday morning as per the directives of the Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine Board. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, lots on the other side. Now double trouble for Sisodia and liquor scam as CBI hands over case files to the Enforcement Directorate. Another massive jolt for the Congress in Himachal Pradesh as Anand Sharma quits as Chief of Congress Himachal Steering Committee.
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega, and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Congress workers have now begun to protest over here against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi Party.
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
21 places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
प्रधानमंत्री जी अब 24 घंटे यही सोच रहे हैं कि मैं सीबीआई को किसके घर भेजूं, ईडी को किसके घर भेजूं, रेड किसके घर कराऊं, लुकआउट नोटिस किसको दिलाऊं, सरकार किसकी गिरवाऊं। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है पर है।
Amit, the CBI probe in Kejriwal government's liquor policy, key accused Manish Sisodia speaks to Republic exclusively. Now double trouble for Sisodia and liquor scam. CBI hands over the case files to the Enforcement Directorate.
सरकार के में दलदल में आप भी फंसे हुए हैं, किंगपिन है आप, सरगना है अरविंद केजरीवाल इस पूरी भ्रष्टाचार शराब के लिए जो भ्रष्टाचार किया दिल्ली के अंदर।
Briefing and counter-briefing by BJP and Aam Aadmi Party over the liquor scam. BJP alleges Kejriwal is the kingpin in the scam. Another massive jolt to Congress in Himachal Pradesh. Anand Sharma quits as the chief of Congress Himachal Steering Committee. Sidhu Moosewala's father gives ultimatum to the Punjab government, says deliver justice in the next 7 days. Thank you for staying with Republic viewers. We are live and breaking and straight away getting you the updates of the biggest story that we are tracking as how trouble is mounting for Manish Sisodia, the top man of Arvind Kejriwal. Now that the entire investigation, the CBI that had been carrying out, will also be carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, and now we are seeing that the lookout notice that had been sent out by the CBI, which has been termed as gimmicks by Manish Sisodia, and he is stating that this is the agency carrying out the political vendetta once again. Even as we see that investigation is being carried out, the evidences that is being collected by the investigating agencies, as well as the several other counterparts of Manish Sisodia who are being looked out for as well by the investigating agencies. Now, a lookout circular that has been issued against Manish Sisodia and other accused in the liquor scam probe is also adding to the trouble mounting for Manish Sisodia. Effectively, this also means that he will not be able to leave the country. Now, Manish Sisodia, while in that exclusive conversation with Republic TV, has also stated that these are gimmicks by the CBI.
अब की बार तो देश की जनता लुकआउट नोटिस देगी और 2024 में देगी और पूछेगी कि बड़े बड़े वादे करके कहां चले गए। अब देश की जनता लुकआउट करेगी 2024 में।
मैं समझता हूं लुकआउट नोटिस एक बहुत बड़ा इशारा है कि ये जो बौखलाए हुए हैं या ऐसे नहीं, कोई बहुत बड़ी चीज एजेंसीज को मिली है और हम दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
मोदी जी को किस बात की चिंता है? लुकआउट नोटिस जारी करो। अरे मनीष सिसोदिया यही अपने घर पे है, मैं मिलने आया हूँ।
देखिए, जो षड्यंत्रकारी होते हैं, आपराधिक षड्यंत्रकारी होते हैं, जिन्होंने राजस्व की डकैती और चोरी की है, उनके लिए ग्रीटिंग कार्ड नहीं बनाए जाते, उनके लिए लुकआउट नोटिस ही जारी किए जाते हैं।
तो आपको दिल्ली में नहीं ढूंढा जा रहा है। दिल्ली में जब भी आपको ढूंढना होगा, पुलिस हमारी सक्षा में आपको पकड़ लेगी। मगर एलओसी खुलने का मतलब होता है कि सारे एयरपोर्ट के ऊपर में एक एजेंसी द्वारा नोटिस चला जाता है कि ये व्यक्ति देश छोड़कर नहीं जाना चाहिए।
ये मतलब मनीष सिसोदिया कोई भगौड़े हैं? मनीष सिसोदिया के कोई ऐसे मुजरिम हैं, इतने बड़े आतंकवादी हैं कि वो देश से भाग गए हैं और जो है अब सीबीआई को और केंद्र सरकार को वो मिल नहीं रही। ये बड़ी दुर्भाग्य की बात है।
जैसे अब ये कह रहे हैं, भ्रम फैलाने में लगे हैं कि 3 दिन सीबीआई हमारे को क्या मिला, 2 दिन आई क्या मिला। तो 2 दिन 3 दिन में आपको सीबीआई आप ही को बताएगी। आप एक मैसेज डाल दिए कि अधिकारी बड़े अच्छे थे, उनको आप प्रभावित करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
ये मतलब मनीष सिसोदिया कोई भगौड़े हैं? मनीष सिसोदिया के कोई ऐसे मुजरिम हैं, इतने बड़े आतंकवादी हैं कि वो देश से भाग गए हैं और जो है अब सीबीआई को और केंद्र सरकार को वो मिल नहीं रही। ये बड़ी दुर्भाग्य की बात है।
जैसे जैसे कार्रवाई आगे बढ़ेगी, शिकंजा कसेगा, जेल की सलाखों के पीछे जाने की बारी आएगी, तब मनीष सिसोदिया और 12 इनका जो गैंग है ना, जिसने पूरी दिल्ली को शराब की राजधानी बनाने की कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी 144 करोड़ का चूना लगाने में, वो सब देश छोड़कर भागने, छुपने की, सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
Well, viewers, political vendetta when the investigation started and gimmicks when the lookout circular in fact has been issued by the CBI. Let's take a look as to what Manish Sisodia now has to say in his defense with the investigation going further. Look at this exclusive conversation that my colleague Anuj had with Manish Sisodia.
हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए मौजूद हैं दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी। मनीष जी, परिवर्तन कबीर, इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन और अब लुकआउट सर्कुलर, ये तो बड़ा अटपटा सा देखने को मिल रही है।
देखो, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। देश में कोई काम करे और 75 साल बाद भी हम देश की राजनीति को यहाँ लेके बैठे हैं कि यार एक आदमी काम कर रहा है, उसको लुकआउट नोटिस दो, कर लो। मैं तो यहीं बैठा हूँ, आप मुझे बताओ कहाँ आना है। आपने मेरे घर 24 घंटे पहले ही मेरे घर 14 घंटे की रेड कराई। आप बताओ कहाँ आना, मैं आने को तैयार हूँ। ये लुकआउट नोटिस, ये नौटंकी किस लिए कर रहे हो? क्योंकि रेड में कुछ नहीं निकला, आपको भी पता है कि कुछ नहीं हुआ। अब आप बस ऐसे ही नौटंकी करोगे अभी। इसलिए मैंने 2 दिन पहले कहा ना कि अभी FIR हुई है, फिर लुकआउट नोटिस कर दिया इन्होंने। प्रधानमंत्री जी अब 24 घंटे यही सोच रहे हैं कि मैं सीबीआई को किसके घर भेजूं, ईडी को किसके घर भेजूं, रेड किसके घर कराऊं, लुकआउट नोटिस किसको दिलाऊं, सरकार किसकी गिरवाऊं। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है पर है।
नो टॉलरेंस, नो करप्शन, इस तरीके से जैसे मैंने अभी बात करी कि परिवर्तन से लेके यहाँ तक की यात्रा। लेकिन अभी जो चीज़ें चल रही हैं कि सीबीआई रेड कर रही है और भी हमने देखा कि मिनिस्टर रडार में रहे, अरेस्टिंग भी हुई, लगातार रेड्स भी हुई, सीएम भी ये बात कहते हैं। इस इमेज को कैसे ठीक करा जाएगा मनीष जी?
इमेज जनता देख रही है। आज लाखों बच्चे जिनके लिए स्कूल बने हैं, मैं उनके बीच गया हूँ। वो जानते हैं कि स्कूल बने हैं, वो जानते हैं कि अस्पताल बने हैं, वो जानते हैं कि आदमी ईमानदार है, वो जानते हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल ने उनके लिए काम कराए हैं। आज दिल्ली की जनता जानती है, देश की जनता इस काम को देख रही है, पंजाब की जनता ने देखा है, इसीलिए पंजाब में एक
And there you have it, viewers. Manish Sisodia, in his defense, once again saying that the CBI is carrying out gimmicks by carrying out that lookout circular as well, and stating that he is in fact in Delhi and that there is nothing wrong and that the investigation is all itself a political vendetta as well. And we are tracking that story as far as the investigation of the CBI is concerned very, very closely. But let's take a look at news in brief from across the country. Two suspected terrorists linked with the Al-Qaeda, Indian subcontinent and Ansarullah Bangla team terror groups were arrested by the Assam police in the Golpara district on Saturday. The arrested persons have been identified as Abdus Subhan and Jalaluddin Sheikh. They were reportedly grilled by the police for several hours. Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi Manish Sisodia lashed out at the Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the CBI lookout circular against him and said that after the 2024 general elections, the people will give a lookout circular to the BJP. The Telangana Congress leaders are scheduled to meet senior party leaders in Delhi to discuss the Munugode by-elections, and the Telangana Congress leaders will meet the party General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi besides other senior leaders including KC Venugopal and Manikam Tagore. BJP MLA of Bongaon South constituency Swapan Majmudar allegedly has been beaten up. It is also alleged that the security forces have been beaten up as well. The whole incident occurred in front of the West Bengal police, and reportedly Narayan Ghosh, the TMC councillor of Bongaon municipality, has been seen to be leading the entire incident. The voting for Asansol municipal by-polls in West Bengal started amid heavy security in the parliamentary constituency by-poll in Asansol. Actor-turned-politician Shatrughan Sinha registered a landslide victory on April 16 by securing 6,56,358 votes. A relay long-range patrol Amrit is being conducted by the ITBP, and the relay LRP started with the Karakoram Pass in Ladakh in August 1st and will terminate at Jechap La in Arunachal Pradesh on October 14th after completing 75-day journey covering a distance of approximately 7,575 kilometers. Another name cropped up in the case. Interrogation reveals that the arrested Fateh Bir was briefed by Sham Sundar. A meeting held in a hotel in Ludhiana days before the bomb planted. Police is conducting raids to arrest Sham Sundar. And Sham Sundar briefed Fateh Bir for planting the bomb, and later both accused plotted IED under the car of SI Dilbag Singh. Police is now trying to arrest the people involved in the chain for planting the bomb. The Congress called a meeting for senior leaders at the party headquarters to deliberate upon the Bharat Jodo Yatra. The party had decided on Chintan Shivir in Udaipur. Congress plans to embark on Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari on September 7 under the leadership of the party leader Rahul Gandhi, with the 148 march scheduled to culminate in Kashmir. And cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are getting off the Indian Coast Guard in continuation of its efforts to provide assistance at sea during impending weather, saved 17 more Bangladeshi fishermen after rescuing 10 fishermen earlier today. Now, the rescue of the 27 Bangladesh fishermen in 3 separate operations conducted on single day amidst the extreme challenging conditions and rough seas reflects the commitment of the Indian Coast Guard towards safeguarding the precious lives at sea against all odds. And the search for missing fishermen, in fact, is also in progress, is what we are learning. The visuals of this rescue operations are on your screens right now, viewers. The exclusive visuals that we are playing out for you of the Indian Coast Guard in continuation of its efforts to provide assistance at sea. Now, we had seen that 17 more Bangladeshi fishermen are being rescued after 10 more had been rescued earlier in the day. Now, the total of 27 Bangladeshi fishermen in 3 separate operations conducted in a single day amid extreme challenging conditions and rough sea. We can see the commitment of the Indian Coast Guard towards safeguarding the precious lives at sea against all odds. Now, you can see that the Indian Coast Guard officials in action in this video, where they are in fact carrying out the rescue operations of these fishermen. And for more on these visuals that we are getting for you, Gursimran is joining me on the broadcast. Gursimran, tell us more about these rescue operations that are being carried out by the Indian Coast Guard, where in fact 27 Bangladeshi fishermen are being rescued.
See, Priyanka, 3 separate operations in which 4, 6 and 11 is the number of the Bangladeshi fishermen that have been rescued by the Indian Coast Guard. And important to mention that this has been done in a way that they not only saved these precious lives, but have also ensured that on the humanitarian ground, Indian Coast Guard will extend every possible help. So far, 27 Bangladeshi fishermen have been saved and amid the extreme challenging conditions and rough seas that reflects the commitment of Indian Coast Guard towards safeguarding the people of Bangladesh as well as the people of India, and they have made it very sure that Indian Coast Guard will ensure that every possible life is saved.
Absolutely, Gursimran, and we are seeing those efforts by the Indian Coast Guard in these visuals where they're carrying out the rescue operations of 27 Bangladeshi fishermen. Thank you, Gursimran, for getting us those visuals and updates.
Places are being raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, "Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega," and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession, and now an FIR should be registered against those who did this provocative speech.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई
Raided by the CBI officials.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by the Delhi police officials. Now viewers, rich tributes had been paid at the memorial service for Major Ishwar Singh, who had passed away at the age of 92 in Singapore, and his last wish had been to bring his mortal remains back to his country India as well. Now this service had been carried out in the national capital, where Raksha Mantri as well had attended this service. Let's take a look.
Rich tributes were paid to the Indian Army veteran Major Ishwar Lal Singh at a memorial service that was held in the national capital on Friday. The 92-year-old Singaporean veteran of the Indian National Army served under the leadership of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose passed away on 5th of August in Singapore. Remembered for his immense contribution in the freedom struggle, Major Ishwar Lal Singh's ashes were brought to India, as was his last wish. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, who attended the memorial service along with the army veterans, paid their tributes to the mortal remains of the INA veteran.
जितना भी उनके बारे में कहा जाए वह कम है। मैं राधिका जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, उनकी पुत्रवधू को, कि कम से कम उनकी अस्थि लेकर मेजर ईश्वर लाल सिंह जी की वो यहाँ पर आई है। मैं भी बैठे बैठे मैं चर्चा कर रहा था, शायद यदि मैं भूल नहीं रहा हूं तो शायद मुझसे भी उन्होंने कहा था यह बात। यही मैं राधिका जी से चर्चा कर रहा हूं और मैं इसे पक्के दावे के साथ मैं नहीं कह पा रहा हूं, क्योंकि शायद मैं उसको याद नहीं कर पा रहा हूं, लेकिन जब उन्होंने कहा तो मुझे क्लिक किया कि शायद यह बात उन्होंने मुझसे भी कही हो।
We are showing you the memorial event which is being done here. Everyone one-on-one are being Shraddhanjali here to retired Major Ishwar Lal Singh, veteran of Indian National Army, and also served and interacted with Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose are here. This memorial is happening in Red Fort.
Listen in as Major General G.D. Bakshi gave a fitting tribute to Major Ishwar Lal, who joined the Bal Sena wing of the Azad Hind Fauj at a tender age of 12 years.
जितना प्यार नेताजी उनको करते थे, शायद ही किसी और को ईश्वर लाल सिंह, उनका नाम उन्होंने बदली किया। ईश्वर सिंह नाम था इनका, और जब उन्होंने उनको रोका था तो उन्होंने बोला, तुम तो ईश्वर के लाल हो बेटा। ईश्वर उनकी कर्तव्य निष्ठा देख और तब से वो उन्होंने अपना नाम ईश्वर लाल सिंह किया।
Speaking to Republic, Ishwar Lal's daughter-in-law said Major Ishwar Lal Singh spoke highly about Netaji Subhash Bose and that his last wish was his ashes to be brought back to India.
We came to know about this through Shubham. He had told this to Shubham. So Shubham approached us when Shubham Sharma. He approached us with his team, Uma and Nilesh ji, that this is what your father-in-law wanted to be done. So then we discussed within the family members, and the family then decided that okay, we'll get it. We will bring the ash down.
Reminiscing Ishwar Lal Singh's contribution in India's freedom struggle, Major General G.D. Bakshi said Ishwar Singh was given the name by Netaji at a very young age and that the warriors who were with Netaji, they had made the memorial in Singapore with their own hard-earned money.
Netaji landed up there in to take charge of the INA. And this little boy of 12, this little Sikh boy, Sardar, he stopped him. He says, you can't go. He's resting. He says, who are you, son? He said, I'm Ishwar Singh. He was so happy, he caressed his head and he said, you are from today Ishwar Lal Singh.
As India salutes the sacrifices of the Jawans of the Indian National Army, Major Ishwar Lal Singh's contribution in India's freedom struggle remains etched in minds of every citizen. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Here's some news in brief. A rescue operation continued in Pauri Garhwal in Uttarakhand after people were reportedly trapped in a resort due to water rise following heavy rains. The rescue operation is being conducted by the SDRF, led to a family eventually being rescued. The level of water increased in the river Ganga and Yamuna in Prayagraj, leading to issues for the people in the city. Following heavy rainfall, a flash flood was witnessed in the Rajouri region of Jammu and Kashmir, with the level of water rising sharply in the rivers in the region. Locals have raised a demand for safety amid the rising water level. The bridge over the Chakki Darya in Pathankot in Punjab was closed down due to the rising flow of water in Darya. The bridge was closed down just a day after the railway bridge over the Darya collapsed. At least 70 people were rescued after a boat washed away in Kendrapad in Odisha. A rescue operation was eventually initiated by the fire services in Odisha itself.
At least 15 people dead and nearly 24 injured after a passenger bus collided with emergency teams handling an earlier road accident in southern Turkey. Three firefighters, 2 paramedics and 2 journalists were among those who were killed on the highway in the region. The other victims were 8 people on the bus. The media said that 2 of its journalists were killed after pulling over to help the victims of the initial accident, in which a car came off the highway and slid down an embankment. Television footage showed an ambulance with severe damage to its rear while the bus lay on its side along the highway. The governor of the region further added that at least 22 other people were injured in the incident. Agency report, Republic TV.
Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, Union Home Minister Amit Shah arrived in Begumpet Airport and is en route to the Ujjaini Mahakali Temple for darshan. Stay tuned for updates on the other side.
पूरी पॉलिसी में कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, बहुत शानदार पॉलिसी है। और जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, इनको ना तो कुछ पता है, ना इन्होंने कुछ पढ़ा है, बस इनको तो कहीं से कोई स्क्रिप्ट जो दी जाती है ये उसको रटते हैं।
मनीष सिसोदिया अब अपने नाम के स्पेलिंग भी शायद चेंज कर लिए हैं। अब इनका अगला आ गया है MONEY, मनी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है।
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बारे में ये सारा विवाद खड़ा किया जा रहा है, मैं उसके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं कि वो इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट एक्साइज पॉलिसी है।
आपकी हालत तो ऐसी थी कि चोर को दाढ़ी में तिनका दिखा तो उसने बचने के लिए दाढ़ी मुंडवा दी। तो मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भी शराब नीति में भ्रष्टाचार दिखा तो नीति वापस ले ली।
On the eve of Janmashtami in the Kishtwar town of Jammu, wherein during this procession there were slogans raised, "Har Ghar Bagwa Lehrayenge, Ram Rajya Aayega," and objecting to it, the spokesperson of the Apni party took to social media, wherein he has demanded that there were some provocative speeches during the religious procession.
Why are people being killed in Kashmir? Why these targeted killings? What is the solution? Pundits have been selectively targeted in Kashmir, sometimes by radical Islamists and sometimes, for the past 30 odd years, 35 years, by terrorist groups supported by Pakistan.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
प्रधानमंत्री जी अब 24 घंटे यही सोच रहे हैं कि मैं सीबीआई को किसके घर भेजूं, ईडी को किसके घर भेजूं, रेड किसके घर कराऊं, लुकआउट नोटिस किसको दिलाऊं, सरकार किसकी गिरवाऊं। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है पर है।
Amit, the CBI probe in Kejriwal government's liquor policy की accused Manish Sisodia speaks exclusively to the public. Now double trouble for Sisodia in liquor scam as CBI hands over case files to the Enforcement Directorate.
भ्रष्टाचार के में दलदल में आप भी फंसे हुए हैं, किंगपिन है आप, सरगना है अरविंद केजरीवाल इस पूरी भ्रष्टाचार शराब के लिए जो भ्रष्टाचार किया दिल्ली के अंदर।
Briefing and counter briefing by BJP and AAP over liquor scam. BJP alleges Kejriwal is the kingpin in the scam. Another massive jolt for the Congress in Himachal Pradesh. Anand Sharma quits as chief of Congress Himachal Steering Committee. Sidhu Moosewala's father gives ultimatum to the Punjab government, says deliver justice in 7 days.
Cutting across now, viewers, to some updates that we had been picking up from Gujarat, where trouble is mounting for the Congress party, as Shankar Singh Waghela, in fact, has rejected the Congress party and has said that he will be floating his own party, claiming that all the parties, that is Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, are not very serious about the upcoming elections, and which is why he is all set to start his own political party. This is something that he had stated earlier as well, claiming that the Aam Aadmi Party is a B team of the BJP and the Congress is in an absolute flux where they cannot decide on the leadership, and that there is absolutely no homework that is done by the Congress party as well. And I believe Shankar Singh Waghela, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, is joining me on the broadcast right now of the phone line. Shankar Singh ji, Bapu, if you can hear me. Sir, we have seen that you have always criticized the Congress party. In fact, you have always stated that the Congress party does not do their homework. आप कहते हैं उन्होंने अपना होमवर्क नहीं किया है, उनका स्ट्रैटेजी फॉर्मेशन हमेशा से ढीला रहा है. अभी भी हम देख रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस के कई सारे लीडर्स बीजेपी में जा रहे हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी में जा रहे हैं. तो इस बीच में जब आप अपनी खुद की पार्टी चालू करेंगे, व्हाट आर यू प्लानिंग ऑन अचीविंग विद दैट? बिकॉज ऑलरेडी आप जो थर्ड फ्रंट की बात करते थे वो आम आदमी पार्टी में आ चुका है यहाँ पे.
देखिए, ये जो मामला है ना, जब गुजरात तो ड्राई स्टेट है, यहाँ शराबबंदी की जो पॉलिसी है उतनी आर्टिफिशियल पॉलिसी है जो इम्प्लीमेंट हो ही नहीं पाता. इसके हिसाब से एक साल में कई लोग मर गए गंदा शराब पीकर. इसलिए पब्लिकली मैंने कहा कि गुजरात की जो पॉलिसी है शराबबंदी वाली वो निकाल दो. इस हिसाब से बीजेपी कहती है कि शराबबंदी रहेगा, कांग्रेस भी कहती है शराबबंदी रहेगी, आम आदमी पार्टी वाले कहते हैं कि शराबबंदी हम कड़क स्ट्रॉन्ग करेंगे. मैं कहता हूँ इसको निकाल दो. ये जो शराबबंदी जाएगी इस हिसाब से 30,000 to 40,000 करोड़ ऑफ रुपीज इनकम होगी स्टेट को. उसमें से फ्री एजुकेशन दे सकते हैं, हेल्थ का अच्छा इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी दे सकते हैं, कई चीजें, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट इसमें से दूर हो सकता है, कई चीजें इसमें है. इसलिए न बीजेपी इस पॉलिसी में मानती है, न कांग्रेस मानती है, न आम आदमी मानती है. और सब लोग तकरीबन एक ही जगह से कंट्रोल हो रहा है सबको. बीजेपी, कांग्रेस, आम आदमी पार्टी एक ही जगह में कंट्रोल है. यानी कि एक ऐसी चीज गुजरात में डाली जाए जिससे गुजरात का यूथ जो है, गुजरात की आम जनता जो है वो एक आर्टिफिशियल पॉलिसी तड़प है. इस हिसाब से पॉलिसी लाकर हम गुजरात में ऐसी सरकार देंगे जो सरकार ओपन होगी, जो सरकार इस शराबबंदी पॉलिसी से निकालकर अच्छा एजुकेशन, अच्छा हेल्थ, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट और लीगल के बारे में भी हम सोच रहे हैं. तो कई अच्छी चीजें गुजरात को दे सकते हैं. इसलिए तीनों पार्टी एक अलग एंगल से है और हमारा दूसरा एंगल से हम इसको इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं. हेलो.
पर बापू, ये जो जरूरत है इस जो थर्ड फ्रंट की आप जो बात करते थे, पर कांग्रेस पार्टी की अगर हम बात करें तो आपकी कई सारी मीटिंग्स भी हुई थी भरत सिंह सोलंकी के साथ में. उस टाइम पे ऐसा लग रहा था कि आप कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ वापस जाना चाहेंगे. तो क्या वजह रही कि आप कांग्रेस पार्टी में अभी भी नहीं जाना चाहते? क्योंकि बैकड्रॉप में हमें यह भी देखने को मिल रहा है कि आनंद शर्मा जो हिमाचल प्रदेश से हैं वो भी आज अपना वो इस्तीफा दे चुके हैं. वही जो वजह बता रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी में लीडरशिप नहीं है.
आपकी बात सही है. मैं जब अहमद भाई पटेल साहब जिंदे थे तब मैंने पार्टी बनाई थी. अभी ऊपर वाले को हिसाब मंजूर नहीं होगा. इन्होंने अहमद भाई साहब को जो भी कोरोना हुआ और वो जन्नत नशीन हो गए, तब मैं इनके जनाजे में गया था अंकलेश्वर, इनके गांव. वहाँ पार्टी वर्कर्स ने कहा कि बापू अब आप कांग्रेस में आ जाइए, अहमद भाई साहब है नहीं तो आप आइए, हमारे साथ अच्छा रहेगा. पब्लिकली मैंने कहा था कि अगर मैडम सोनिया जी या राहुल गांधी को ऐसा लगता है तो हमको बुलाकर बात करेंगे. और इसके लिए हमने बार बार पीछे भी आए, हमको मिलने भी आए, भरत सिंह आए थे, जगदीश ठाकुर भी आए. हमने 15 अगस्त का इनको कहा था कि 15 अगस्त के बाद हम हमारा दरवाजा बंद करेंगे. हमारा दरवाजा बीजेपी के लिए बंद है, आपके लिए बंद है, अभी कांग्रेस के लिए बंद है. ये 3 दरवाजे बंद है तो नेचुरली चौथा दरवाजा अपने आप हमको खोलना पड़ेगा. इसका नाम प्रजाशक्ति डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी, पीपल पावर वाली पार्टी जो है वो पार्टी हमने 1-1.5 साल पहले बनाई थी. अहमद भाई के हिसाब से जो डिमांड आई कि आप कांग्रेस में आइए, लेकिन कांग्रेस इतनी एक्टिव है नहीं, न इनको इंटरेस्ट है गुजरात में कैसे कॉन्टेस्ट किया जाए. और कई 5 एमएलए और भी चले जाएंगे शायद बीजेपी में, मैंने सुना है. तो ये पार्टी इतनी गंभीर जो होना चाहिए, पीएम यहाँ चक्कर काटते हैं, होम मिनिस्टर यहाँ चक्कर काटते हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी वाला यहाँ चक्कर काटते, तो राहुल गांधी जी को क्या होता है कि यहाँ कोई नहीं आता. मतलब गुजरात में कांग्रेस का कोई मालिक है ही नहीं, ऐसे ही टाइम पास है इनके लिए. अगर टाइम पास है तो पार्टी में रहकर कुछ करना नहीं है तो जाना क्यों है? हमको तो कुछ करना है और वो करना है कि 25-27 साल से जो पार्टी बीजेपी यहाँ लगी है, पब्लिक उब गई है। देयर इज नो एडमिटेशन एट ऑल, फुल करप्शन। अभी 2 मंत्री के पास से अपने पोर्टफोलियो ले लिए, पहले पूरी कैबिनेट निकाल दी। कैबिनेट क्यों निकाली? करप्ट लोग थे वो निकाले। अरे करप्ट तो आपके थे ना, मतलब करप्शन बीजेपी का पर्याय बन गया। और अभी देयर इज नो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एट ऑल, गवर्नमेंट है ही नहीं। ऐसे ही अपने आप रिटायर IAS ऑफिसर लोग चलाते हैं, कोई पूछता नहीं। पब्लिक जाती है तो पैसे दो काम कराओ, पैसे दो काम कराओ। यानी कि ये परिवर्तन की जरूर है। इसलिए गुजरात के लोग बीजेपी से फेडअप हो गए हैं। सामने अगर जाते हैं कांग्रेस में तो कुछ है नहीं। आम आदमी पार्टी की कोई लीडरशिप नहीं है, न इनको कोई भरोसा है कि भाई इनके लीडर क्या कहेंगे क्या करेंगे पता नहीं। और हमारी क्रेडिबिलिटी का कोई सवाल ही नहीं। हमने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन दिया, A1 दिया, टेक्सटाइल में तो किसानों के कपास के बारे में, बाकी जो भी है, यानी कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन क्या हो रहा चाहिए ये हमने RTI राइट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन एक्ट हमने ऐड कराया गुजरात की ओर से, ट्रांसपेरेंसी हमने ऐड कराई। यानी कि जो चीजें अच्छी थी, गुजरात में हमने पानी मुफ्त दिया था 1967 में, लाल बत्ती निकाल दी थी, झंडी गोल किया था। CM का सैलरी क्या होती है आई डू नॉट नो, हमने लिया नहीं था। कई चीजें अच्छी थी जो प्रो पीपल, आखिर सरकार लोगों के लिए होनी चाहिए। विदाउट अपॉइंटमेंट लोक दरबार का जो आयोजन था बहुत अच्छे अच्छे सुझाव भी उसमें से आते थे। यानी कि गवर्नमेंट इज कंसर्न। अरे अलग किस्म का, फिर से मैं गुजरात की पब्लिक को कहूंगा, अगर आपको हमारा शासन अच्छा लगता है या लगा हो तो फिर आइए, फिर से ये चीज लेकर आइए, आपके भले के लिए, आपके बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए, आपके परिवार के हेल्थ के लिए, और आपका बच्चा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है तो उसकी नौकरी के लिए आइए हमारे पास। हम आपको अच्छा सुशासन देंगे।
जी शंकर सिंह जी, एक और मैं आपसे आखिरी सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि आप हमेशा से 2017 में भी आप कह रहे थे कि गुजरात में एक थर्ड फ्रंट की बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता है, पर उस रूप में हमें देखने को मिल रहा है कि आम आदमी पार्टी यहाँ पर आई है तो पूरा इलेक्शन इस तरह से देखा जा रहा है कि खाली इट विल बी अ फाइट फॉर द सेकंड प्लेस बिटवीन आम आदमी पार्टी एंड द कांग्रेस पार्टी। तो आप इसको किस तरह से देखते हैं?
देखिए, ये जो है ना, अकेला गुजरात ऐसा है और राजस्थान मध्य प्रदेश जिसमें लोकल फ्रंट नहीं है, लोकल पार्टी नहीं है। आप जम्मू कश्मीर देखिए 4 पार्टी है, बिहार में 4 पार्टी है, कलकत्ता में 4 पार्टी, वेस्ट बंगाल में है, आंध्र में 4 पार्टी है, तेलंगाना में 4 पार्टी है, महाराष्ट्र में 4 पार्टी है, तमिलनाडु में 4 पार्टी है। तो गुजरात में भी 4 पार्टी हो सकती है। अभी गुजरात में कांग्रेस और बीजेपी 2 ही थी, आम आदमी पार्टी की एंट्री हुई। वो तो ऐसे ही मतलब यहाँ फिलअप द गैप करने के लिए आए हैं। इनके पास कोई लीडरशिप नहीं है, न कोई आइडियाज है। ऐसे ही कह रहा है कि ये देंगे वो देंगे, इससे कोई भरोसा नहीं होगा। भरोसा के लिए लोकल जो लीडरशिप होती है ना, इनकी क्रेडिबिलिटी होनी चाहिए, वो लैकिंग है। इसलिए कुछ बचा नहीं। और क्राइसिस ऑफ लीडरशिप गुजरात में, न बीजेपी के पास कोई सही लीडरशिप है, न कांग्रेस के पास है, न आप वालों के पास है। और इतने साल का हमारे एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से हम जो भी कहेंगे डंकी की चोट पर कहेंगे। और जब भी जो भी पार्टी में थे कभी हमने गड़बड़ नहीं किया, कोई प्रजा के साथ कभी अभी धोखा नहीं किया। लोगों को धोखा देकर हमने वोट नहीं लिया, झूठा बोलकर वोट नहीं लिया। जो भी है एक अच्छी चीज के हिसाब से क्राइसिस ऑफ लीडरशिप गुजरात में जो है उसमें फिल अप द गैप के लिए हमारी कोशिश है।
जी Shankar Singh Waghela ji, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and all the best for you for launching the Praja Shakti Democratic Party that you have just announced today. We will be, of course, tracking what really happens in the Gujarat elections. For the moment, thank you, sir, for joining us.
Well, moving on to more news coming in. This one from Telangana, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah is currently at the Mahakali Temple in Secunderabad in Telangana. Those are the visuals also coming in right now of Amit Shah, who's seen visiting the Mahakali Temple in Secunderabad. Remember, he will also be addressing a rally as well. Today, the rally that he will be addressing in Munugode in Nalgoda district of Telangana. Remember, which the district that is all set to go